A sweat. Rat spider. Sweat. Sweat. Rat spider. Sweat. Raised over 100 young. Now, the spider can go within 100%. The spider built the web. So,
Salud, my friends.
¿Qué onda, vato?
Welcome to the show. Weaving Spiders, welcome. Tonight we have our very special guest, Frantic Missy, in the house.
Hey. Right, we forgot the gimmicks. Somebody just marked it off on their bingo.
How's it going? How's everybody's weekend going so far?
Pretty good. Just got some raw milk today. It was delicious.
Oh,
Raw
man.
chocolate milk.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
What?
Chocolate cows down there in Idaho.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pump it out.
Only the best.
Very cool. How are you doing today, Frantic Missy?
I'm doing fantastic. It's a Saturday. I went to a children's birthday party this morning and did 2 podcasts today, and this is my 3rd. So hanging in there.
Nice.
Awesome. So this
Well, I
is
index all my notes so I know where to find all the crap that I talked about and what I promised people I would do later.
right. I keep doing
Apparently,
that too.
I'll be checking out Bill Cooper, and I might be going coast to coast. So yay!
Really? Good for you.
Yeah.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
That is awesome. Wow.
I don't know. We'll see. Now it is.
Let me think
get
of
busy.
some interesting questions for George Norrie of how he sold out. And no. Maybe I won't go there.
I've got a question to start with. Right out of the gate, I want to hear about single mothers, women who are alone, and strange shadow entities that seem to wear black hats. No offense to Slick Dissident right now.
Uh-oh.
You're asking me that question?
Yeah, this is for Missy. Can we start
Oh,
with
yeah.
this? What's the deal?
Okay. Well, to start out with my background, I did paranormal investigating for about 3.5 years, maybe a little bit more. And that was just professionally, like with a team when I was very young. I was 18 years old when I started doing that. I was pursuing ghosts and, not because like I was like drawn to the dark side of things, but because honestly, like I was like, there has to be a scientific explanation for all of this. There's a reason in Ghostbusters that Peter Venkman's funding gets pulled. Like they don't want to study this stuff. It's something that people don't want to talk about. It's uncomfortable for people. And honestly, like people just like to cling to the idea of like, oh, no, there's a little girl named Alice who plays Jax in my attic who's living in my house, rather than the fact that they've got a parasite and that they should probably get rid of it.
Yeah.
People don't understand that, when you consider something to be a ghost, it's not really like a person that's dead that has a message to bring back from the beyond. Sometimes it's just a trifling ass, like shadow person. And one of the major ones that, I dealt with, and that there's documented cases. I mean, this goes back to antiquity, if you want to look into these, something called a hat man. And the hat man is a type of shadow person that is specifically drawn to single women, single mothers, and they make that mother or woman feel protected or safe. But really, it's just, the same reason that tapeworm makes you feel full. Yeah, you're losing weight. You probably feel great about yourself for now, but the parasite will catch up. And usually this thing ends up running off all the men in their life. It causes havoc. It tortures and like traumatizes their children and their pets and their life. And these poor women, like they think they know what they're getting themselves into, and they think that they're protected, but in reality, like they've let literally the hat man in. And one of the things that I really like to state when I talk about hat men and shadow people, Jack the Ripper, right? They never caught him, right? He was a hat man, correct? And sometimes I wonder if that isn't directly related to this phenomenon of this entity. And that he, in a way, because he went after women specifically, right? And whenever you hear about descriptions of Jack the Ripper, you hear about him wearing a hat. And that's exactly what these things look like. They look like they're wearing an Abraham Lincoln, like, top hat.
So I have an idea, because this is where my mind goes to the weirdest possible thing, is that the Hat Man is kind of the same energy that is doing the cattle mutilations, and every single time it seems to happen, it's around those areas that have like portal type things happening, like
You make skinwalker stuff?
like skinwalker shit and the
Like chupacabra stuff?
yeah, on the Navajo reservation, that stuff was going on like crazy. When I was a little kid, I lived in Page. Welcome, Sean. I'm glad you're here, buddy. I lived in Page, and we had like you'd hear rumors of that stuff even when I was like 6 and 7. Like stuff was weird up there.
That and kids on the bus have way too much imagination.
True.
That's how
And
I got
they like to
introduced
scare the only white kid in school, probably too.
Yeah, I mean, that Bloody Mary story traumatized me for life. I still can't go in a bathroom in the dark. I know I'm not the only one, too.
What do you think like that kind of same energy is like abductions kind of things?
I think it is directly related, because what we're dealing with is, I think, the things that are stuck here, and that's what I think it is. I think that these are multidimensional. I mean, Aloes Jones, despite all of his flaws, he does tend to be right a lot. He's annoying. My boyfriend can't stand his voice. He's like, turn that crap off. He's like, I can't stand his voice because he just screams the whole time. But he's right. He's right about the frogs. He's right about the Chinese, credit system, and he's right about interdimensional beings. And he's right about the fact that they go after kids. And what we're dealing with is, when we're talking about these shadow people, these hat men, definitely not like entities, not ghosts, not people. There's something else. What we're dealing with is I think that things that got stuck here. I mean, maybe they knew how to travel through dimensions. Someone is typing. They knew how to travel through dimensions. And I think they got stuck here when they were trying to get somewhere else, or maybe the world they lived in before was destroyed. I mean, that is biblical, and there's a lot of different mythos that follow that exact standard. But I think that it is related directly to what we consider to be aliens, because anything that we can't identify, alien is the first word we go for. And these hat men, shadow people, the military will admit, right, to aliens, but they will not admit to interdimensional dark shadow people or ghosts. They don't want to talk about that.
But the troops will. Those guys were coming back with stories of jinns all the time. I heard them.
All these stories go back to antiquity. These go back to the beginning of human civilization. We had the concept of a shadow person or a ghost or a dark entity.
Nice.
If you don't believe me, ask anybody who does DMT.
Oh yeah. You know,
And they see dark things, and the next thing you know, sacrificing kids, you know, it tends to happen.
That
Yeah.
image of the Hat Man comes from a movie some of us watched last night called Blood Symbol, starring a high school student named Tracy, who is somehow symbolic of something and is stalked and chased by a shadow creature, a Hat Man. That's where that image came from.
wow.
So Alan has a habit of showing us the most terrible movies in the universe, because before that we watched what was it, Alan, that you forced me to sit through?
Oh, just incredible stuff. The reason we're mentioning Blood Symbol because we watched that movie last night, and it features a Hat Man, and we had shared a Frantic Missy episode where she's talking about a Hat Man with Lindsay Sharman on Rogue Ways.
Oh, I had a girlfriend of mine that lives in Columbia, South Carolina, which is a couple hours north from me. And she had court, and like she was having all this stuff go down. So I went up to go like support her. And she's like, I know you told me that this thing in my house is not my friend. And I know you gave me all these lectures about salting all my windows and doors. She's like, but I am exhausted emotionally. She was like, it's protecting me. It's my friend. And I was like, here's what I want you to do, Carly. I want you to leave the house for a couple of days, go stay at your parents, and then see how you feel about this thing. Because something that's siphoning off you energetically is to, of course, want to feel comfortable and let it stay in your house because it's using you. And I was like, if you leave your house for a couple of days and you still feel like it's a good entity and you want to keep it in your house and you're not freaked out by it, and you don't think all the stuff that's falling apart in your life has anything to do with this thing, then by all means, you can keep your friend. I was like, but if you change your mind, let me know. I'll come fix it. And she calls me the night where she's to go to court. She's like, you have to come. So I got in my car, went up there, put her to bed, had her hand me the keys to her house. I walked around her house and claimed ownership of her house. So I could kick anything out that didn't belong there. And she went to bed, and I completely charged my watch or whatever, my iWatch, Apple Watch. And then I plugged in my phone. I switched it up because I had to share the same USB port because I only brought one up. And the phone's sitting on the counter. I went up to the garage at like 5 o'clock in the morning to switch over the laundry because I was doing her clothes. Because like she needed some help. She's having a bad time. As soon as I shut the door, right, I hear click. It locked me out the house. And I look at the cabinet. Y'all, anybody who knows me knows that I'm like Little Miss Keep notebooks, facts, screenshots, government documents, facts. I never get woo. And this is a situation where it was someone, instead of a client, this is someone I actually knew and loved. And I saw the thing in the china cabinet, and I saw it like it was laughing at me. What it didn't know is that it drained my watch that I just finished charging. I had 10% left. I was able to call my friend and get back in the house. But otherwise, I've been locked out for like several hours and not been ready to go to court with her. And it would have messed up her ordeal. But fortunately, I watched her that 10% and I was able to call her. It looked like deadbolt. What kind of energy do you need to do something like that? That's insane, right?
I don't know how much like we talked about our like others of us, our paranormal experiences, like stuff like that. Do you guys?
Everyone has a story.
Everybody has a story. I've
For
shared
something
a
that's
few
not
of them.
studied.
Yeah, and exactly. They don't exist. That doesn't exist. Come on, Neil deGrasse Tyson, you retard.
That's make me want to throw up.
Dude, my
He's
God.
CIA.
Totally CIA. Oh, which I got an Oingo Boingo thing later with that. So there. And I'm always going to bring it back to that.
So, the first thing that came to my mind, I think I heard you talk about this with Lindsay before, but just right now while you were going over the details of the Hat Man, I'm thinking about the song Papa Was a Rolling Stone. Wherever
Yeah,
he
that guy-
laid his hat was his home.
That is The Temptations. That's one of the best songs ever written.
That's Temptations. Okay.
Do you know that
Nice.
Tito Jackson played the bass on that?
Nice.
Doo-doo,
One of the
doo-doo,
Jackson brothers. Or is that-
doo-doo, dum,
Yeah,
doo-doo.
women and children traditionally have been considered to be weak and have been preyed upon by. I mean, the thing is that women are always stronger than men are in all the ways. If you guys have a baby, I would love to see it. Instead, you just move the trash out and we'll be cool, or chasing light bulbs because I can't reach them. But at the end of the day, like women, especially women that live alone, especially in our modern day culture and the way that we experience and deal with things, women feel helpless and they feel scared. And you only have so many cats before you get weird. So these hat men, they provide, it provides like what they think is protection. They really do think that this thing has their best interest in mind and it's helping them. And it's not till months or even years later when they realize all my boyfriends break up with me. I feel like I'm crazy. I'm now on medication. I'm seeing a therapist. I didn't think there was anything wrong with me. Why doesn't anyone want to marry me? Why do I have so many cats? What's wrong with my life? And they don't understand there's this thing that's sucking off all the positive energy and leaving them with nothing behind but darkness and negativity. But it's literally like stealing from them their joy.
You know what else comes to mind is the spiders that put on that display and then do like a mating dance to charm the ladies.
Yeah, I
There's
don't do
something-
spiders. That's how fires happen.
But
Except for in this room. Y'all are allowed.
it makes me wonder how much the psychology of hats affect a female, even on the spiritual plane. There's might be something to that.
When you look at these guys that have these creepy pickup shows, they're always wearing a dumb hat. I mean, it's called fedorable for a reason, right?
I've never heard
I'm
that
very
term.
funny.
Thank you.
I've never heard of that. That's great.
Missy, in your experience, can some of these women kind of go through this for years? Or is this like a quick kind of downgrade where it happens fairly fast?
Well, I mean, think about it like this. And I got in a big knockdown drag out with someone in as classy as it is, Clubhouse the other night. Because this girl was like, no, my entity's my friend. I'm like, dude, I was like, if you had a guy that came over to your house, right? And he ate all your food and he didn't pay you rent and you never knew him until he said, well, I'm here to protect you. Would you just let that guy hang out? Or would you be like, look, you need to pay rent. This isn't working out. You're a squatter. You can't just stay in my house. You got to be on the lease. We have to have, there are rules, right? Most women will completely be disgusted by that, freak out and be like, no, that's not going to work, right? How many women are like, I'm not going to live with you anymore because your boyfriend moved in. We got to do something else, right? These things, they take advantage of women that are in a specific point in life, single women especially, when they've got small children, right? And they're worn out and they feel weak and they've just been ditched by their boyfriend or husband or whatever, right? And they're stuck with all this responsibility and they're scared. And they take advantage of that and they move into these people's houses and they set up shop and they use these women to fulfill their own energetic needs. You gotta remember, these dark entities, they don't eat food like we do. So you can put your name on the milk when these things move in, but it's fine. You don't need to put your name on every single egg. It's not gonna eat your food. It's gonna eat your food, what you need to sustain yourself as a normal human being. And it's never immediately, it's like any abusive relationship. It's never immediately something that's a problem. This is something that becomes a problem later on when they start to realize everything around them is falling apart. And this thing that used to make them feel comfortable now makes them feel threatened.
Yeah. Oh man, I've been thinking about that. the hopelessness is when we become vulnerable to those kind of things.
We're not vulnerable. They can't touch us. That's why they have to go after you psychically, because they can't touch you.
Right.
They can't put a scratch on you. They can go after kids, because kids have more DMT and they're open to it, but they can't go after grown-ups.
What I'm saying is, like, when you're hopeless, I feel like the tether on your soul is loose. I'm trying to articulate, sorry, it sounds weird, but it's like,
no, it makes total sense. The same thing happens with people that were molested or abused.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the trauma. This is the fucking mind control of trauma that they're doing over and over and over to us from all these bullshit stories, people believing the shit they do in the media. Anyway, sorry. Trauma.
No, you're absolutely, you're on the right path.
Oh, I know. I know. Because they did that to me. Like, as a thing, it was, trauma is real, and control is real. And they don't want you to be thinking for yourselves.
Because they can't think for themselves. They're so jealous of the fact that we can create. They can't create.
And that's the thing. You got to keep creating, because they're terrified of that. Because, all the trillionaires, billionaires, they've all gotten there by stealing somebody else's software. They're not creating.
Or they've been given it.
Right.
Or they the alphabet agencies.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Because they were some ancestor of theirs was somebody's bitch.
I shared an image of David Bowie wearing a hat and a dog. I don't know why, just throwing it out there.
Oh, hey, I was scribbling while we were talking, and I drew a trident for no reason. I didn't even know I did. So I'm just going to put that on there. Whatever.
Maybe you were channeling the Little Mermaid.
Well, somebody named Cheney has been on it for a week or so, and I think it
like quail hunting, Dick Cheney.
No, Cheney of Project Cheney. Thank God, no, not Dick and Bush.
Yeah, nobody saw that one coming. It's like when Anthony Weiner got arrested. It's like, no, not that guy.
Oh,
names don't mean anything.
Let's talk about that. What do you think of them subpoenaing William Jefferson Clinton?
I think that it's a hand puppet show. I really do. I feel like it is just. I don't think. Look, the only reason I don't think that he's the brains behind that operation. He's not a smart man. He's never been a smart man. He's done what he's told, and his wife wears the biggest pants in the family ever.
He's
and
definitely the dick behind the operation, though, Missy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Ask Monica Lewinsky, that poor woman. Did you guys see her TED Talk at all?
No, I haven't.
It was so sad, because like when you look back at it, because I'm 39 years old, so I look back at that and I remember all that going down, and it looked one way to me, because that's the way the media portrayed it, right? But now, like when I hear like her side of things, I'm like, holy shit, she was like a 22-year-old little girl, and she got taken advantage of by people that literally stole Jackie Onassis's silverware when they left the house. They had to return a bunch of stuff because they got stealing all this stuff when they moved out of the White House. Y'all knew that, right? Well, these people are trash. Did you know
took everything.
Did you know the Oklahoma City bombing building, right? It stored two things. One, it stored for 400,000 vax victims of the Gulf War syndrome, which came about due to the anthrax vaccine they had to push through quickly, because we'd given Saddam Hussein a weaponized version of the anthrax in order to go up against Iran, right? Iran, the country we sent C-17s full of pallets of cash to, those people, right? So when we went to go into the Gulf War, he had the weaponized version of the anthrax, so we had to quickly inoculate our soldiers. 400,000 soldiers got Gulf War syndrome. They didn't just get sick. They came home, had sex with their wives, and got their wives sick, and had children that were born without limbs. It was horrific. 400,000 soldiers. Well, that was stored in the Oklahoma City bombing building. Nobody made any money. No one was able to sue. It's a miracle. There are no documents. And then the second thing that was stored in the Oklahoma City bombing building was all of the Whitewater documents. A murder and a bombing, and all of a sudden, nobody gets in trouble.
I like how you're bringing out these clues, and we're following these clues, and we're talking about men wearing different colored hats. And this is Rivers Cuomo, Weezer's Invisible Man. In 1996, he may have been Steve from Blue's Clues. In 2021, I'm not sure what's going on. Thank you, Frantic Missy.
You know what's crazy
Holy
is
shit.
while I was coming into this chat, this song has been stuck in my head all day by a band called Nerf Herder, and it's called "We Open Up for Weezer," and it's been stuck in my head all day. And the fact that you brought up Weezer is just like a weird little, like, that's so random for these.
It's not
for these kinds of
random. We
conversations.
are a sync generator here tonight.
There are no coincidences.
None at
Not
all.
on this show.
I
Welcome
feel
to
like
the
I've seen that man before,
No.
like somewhere in my regular life.
Well, he came out with a new thing. He just did a YouTube thing where he's like, he's back, right? And he's like giving advice to adults. I'm like, that is the saddest thing I've ever heard. Like, if you need to get advice from the guys from Blue's Clues as an adult, you really need to get out of your house.
mind control, serious mind control.
Well, they're adult children. They're like they're all children, dude. Like the
Gordy, your
emotional.
volume's going in and out, darling. We can't hear every other word from you.
Sorry, it might be my connection here. But
I wanted to hear what you were saying.
they're grown children. Like the people, these are professionals that have, God knows what fucking degree that didn't do them any good because they're still an emotional 12-year-old looking for advice from their. I mean, I still love cartoons, but for Christ's sake, I don't know. It's just hard. Just because no, they won't fucking man up.
Or else
They don't know how to man up. They didn't have a father but every other weekend. So they
Well, I
don't know what
didn't-
manning up looks like.
Fuck, exactly. I didn't either. You fucking did it yourself.
Yeah, because the Hat Man replaced all the father figures.
That's exactly
Mhm.
exactly like when you look at Case. See, everyone thinks of ghosts and they think of like woo stories and like, oh, a man on the bottom. They want to tell like the trauma story because what they're thinking of is like a lot of times it's bad. Like, someone will have a problem and they'll come up with a reason for that problem instead of the other way around, right? So they assign like whatever's in their house a name, or they love to disguise themselves as children too, these dark entities. So you can't kick them out because you feel sympathy for them, right? Or you feel like you need to take care of them. So then when they psychologically like abuse you by taking your energy, you don't feel guilty. You would feel guilty if you didn't let them because they're children, they need you, right? And that's what I think they do with moms a lot too. They pretend to be something else that they're not. The Hat Men are one of the few shadow entities that cannot really change their form or adopt another entity. They're kind of stuck in like this thing that they're in. But if people just looked at ghosts as instead of stories and like woo stuff, and they just looked at it as like fact. Kate, this is this in common. This is that in common. This is across the board. Ghosts since the beginning of time, since Socrates talked about ghosts, they always were people that were wearing the same clothes, were in the same location, did the same thing over and over again. You're never going to see a ghost with a MAGA hat or an iPhone. You're never going to see that. You would think that if they were stuck here, they would be able to update the times. And where are the ghosts that Socrates saw? Are they still here? Maybe that's not what it is at all. That doesn't make any sense. But if we don't look into this stuff, how are we supposed to give people answers? And everyone has a story. Everyone here has a story of that. Whether it's sleep paralysis or, a dark entity or, they caught something on camera or they were asleep, just anything. It's across the board. Everyone has a story. Why isn't this being studied by colleges? Why is psychology for men that can't even like wash their own clothes?
Yeah.
Right? Why is psychology the thing that they're studying? Why is ghost hunting and why is that considered to be a faux pas? Maybe they don't want us to know what is out there.
Well, it's part of that thing that we've lost our connection to our curiosity to mystery.
No, we haven't.
Like,
No, we haven't.
We haven't.
No one has because they all watch TV shows.
Right.
that do
It's
that
filling
for them.
that hole. It's filling that hole and telling them what is real isn't real because it's a lie.
They're living vicariously through someone else's fake life.
Exactly.
People that cry when it's someone from TV dies, I'm like, what is wrong with you?
Right.
That's not even a real person. that's
Okay.
never been a real person, you don't know them. Why are you crying at work?
I may have cried at, when they killed Professor X that one time, but there was a comic book. It wasn't a movie.
Baby doll, he was in a wheelchair. I don't know what you were
And I was
expecting.
12.
That was coming.
But yeah, this is good. I love this because we need to talk about those things. I don't know why people are afraid to talk about the spirit.
Because even Peter Venkman lost his funding. That's the whole premise of the damn movie.
Because they don't want us to know that we're gods and we can tell Zool to go fuck himself.
You're absolutely correct. We are. I mean, if you look at it biblically, and it's not just the Bible, it's also like an Epic of Gilgamesh, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, all these ancient texts, right? For people that kept texts and people that had ancient religions and rituals. What people need to understand is if God, right, spoke the world into being, and then he made us out of clay in his image, right? He breathed life into us and made us in his image, which makes us a God. Maybe all the bullshit fist fighting in heaven wasn't about pride. Maybe it was about like angels that are brown nosing bitches being like, you can't make more of you. Who do we worship? Now we don't know what to do. The office is a mess. We are able to speak things into being. We are able to do so many things that we're not even aware of.
Yeah, absolutely. We literally do create our own reality. Because the thing, whatever the thing is we're experiencing, isn't real until we've experienced it, until we've perceived what we think we've experienced. So there's no way we're not making it as it's happening. I mean,
perception is 9/10 of the law.
The double slit experiment
Possession.
itself.
And they mean it that way.
Perception is 9/10 of the law.
I think she's coining a new quote here.
I'm full of them. One of my other favorite ones is you could lead a whore to water, but you can't make her think.
It's true. Sometimes you can't even lead her to water.
Sometimes you just have to dump it on her head because it might look like her heart stopped. Somebody get the car battery.
I love. Have you ever talked about how the Cat in the Hat foots that bill?
The Cat in the Hat. Okay.
The archetype of the.
Never been a fan.
It foots the bill. It's got that like enchanting of the house.
Do you remember when raves were a thing?
Uh-huh.
And people were wearing those stupid fucking Cat in the Hat hats.
Oh God, there was one at every rave. There was exactly one at every rave.
I bet Buffalo had one.
Oh, and there was one at every fucking
sir.
Dave Matthews Band concert. Like, people just started wearing that in like public, like it was okay.
I never supported Dave Matthews either. Just throwing that out there.
Here. Raise your hand if
like
you're a
a
Dave
saxophone.
Matthews fan.
I did like a saxophone player.
I was
because
trying
he
to
was
trick
working
people
with
into
us.
raising their hands.
I know, you almost got me.
I was.
I did like a saxophone player who was working against satanic ritualistic abuse and child sexual exploitation.
So
like a saxophone
yes,
player.
that guy's name is Jeff Coffin, and he is a freaking genius. And he was
His last
also
name is Coffin. No one saw that coming.
he is also in Bella Fleck and the Flecktones. He
was.
can play two
He was.
saxophones at the same time.
You know who else plays saxophone? Bill Clinton.
This is not Bill Clinton. This is a mystery method of Venetian artist, a pickup artist. Mystery from VH1 television show. He's
I
riding
remember
a
that.
fuzzy cat in the
I
hat.
haven't
hat.
thought about
Oh
these
my
guys
God.
forever.
Those
was it
binoculars
called?
do nothing.
Peacocking?
Just saying.
Peacocking, yes. And nagging. I'm going to find the girl I like and then insult her, and she's going to love me forever.
That is a hat man.
So Gordy, I got a quiz for you. What's Bill Clinton's first two initials if you call him Bill?
First two initials.
BC.
EJ.
BJ.
Yeah.
Joaquin with
Jefferson,
Boaz?
yeah, but
Boaz and Jackie, baby.
or butt
J to
jam.
B. Yeah, blowjob.
What, you know, I could understand like being the president and like having access to like, you know, interns and being like, dude, I can like bang anybody I want. I'm the president, or I'm the governor, I can make anybody I want. He had the absolute fucking worst taste in women I've ever seen. Ever. They are all fugly. But fucking every single one. Jennifer Flowers looks like oh my God. And you would think with age she'd get better? Didn't happen. Nope. I don't trust a man who likes ugly
Picked
women.
Hillary, so you know that's
He didn't
a,
pick Hillary. Hillary picked him.
yeah, you're right.
It's my best and worst quality.
Yeah, she talked about that in her biography. My friend who had knee trouble years ago, and I had to drive him back and forth to Seattle, was listening to Hillary Clinton's autobiography. So that is one thing that I did remember, is that like Bill begged her to, according to her book, Bill begged her like 4 or 5 times to marry her, and she always turned him down. And then he went and bought like a huge mansion and said, I can't live here by myself. And she said, in the book, she was straight out. She's like, well, this guy's definitely going to take care of me, so maybe I should marry him, you know. It's a long time ago, though.
That's so
Have you
fucked
seen,
up.
did y'all see her crying when reading her book? Oh yeah.
She has tear ducts? Wow.
No, right. She's not Michelle, okay? She just got the one. But she basically like she did a reading of her book where she cries and stuff, and it's just pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. It's disgusting. That woman. She just has no shame, you know?
I didn't see any tears. It looked like she was kind of crying, but like, I think, was it her acceptance speech, her presidential acceptance speech that she read? I saw that, and she was crying. She was reading it, and didn't look like she was crying, but like it looked like she was trying to cry. Pretty gross. She's such an unlikable person.
It takes a little while for the reptilian tear ducts to squeeze moisture all the way up to the eyes.
Well, I think that their tears only appear in 4D. I'm pretty sure that's why we can't see them. All the 4D and 5D people can see the tears. That's why there's so much dissension in the
My
ranks.
9th grade history teacher, her proudest personal story to relate to the class was that she dated Bill Clinton.
Oh,
She was very proud of it. Maybe he had some sort of glamour about him in person.
Was she busted? Because that's his type.
Yes. Yes.
What was that technical term? Busted?
Busted. Straight busted.
Busted.
She's busted down like a bust down watch.
Hey, if anyone's gonna fall down a flight of stairs, it's gonna be Hillary.
Yeah, I would say ratchet.
Yeah, there we go.
That would be
Straight up,
another
exactly.
word.
Yeah.
Hood,
I like
hood
that.
rat. White trash
I
hood
like
rat.
I like Butterface, but it doesn't apply to Monica Lewinsky. So
She's always been kind of cute.
It's all
she's
butter.
really round. She's a round person. I sent you, by the way, Jim, I sent you a picture that came from Epstein's safe or whatever, the one with Bill Clinton wearing Monica Lewinsky's dress.
Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. I'll send that to Alan.
is that the one where he's got 6 fingers?
Like Anne Boleyn?
I think
Mhm.
I think that Monica Lewinsky dress, he's got an extra digit hiding.
He does, pretty sure.
But like, look at my hand right now. You see that little pad? It's just enough to make you wonder, is that like right there? Look at the angle of that.
Yeah.
It's like,
It looks
is
like
that
Jeffrey Epstein's egg-shaped penis from here.
Remember that looks like that's the same thing with the that picture of George Washington's foot.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
They all have weird appendages, don't they? Jeffrey Epstein's weird penis. I mean, I have a theory that the reason that they were desperate to get Michael Jackson to pull his pants down is to see like if he's one of them.
Yeah.
Well, Harvey Weinstein too. The reports of Harvey Weinstein's genitalia make me suspicious that he is part of a Mithraic castration cult. To be completely honest.
Very well.
Like, okay,
very well.
when,
That very well
when
could be
did
it.
that happen? Is that why you're all tripped out, Harvey, about still trying to get some young girl to be around you? Because when you were a young boy, they cut your penis off. Is that it? You agreed
Well,
to
you
it,
also
but they helped you do it or something?
you have to look at the history of that. You've got your castratos, right, which were
That's what I'm talking about. The whole
extremely
thing's real. It's
celebrated
very real. People
in
just don't want to think
Rome.
about it being in the world.
Like they would collect like these Venetian, like extremely wealthy people. They would collect castratos, which is like men that would cut off their penis when they're like 12, so they could get. Then you've got the whole eunuch culture that was not just in the Ottoman Empire with their harem, but also the Chinese harem, and to the point where the Chinese eunuchs got so powerful at one point that they were literally like running the country over the emperor because they had a boy king. But here's the thing about a eunuch: when they cut off their dick, right? They would have to use something called a quill, which is like if you take this pen, right, you just take the inside out of it, and they would have silver quills in the Ottoman Empire in their turban, and they would pull that out and stick it in their penis.
Stick a feather in his
right?
cap.
Yeah, they have to.
One of the problems was because it wasn't like a regulated thing. They would come to the Sultan, or they would come to the Chinese, Forbidden City, looking for work, and they got castrated, not in like a system of like, at least the Jews get it right, where they're like, I might be, putting baby penis in my mouth, but at least we got a system. These units, they would these hat
not this wild west castration shit. It's much worse.
Yeah. You wash the baby and anyways, have some sugar. But basically, these eunuchs, right? A lot of them were hack jobs, and a lot of them were, especially in the Ottoman Empire, they were black people, sub-Saharan black people that we used. So they would know that the Sultan's wives weren't getting knocked up by the eunuchs, because a lot of times they wouldn't do it properly, and they would be left with genitals left over, but it would be mauled. And so when I see like people talking about Jeffrey Epstein's penis, Epstein. When they talk about that, right? I'm like, that reminds me of the eunuch culture, right? And the botched jobs, because it was I think it was done as a torture thing to let people know where they stand in the class system. It wasn't necessarily about impregnating the women. It was about letting you know where you stand, and you have no dick.
Yeah.
Is that why he had the obsession with creating like a army of his own descendants?
Yeah.
Right.
It all makes sense.
Epstein? Well, he has to get that DNA from BlackRock. So, I mean, he didn't have the whole plan worked out. If he'd lived a little bit longer. Because BlackRock bought Ancestry.com, you know that, right?
Yeah.
And all their data.
Clone Wars. We're going to have a bunch of Epsteins in the Clone Wars.
I mean, I think we already do have clone. Have you guys seen any of the pictures of Hillary Clinton at any of those funerals? It's not even her. It's not her. Like at the John McCain funeral and at the Papa Bush, aka Agent Timberwolf, at his funeral, that was not Hillary Clinton. That was one of her body doubles. You got to remember, like, what did she do? Walk around with a colostomy bag on wheels with Henry Kissinger next to her? Like, I don't know what happened, but immediately after she lost that election, and I guess she reneged on a whole bunch of her promises she gave to people that are very dangerous people in the world, she fell on a flight of stairs and then tripped in the bathtub. And now she has a colostomy bag. Like, they can make her face, like, cape it up as much as they want to, but at the end of the day, she's still walking around with a colostomy bag. And you can't bring that to a funeral.
Devil with the blue dress on.
There it is.
Devil in a blue dress. Blue dress, blue dress. Yeah, it does. Oh, I see what you're talking about with the hand now. Look at those heels. Ooh, wow. He could be texting and driving in those.
That was the one.
Have we put it through Photoshop forensics for signs of tampering?
Oh, I tamper with that. I put the wink at the bottom because it's fucking hilarious. I was like, wink, wink.
I never have chance. I've never run that picture through a artifact discoverer. I can't think of the proper name of the programming that does it.
What are you gonna do? Check on all Van Gogh's paintings too to make sure that they are cool? Like, dude, that's amazing. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. That is the most amazing thing, like, ever.
No, I agree. That's why I don't run it through the thing, because I don't care. Like, it's a great picture to me.
It's valuable.
Italian
regardless.
technology is incredible.
Is this the
and who
Mario
knows?
Brothers movie? Is that
Yeah,
what
we
Super
want
Mario's
to we
in
want to
there?
talk
Okay.
about the Super Mario Brothers movie from 1993 at some point, since
We
some of us
first can talk about
watched
the
it
Super
last
Mario
night.
Brothers show, starring what was the wrestler that was in the Girls Just Want to Have Fun video? What was his name? The pro wrestler. He was the Mario character in the Mario TV show that they had
Really?
from the
The
80s.
Super Mario
Oh, yeah.
Super Show.
What is his name? My kid's got my iPad playing the awesome music soundtrack from Guardians of the Galaxy, so he can go to sleep to it. So he's got my iPad, but someone else needs to look that up. What was his name? He was in the Girls Just Want to Have Fun video with Cyndi Lauper, but he also played in the Mario TV show they have in the 80s.
Oh,
Captain
famous
Lou
wrestler.
Captain
Albano.
Lou Albano.
Yeah, Captain
Yes,
Lou
that
Albano.
guy. So we have to talk about that first. You can't just go straight into the movie. Like, you know,
He was a
little bit of
wrestling
foreplay.
manager, right? I think he was a wrestler too, but he was a wrestling manager. That's what Lou Albano did. I used to watch WWF when I was a kid. I even go to the show sometimes.
He
But,
was in the
I
Goonies too.
Yeah, he did a lot of Hollywood shit, but he was a wrestling manager and he was a WWE guy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
He
I
wasn't as
remember.
cool as Andre the Giant, but
No. Who is? That's like
Nobody's
the greatest
cool.
of all time.
Yeah.
Andre the
he was in the
Giant's like
Princess Bride. What?
I remember hearing a story one time where they put him in the back of a trailer to drive him from gig to gig because he couldn't sit comfortably in any of the vehicles. So Vince McMahon like put together like a padded trailer and they would literally tow him around inside of the like the little U-Haul trailer. They it's crazy, right?
Yeah.
The third guy.
Yep. See,
Lou Albano?
he's Mario. Have you guys watched any of those? I bought my kid the Zelda cartoon series, like in the $5 bin, which by the way is one of the best buys ever because I'm obsessed with Zelda. But it also has all the Mario TV show episodes. So it'll play the Mario cartoons, and it will be the intro is Captain Lou doing like little Mario skits where he fixes the plumbing and stuff. I do realize that does kind of sound
Fixes the
pornographic.
plumbing.
I realize that.
Yeah, and Saturday
This is the
Night
home for that.
Live did do a sketch where Elon Musk plays Wario, who's not guilty of killing
All right.
Mario, who's not guilty
about
of sending sexually explicit texts to the princess, or was that Luigi? Do you guys remember when Elon Musk played Wario in a Saturday Night Live sketch a couple
Dude.
months ago?
Alan,
we
your
watched it.
Only
talking
Saturday
about
Night
that on
Live,
the
I wanna
spiders
see.
was what made me interested in this YouTube channel. I have fond memories of that
This is
analysis.
Saturday Night Live to me, y'all. This is
Oh, yeah.
way
Yeah.
better.
Oh yeah.
Just calling back to a previous episode of Weaving Spiders Welcome, in which we examined Elon Musk's performance on Saturday Night Live.
An absolute classic.
This shirt
It was-
says
It gave me the creeps.
this is the original Mission Mountain Testicle Festival. And it has a very
Your audio.
wordy,
Audio again.
this is from the original Mission Mountain Testicle Festival. There's a very word steer on the front. And it says, "Come have a ball at the Branding Iron Bar in Charlo, Montana." I had to prove to Buffalo here that I have consumed a testicle.
Rocky Mountain Oysters.
Yeah.
I asked him before the show if he's ever eaten balls, and he said
I've had
he
them.
did. I've had them too. They're delicious. They're not.
I grew up in the mountains of North Carolina. We ate some weird shit.
Yeah. You have a ranching
You didn't
family,
dare.
you're going to finish it all at some point.
My dad was a pastor, so we'd have these potlucks after like church or whatever. And it was crazy because we had these stone tables. And I remember like I just did a big thing with Micah Dank about C.S. Lewis today, so it's going to be interesting when it all comes out. But they had these stone tables, like Aslan would get sacrificed on it. They would have these potlucks, and they'd bring all these dishes out. And there was this one lady, and she would bring Rocky Mountain oysters, and you had to eat it. Not just because like it was rude if you didn't. It's because my brothers would totally make fun of me if I didn't. So you had to eat it, you know.
Yeah, I've
So,
had
ate some
I've
weird
had, that, and I've had pig testicles as well.
Did you get COVID from the bat?
I didn't. I
Mhm.
didn't. But they were really good. They were both really good. I suggest everybody try a ball once in their life.
Yeah.
A
What kind
sweaty
of ball?
ball.
Sweaty
A sweaty
ball.
Oh,
ball.
there we are. There we are. Oh.
And we're back to sweaty bowls and Saturday Night Live and delicious dish.
Again, this is way better Saturday Night Live for me. I'd rather do this.
This is a much better
Y'all
show
are
than
actually funny.
Saturday Night Live.
y'all are actually funny, and the costumes look way better.
We've thrown out a lot of topics here. So, Frantic Missy, where do you want to go with everything we've thrown at you? Where do you want to go deeper? What have you got some thoughts about to share with us?
Again, I'm looking into the whole C.S. Lewis thing right now. That's like the thing that's been sparking my attention, because you do realize he died on the same day as JFK, right?
Yes. And also
November 22nd.
and
Aldous
Aldous
Huxley.
and Aldous Huxley. That is so significant. I think it's way overlooked more than it should be. It's so significant.
Things come in threes, right? That's what they always say. It was a ritualistic thing.
Yes. And then you got Kill King 33, which I haven't finished yet, but I wonder if he talks about that.
This King Kill, yeah.
Shelby Downard wrote King Kill 33, and it's a breakdown of all the geomancy and the onomancy and the significance of the JFK assassination. Yeah, so you were talking about that today with Micah Dank?
Yeah, he was in a clubhouse earlier with him, and it was rant past Chris, and we were like just spitballing, and I brought up to him, I was like, you realize that C.S. Lewis died on the same day? He never realized that. And then I brought up the fact to him that C.S. Lewis, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is about a little girl and some people, that was actually based on real life experience of C.S. Lewis, because during the Blitz in World War II, when they were evacuating London and they were shipping all the kids out to the country with relatives and people that would take them to keep them safe from the Nazis, like bombing all the buildings out. A little girl went to go stay with him, and it inspired him to write The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, right? And he based that character Lucy on that. Well, that little girl grew up to marry a man named Clement Freud, who was Sigmund Freud's grandson, who befriended Madeleine McCann's parents, lived 2 blocks away from where she disappeared, and also was a major prolific convicted pedophile after he was in the British, Parliament.
Damn, y'all. These are like
Wow.
these are like pharaonic bloodline signatures. So
They don't even care anymore. They don't even try to hide it.
Yeah. So I won't go into too much of the detail, but I've Twilight translated the title, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And it has to do with the kissing of the cat's ass and determining which you are. Are you of the ward of the state, or are you robed? Are you the royalty? It's the RH negative and RH positive.
Which directly coincides with the true story of C.S. Lewis. And by the way, he paid for her college. She became an actress, and then she married Clement Freud, right? Yeah. And like the whole thing is just, it's very weird how it's all connected. And then the Madeleine McCann thing is thrown in there. So what you're looking at, you were talking about exactly how it works in real life for these people. They don't live in reality. God bless the left. They told me California was going to fall in the ocean when I was a kid. They lied. It's still out there. And God bless the left. Which I'm not politically affiliated. If anything, I'm a constitutional existentialist, which means I believe the Constitution is a perfect set of laws and everything is connected. So let's be responsible and like be kind to each other. That's my political belief. And I think the two parties is a cult, and legit, like what they're telling you in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's not just going back to the fact that we're talking about a lion. Look at the significance, like symbolistic wise, of what the lion is. Then you have the witch, and I mean the whole Reformation thing. The Martin Luther, by the way, he loved scatology jokes. Martin Luther loved them. The Martin Luther Reformation thing, where he nailed the thesis to that was used as an excuse for them to go on a rash of witch burnings. So after the Reformation, right, you had this burning of witches and this culling of powerful females, and then you've got the wardrobe. Well, what does a wardrobe represent? Well, back in the old days, when people lived in the 1940s, they would wear the same outfit for a week. Clothing was expensive. And during the war, when you started to write that book, it was rationed. So it was valuable. And a wardrobe wasn't just a place you kept your clothes. It was a place you kept your valuables. It was a place you kept, tokens, memorabilia. And they didn't have closets because they turned all their closets into bathrooms at that point. Because they didn't have built-in plumbing. So they turned their closet. So everyone had these wardrobes, right? And they would collect these antiquity wardrobes. The one that C.S. Lewis had actually was from the 1400s. From a Flemish well-to-do family, and he ended up inheriting that. But that it was a valuable. It was a statement piece. It was like, I have money, I can afford to fill this wardrobe with things. So you got the lion, right, and all the symbolistic stuff that comes with that. Isn't that the royal coat of arms? Doesn't it have a lion on it? If I'm not mistaken.
Bada bing.
Yeah.
The lion, the witch, controlling the religion, right, and then the wardrobe, access to wealth. And they had a character that was dressed like Pan. The first character that when Lucy goes to the wardrobe is she meets Pan.
Yeah, man.
All we need is Michael Jackson in a Pied Piper costume, and the whole movie would be so fucked. Like, I'll just drop my pen.
Wow.
Brad, the tree.
Man.
That is wild.
Oh,
So
Yeah, the C.S.
that
Lewis
makes
thing
me
is a
think of-
rabbit hole.
yeah.
wow. Am I gonna like the Out of the Silent Planet again? I think I gotta go read.
Who was excited about Saturnalia? Yeah, the Pied Piper. Yep.
Look at those masks. That's rugged. Ooh,
Wow,
that's
that
so
is
fucked up.
really creepy.
That is hitting a
They
nerve.
look like little gray aliens. The kids do. With the
Yeah.
togas.
Yeah, that's how they want them to be.
That's what
Yeah.
happens
Jim,
when our kids are traumatized and separated from their souls. They just
That's
whatever.
exactly what happens.
They've got no mooring at all.
Yeah.
We are moving at such a frantic pace. I'm trying to get all the images in line ready to share on the screen, and then you've moved to the next topic. So sometimes I'm a little bit behind.
Sorry.
At this point, let's collect our dangling chads and hanging chads and pregnant
They had to be
chads
dangling,
and
huh?
all the dangling chads. Yeah.
I sent
Where
you
are
one more
we?
meme, and then I won't do it anymore. I made a meme.
No, you are
Yeah.
you are the leader of the pack. Vroom vroom, and we're trying to keep up with you, Frantic Missy.
I met him at the candy store. Nothing to see here.
I really like what you were saying about The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. There's a lot that we can get into there. I was sharing in chat that Michael Ward had written a book in which he argues that the Narniads, the seven, matches one of the seven classical planets from the medieval world.
Yep.
Is that what you were talking about with Micah Dank?
Yes, he was brain. His mind was getting blown. He's like, wait, what? He's like, he dipped. He had to leave the. He had to leave the chat to go read.
The Michael Ward book? I
No,
think it's
he's
called
looking
Planet
Micah Dank
Narnia.
He's looking
bailed and just went to
You
go
gotta look
read
at the-
instead.
Go look
Interesting.
at the astrological significance of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And this, by the way, the November 22nd is the end of Scorpio. So like he's like digging into stuff.
Yeah, while
He's-
we're on
he's
this
adorable.
topic,
You
Mhm.
guys read his book?
let's go deeper, let's go wider, let's talk about Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's such a wintertime movie, I think, for a lot of people. And then I got asked the obvious question, was The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe inspired by the Diary of Anne Frank?
It was inspired by the little girl that married, grew up to be an actress, that he paid for all of her college and all, that ended up marrying Clement Freud. That was the character inspiration for Lucy.
What? No, what was the movie called? Dreamland? The C.S. Lewis life story?
I was like, that's a Ryan Reynolds movie. Like, no, I don't think so. I think it's a Ryan Reynolds movie. I have to get my iPad. I can't even talk. I need
I'll
help.
find
Hang on.
It was a tearjerker because he married that American woman and she died of cancer immediately after, or she was dying of cancer when he married her.
What movie is this?
Yeah, what movie?
This is C.S. Lewis. It's the life of C.S. Lewis.
Oh, wow.
Um,
And Ryan Reynolds was
Also,
in it?
there's Lewis Carroll. Let's not forget, they got a lot of weirdos named Lewis back then.
Yeah, Lewis from Lewis and Clark. was
J.M.
weird.
Barrie, Lewis Carroll,
Lots of
and
weirdos.
C.S. Lewis.
Jerry Lewis. Yeah, ladies, I like them. Okay.
At least it's not Jerry Lee Lewis who married his 13-year-old cousin like he's royalty.
Ooh, yeah.
I think
Jerry
he's still
Lee
alive.
Lewis.
Is he still alive?
Jerry Lee? No, I think he died, didn't he, recently?
Dude, y'all, the Rolling Stones
The killer?
alive.
No, I think Jerry Lee Lewis is still alive, man. He's published music not very long ago.
Is he? Wow.
Hang on, I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah,
I got my
because
iPad back, so I'll check.
Yeah, I thought I saw him getting birthday wishes on one of the internet things, like what's it called? TikTok.
Jerry Lewis died
Yeah,
in
he's old.
2017.
oh, okay, so he made it a long ways.
Well, he did all those telethons. I'm pretty sure he's exhausted.
Jerry's kids.
Yeah.
Harry's kids. Now that sounds like. Now I'm thinking of Bebe's kids. Never mind. I'm gonna shut up.
I would like at this point in time. I would like at this point in time to conflate the idea of Jerry's kids over to Jerry Lee Lewis and continue it that way as we move forward, so that there's such a thing as, that we can just start the other timeline now. I just did technically.
So
that there's-
Jerry's kids versus Scott's tots from Michael Scott, the boss of The Office.
Yeah, I
Who
like
would
this idea
win?
a lot.
Who is going to go
Jerry
to
Lee
college
Lewis.
first?
Yeah.
Jerry Lee Lewis is still alive, by the way.
Let's raise money for scholarships
Oh, okay,
tonight.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Let's send kids to community colleges everywhere.
It's that cousin fucking, that underage cousin fucking. He's still alive. I mean, the Rolling Stones, same deal. Underage fucking.
Well, that's
Still
pretty much
alive.
the name of the game.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Sex and drugs and rock and roll. It's all good to me.
People make me sick.
Who did that? Who did that, Sean?
Oh, guys, I don't know because you asked. If you wouldn't ask me, I could have
Yeah,
told
you'd
you.
be like, oh, it's not Mike Nesmith.
I don't know. The way you sang it, it just made me think of Tom Waits. So all I can think of Tom Waits now. It's not,
Tom
the
Waits
way you
is
sang it,
awesome.
it put Tom Waits in my head. So now, like, I'm hearing it as, I like it already in my head better. As,
Had you-
And rock and roll.
Have y'all ever seen the movie Wrist Cutters that Tom Waits acts in?
Which
I don't
one?
think so.
Wrist Cutters. Tom Waits acts in it. He's like,
Yes.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yes.
It's based on, like, one of the main characters is also based on Eugene from Gogo
Yes.
Bordello.
Uh-huh.
Great movie.
Yep.
Great movie.
That's
Great
a fabulous.
premise.
Yep. I
Because I
love
mean,
that movie.
sometimes I think we're living in hell, and then I watch
Yes,
that
we
movie and I'm
are.
like, oh, that's what this is.
Yep.
Literally.
The only proof that we're not is that we can all still smile.
Speak for yourself.
So the C.S. Lewis, the biography movie about C.S. Lewis when he marries the
31 through, Joy, or the 30-year-old woman?
Joy. He married Joy, and she passed away in this. That was the movie Shadowlands.
She only lived for 4 years.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I thought she was going to die like almost immediately after they got married. Of course, she had 2 young boys, but I guess they needed some shepherding. But yeah, she died 4 years later of cancer. That, I'm telling you, like, just look into C.S. Lewis. There's a really great documentary on YouTube that talks about that movie's great. That talks about his life. You should check into that because it tells you like crazy stuff. Yeah, that's what's her name? Shannon Sossaman and Patrick Fugit. Yep. Great movie, by the way. The soundtrack's fantastic too.
Highly
I
recommended.
heard of that.
It's about someone who his girlfriend breaks up with him, right? And by the way, she's the hot chick from Ricky Bobby. What is it? Talladega Nights. His girlfriend in the movie, right? So he kills himself because she breaks up with him, right? He cleans his whole house, kills himself, and he doesn't go to hell. He goes to a world just like ours, just a little bit shittier.
Okay.
Like all the cars are broken down, no one can smile,
Yep,
and it's like
it's-
a purgatory.
It's purgatory for suicides.
Yep.
Specifically.
Yep.
Oh,
And
okay, that makes sense.
And he meets up with Shannon Sossaman's character, and they go on a mission to find the POC, the PIC, the people in charge, because she says she was there by mistake. She had a heroin overdose.
Right.
That's the movie, and it's great.
It's great. You remember the warp zone under the car seat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll be just like, there it goes. That's gone.
Yeah,
Just the little things. I wish it would have. If they could have had a better ending.
Mhm.
I feel like the ending could have been better. I feel like if I could
Yes.
watch the ending, then maybe
You're
we're
right.
not.
You're
I would
totally-
love to see someone redo it with a better ending.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, there could be a lot of fun Easter eggs put in something like that. We should watch that on a Friday, guys. It's worth it.
Y'all see this hat man trying to suck me in?
Come on, girl. Come on.
You're adorable.
It is. Okay, I have to say thank you to Alan Marcus for keeping that thing going, because this is a fun thing. These guys are able to do this on Friday nights and like just hang out and watch a movie at the same time and bullshit over, because Alan Marcus is hilarious in any setting. But I appreciate that you keep it going despite my lack of involvement, Alan.
You started it.
An
You keep it
invitation
going.
going forward, by the way.
What's that?
That is Mystic
expect
Nights
an
of the
invitation.
Midnight Movie.
Sorry.
You got it.
Yeah.
We'll definitely include you. Are you on Telegram?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, there's so many dang apps. I can't keep track of anything. People are like, do you have Snapchat? I'm like, they're trying to do facial recognition software. No. I mean, the only thing I even like actively, like the only thing I'm active on right now is Twitter and Instagram, but I don't even know how to use it. So it's just like, it's a mess. Yeah, I don't check my email either. I was telling Jim when I signed up for this, I was like, just text me. I probably won't check anything.
Did we catch you when you were catnapping?
Oh, screw that. Why are you doing this to me? It's two things that I can't stand. I don't feed things that look down on me physically. Like, I'm sorry. I think it's weird that their eye doesn't have any white. I don't trust that. They're not looking at you. They're just looking. Dogs, like you can tell, they're like, I'm looking at you because the whites of their eyes, you can see their eyes moving. They're looking at you. Cats are just like, fuck it, fuck you, fuck everybody. It's like this all the time. I made that meme. Isn't that right?
The vibe I get off a cat's eye is behold. That's what a cat's face is trying to say. Here I am. It is always looking, as if for you to see it.
You're right.
So I made this meme.
Behold my presence.
For the blind listeners tonight, let's describe what we're looking at here. This says the original Antifa, and there are children wearing sweaters and gas masks.
During the Blitz.
Yeah, old-timey black and white picture.
Well, they assumed that they would attack the same way they did in World War I with gas and with, mustard gas and things like that. So kids were, during the Blitz, because, keep calm and carry on, they were walking each other to school wearing gas masks during the Blitz because they didn't know what was going to happen. So this is the original anti-fascists.
Yes. There's a
Keep
lot
calm, carry on, doesn't matter how old you are. Just put on your mask and go to school. Do what you got to do.
Oh, I made a meme like that. I'll get it for you in a moment.
There's a lot to be said about imprinting that trauma at I wonder if we could go back and see like a frequency or a rhythm to the impact of that kind of terrorism.
I think it's interesting that the Queen's the one that put out those, the Crown is the one that made all those posters that said, keep calm and carry on. Now, knowing she's the head of MI5 and MI6 and, the Roman, the English church or whatever, which by the way, does anybody else think it's weird that Catholics were running those like creepy schools in Canada and not the Church of England? Anybody have questions about that? Anyways,
right,
the Queen of England, right? The King of England at the same time too, there has to be a connection between societal trauma and, victory, because for them to be like, we're going to go to work, we're going to go to our offices, they're all blown up during the Blitz, right, in London. And they were like, Hitler's not going to win. We refuse to let him upset our day or change our day. And the best way they thought they could fight the Germans is to continue to carry on and not let them get to him or bother him. So you got to wonder if the Crown had some sort of metaphysical knowledge that made that a weapon, as opposed to like us where we're like, beat each other up for toilet paper, There has to have been some secret knowledge that they had about.
You have to
that's
presume
how you
that
fight.
the whole thing went that way because they had to. Yeah, that was the way that they used their magic to choose to walk through the situation with their people, right? Pretend it's not happening. You can still see it on the British today, of course. Weirdos that they are.
It's like the new normal.
Fun fact, ABBA, they're all victims of the Nazi baby farms.
We talk about ABBA here quite
Really?
often, unfortunately.
You don't say.
What do you know about?
Yeah, I'd like to hear more about ABBA being part of a. Well, just go on. What you said is perfect.
they were the Nazis when they went to Sweden and Norway and stuff. They were setting out these because they were, that's the reason that everyone that from Sweden is so damn pretty. It's because they were engineered to be that way. Legit. Legit. They were
Sad but true, I
engineered.
know.
Yeah. Like, and it's not just them. Avicii's mom was one of them. There's a whole like stack of people that came out of that baby farm where these Nazi soldiers would impregnate, Swedish women, Norwegian women as well, in order to grow the Aryan race, right? So it was like their duty to have Nazi babies to help the Reich. And if they didn't, they would just kill them, or they'd shave their head and throw them in a camp. They actually got attacked by their own people. A lot of people were in Sweden and Norway were frustrated with these with the Nazis and how these women, they thought they were befriending them. So they'd chase them down. It didn't matter if they were pregnant or whatever. And the village people would shave their heads and leave them naked tied to a post in the middle of the town for fraternizing with the Nazis, shit like that. The underground was doing stuff like that in Sweden and Norway. But yeah, ABBA came out of that. They were both the girls from ABBA were products of that. That's why the Swedish women are hot, dude.
That's crazy.
I did not see that coming
engineering.
either, but it is. More BMW, wink. Whatever, man.
Yeah.
The Bear. Let's talk about Bear. Cyclone B. Oh, and aspirin. Oh, and Flintstones. Flintstone vitamins. Great guys.
Shit.
Great guys
Oh,
over at Bear. Monsanto, great guys.
I loved Flintstones vitamins.
Hated the
That ex-
Flintstone vitamins.
that explains a lot.
I never wanted to take them. Yeah.
I would pretend to take them. My mom would give it to my sister and me, and my sister and I would just hide them in the plant pots around the house. And then,
Nice.
then one day my mom was cleaning and she found this giant load of Flintstones vitamins in one of the plant pots, and we got in trouble. But yeah, we never.
That's great. I wish I had those Flintstone vitamins right now. Those very ones.
You should have just told. You should have told them you planted one, and these all grew in its place.
That's a great story. Though.
Monsanto loves that shit.
Well, they're big in sugar, so yeah, they're all about the sugar.
ABBA.
Oh man, do I need to show the Argus thing? I was gonna show something else that connected ABBA. Let me do the first thing first and the second thing second. So we're doing this in order. So I want to share this meme I made earlier.
I need someone like you in my life to keep me organized all the time. Because it's just I have so much stuff.
Do you have an hourly rate? Alan?
Almost died in prison. In 1984 lived to become country's first black Secretary of State. We will always remember Nelson Mandela. Died of colon complications peacefully on October 18, 2021. And this is relevant because at his funeral, they played ABBA's Dancing Queen song.
Oh, I'm sure that wasn't sexually related.
Exactly.
I mean, he was in prison, y'all. He was in prison a long time. Okay, it's natural.
So Colin Powell dies, and at Colin Powell's funeral,
that says we will always remember Nelson Mandela.
That's what we're weaving together. Because what is the difference between a Nelson Mandela and a Colin Powell? Two sides of the same coin, and we're still left wondering, where are the weapons of mass destruction?
That's the Mandela effect.
We just created
You remember it one way, I remember it another. You want to hear some crazy shit? Listen to this shit. The Mandela effect cracks me up. Here's why. Nelson Mandela was a hardened anti-Semite, right? But the first well-known Mandela effect is about the Bernstein Bears. That's got to be funny.
That is an interesting observation.
Yeah, so
beautiful.
Berenstain or Berenstein, one spelling
Either way, they
and
were Jewish,
pronunciation, yes,
Mandela
more
was
Jewish than the other.
Dancing Queen. Wow.
So some of those statements are objectively true, some of them are subjectively true, and some of them are creatively, maybe it's true. Is it a capital T truth or a lowercase t truth?
How are we going to prove the Mandela effect, right?
Well, we can prove that ABBA's Dancing Queen was played at the funeral because there is a video.
That's awesome.
And
Every single one of these funerals has had something. You had
Yeah.
the envelopes at Poppy Bush, Agent Timberwolf's funeral,
Mhm.
right? Then you had the creepy like Lindsey Graham, Huma Aberdeen, like pass off by like what is it? General Kelly was looking on. That went on at John McCain's funeral.
Yes,
And now you got the creepy.
Well, how is it that I haven't
Aberdeen.
heard the universe explode because Tom Hanks talked at Bob Dole's remembrance? Like, what the fuck clown world shit is this?
I forgot Bob Dole. A clown world where you get put in a prison in Australia, but they tell people that you're sick, and you get to kill Cappy, and nobody cares. So that world,
Yep.
Cappy, Isaac Cappy, yeah.
Straight up.
Do y'all think that he killed Isaac Cappy? Because those posts that he made were really weird. I'll just say that.
Yeah,
His
man.
Instagram posts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Very weird.
That there was what's his name? Beyond the Phoenix? Damn it! There's so many people's stuff. Something
Robert
Phoenix.
Robert Phoenix. No, it's
he was
Phoenix Enigma. It was the Phoenix Enigma.
Phoenix
I'm sure
Enigma.
it is.
That's it.
He did a deep dive on the Isaac Cappy stuff, and if y'all haven't looked into that, it's super interesting. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong or it's real or it's fake. I don't know. I'm just saying it's interesting. You know.
Me and Jimmy were right in the middle of it because we did like 2 whole episodes with Tracy Twyman on the whole thing as it was happening.
Yep.
And everything, of course, went completely mad from there.
We've had a weird couple years, y'all.
It's over the fucking top. I've been waiting all my life, and it's finally arrived. Here it is, Armageddon. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord.
Can we go around the room and ask everyone what their favorite crazy conspiracy story has been over the last like 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Whoa.
I don't know who could start. I can't think of something specific
If
yet.
someone has someone, just jump in and say it.
Okay,
I'm gonna take some time to think of one.
I'm just going to go with. Oh God, it's so hard to pick. It's either
Placenta, duh, it's you.
it's either
There we go. Good answer.
Yes.
That's a good answer. Placenta is the final answer.
It's either placenta or cat ass. Like what the fuck with toxoplasmosis and the cat ass, or fuck.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the question of
eunuchs.
what happens.
Eunuchs. What's up with the eunuchs?
Now that's a great new entry tonight to bring back. I mean, not that I haven't looked at it,
Yeah.
but yeah, what you said was to the point. We could definitely continue to study the history and the fine details of everything to do with eunuchs, and it'd just be entertaining. Be vastly entertaining to find out what we see next.
Well, when you understand your history, then you can understand what's going on now. It's all related. I'm still holding you guys' feet to the fire.
Well, it's all the myths. Like all the myths keep replaying
Yeah,
themselves.
to me, it's like the whole thing all at once. So there's no way to describe it easily. It's not one thing. It's fine. What I said earlier, I wasn't kidding at all. It's like really happening. We've been waiting our whole lives for like something to pop off, and it's all popping off at once. You know, everybody's got out their big guns and they're playing massive propaganda disinformation games all over the world, just fucking with us.
I did 3 podcasts today.
Over the
I'm
top.
Exhausted. There's
Yeah, I
too much
bet.
stuff.
Thanks for showing up. Nice to meet you.
Too much stuff.
I'm glad you came.
That's why anybody that's still asleep, like if you don't see anything and you're not questioning your reality by now, sorry, bro. Catch up
Not
when you
everybody.
can. You know,
Not everybody's gonna like, catch on. There's people that I love to sleep.
gone.
I love it. I've slept one day I slept for like 16 hours straight a couple weeks ago. I needed it, right?
Yeah.
But there's so many people that they're exhausted. Like the inflation. Everyone has to have 2 jobs. The gas is out of control. Turkey is non-existent anymore. Bacon's gone up like $10. Like people just it's this rat race, and we're just running. And if you've got like a hard job, or you've got like 2 kids and a job, you're just running constantly.
Yeah.
Soccer practice and you got a plate school. You got to have a costume for that, and you got to make sure you have lunch money. You got to have lunch, and like got to have dinner, and like You got to make sure that you go to your parents' house on Sunday. And it's just, it's nonstop shit. And so people are just worn out. So they can't see it sometimes. They're like, I just can't take that one more thing on. I can't deal with the truth right now.
So one of the things in the MK Ultra mind control handbook is they traumatize and then they keep them busy so they can't process it. And they let them, they keep them busy, traumatize them again, keep them busy because they can't process it.
Until they go Kanye.
Well, then they start filling you with other bullshit.
Yeah. I think I have one possible answer among many, and I don't know if this is quite a conspiracy theory or what's going on. The topic in general has to do with whatever whistleblowers are and WikiLeaks in general, and Julian Assange being this blonde-haired hacker boy from the Cypher Freaks and his history. Yeah, and whether he's in prison or under house arrest or what's going on with him, but that whole topic, yeah, and specifically the idea of a wiki leak, like a drip, 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 but really it's a wiki flood of information where they dump thousands of documents on you and say, here you go, here's your leak. Look at all these documents.
They do that in court cases as well.
Yep.
It's called, you overwhelm people with documents so that they can't prepare in time.
Yep. And you know what, Frantic Missy, it makes me think about what you brought up about using a quill to keep the flow. You say they call that quilling?
Yeah. They would in the Ottoman Empire, they would have these huge black dudes with no dick. How weird is that? And they would have these turbans they would wear, and they would keep a silver quill in their turban, and they would pull that out to, I don't know, whatever feminists do on the side of the road, that kind of shit, like the cup thing, where they would just, because they didn't have access to the urethra anymore.
You need an aiming stick.
Yes.
Otherwise, you got to pee all over yourself every time.
You write your name.
Or the original jab.
The original jab. Nice. Damn.
No, it's true.
So in so many Holocausts, like the original Inquisition, there was a lot of cultural psychosis fascinations with castration and castrados. And so that history is like just waiting for us to be neurotic enough. And then they flood the zone with it. And everybody's like, what the fuck with my dick?
And they loved poop jokes. Do not kid yourself. There is a song by was it Mozart or Bach? I can't remember. Called "Lick Mine Ash Nice and Clean," which is a sequel to the original, which is "Lick My Ass." And Martin Luther, he's got 99 problems, but a poop joke ain't one. He loves Catholicism. It makes sense. Germans, that's their thing. But for real, like that was considered high humor. Poop jokes.
Yeah, it was probably a huge smash when he came out with the follow-up with the second edition,
Lick mine ass nice and clean.
Yeah, nice and clean. He added nice and clean. Yeah, I've heard it. I remember. It's good.
Wait till you hear it and you go, oh my God, I know this. It's not like it's some hidden classic song.
No, it's
Lick
a good
mine
song.
ash nice and clean.
That's a sequel to his Cleveland Steamer first one? Or
Cleveland. Well, the river gets caught on fire and poop jokes abound, apparently. Cleveland's such a classy place, I don't believe that's a thing.
So,
I never
Gordy,
been there.
what's the craziest thing in the conspiracy world that you can think of right now?
Mine? I said the last 5 years. My favorite one in the last 5. Well, there's two. The envelopes at George Bush's funeral. When I die and go to heaven, the first thing I'm gonna ask God is, what the fuck was in those envelopes? What was in the envelopes? I want to know what was in the envelopes. And White Carter didn't get one. And my absolute favorite, though, the one that I really like to deep dive into, is one of my favorite stories, is a guy called the Sky King. That sold the Q4000 plane and crashed it on Keaton Island, which is like a couple of miles away from what they call the super pedophile prison, right? And the guy said, and you listen to his conversation with the air traffic control, and it is part comedy, part ridiculous. He says like he was doing loop-de-loops and barrel rolls in a Alaskan passenger plane. Yeah, you know, I played a couple video games. I'm like, that's an agent. And then the plane got crashed. He's like, I might have enough gas to go check out the Olympics. Like he's saying shit like that. And then he supposedly crashed the plane and killed himself. He's a baggage handler. Supposedly crashed the plane and killed himself, right? On Keaton Island, which if you think that these people only have, you know, pedophile islands in the Caribbean, Virgin Mobile, or in Hawaii where Obama was raised, if you think that's the only place, no, Keaton Island was one of them. And it was this private island. And literally it's within a couple miles of this super pedophile prison. I think they had an agent crash that plane so that they could get access to that island. After all, what was the first thing the FBI did when they went to Epstein's Island? They blew up all the tunnels.
Yeah.
Ghislaine her submarine license. We can't get away from that.
Damn, that guy must have been on some placenta meth.
Maybe. No, I think he was an agent. I think he was the way he was talking. If you listen to his which is on YouTube, he's called the Sky King. If you look at the conversation he had with YouTube, Richard Russell was his name. If you look at his conversation he had and you listen to it, it's like 16 minutes or something like that, maybe longer. They got rid of a lot of the original audio, so it's hard to find. But if you listen to him talk, he's like so nonchalant. Like he's not even like, he doesn't give a shit. He had to have been an agent. And the jokes he was making, well, we know they can take planes and fly them into, I don't know, buildings with what's it called? They did it 9/11. Like they knew they had that technology. What was it?
Drone planes?
Yes, but I mean, yeah, but not like, you know, when we think of drone, we think of like, I don't know, Syria. More like they can take over the controls of the plane and fly.
Oh,
it.
every commercial jet has that capability. They
had it before 9/11.
Oh,
they had it before 9/11.
We had it in 2006.
We had it, I think, in 1997 or 99.
I mean,
because,
sorry, 96. Yeah.
It was a good year.
It's been, that stuff's been perfected for decades and decades. And
at the same time, people were wearing those obnoxious Cat in the Hat hats. We could fly planes into buildings with drones.
Right.
So you're talking about this is the Boeing uninterruptible autopilot system. It's a Boeing Honeywell uninterruptible autopilot system.
Yes.
Honeywell, yeah.
Honeywell,
yeah.
Yep.
The same people that put the thermostats in your home can, I don't know, crash a plane in Malaysia, and even with heat-seeking satellites, we'll never find a thing.
Yeah.
Put a whole bunch of spooks on a plane, maybe Tupac. They said he was living in Malaysia, who knows, right? Mm-hmm. And that plane crashed, nothing was found. We have heat-seeking satellites, y'all. Nothing.
Yeah.
Oof. Gone. And the flight logs are ridiculous when you look at the names. It's like Jane Doe, John Doe, Susan Smith. It's ridiculous. But yeah, we were the government that can literally, take over planes and can make people disappear, and apparently can crash a passenger plane to have access to a creepy island. And nobody seems to talk about that part of it. They just talked about the planes, and then it went away like super fast.
That's gonna be a fun one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. I've never heard of it. I like it.
The Q400. It's the Q4000 SeaTac plane crash with Richard Russell, the Sky King. There's all these tributes to him on YouTube that are great. And
I wanted to say something about the Sky King so I don't forget. Okay, so now before that happened, threads used to come on 4chan where they would be saying Sky King over and over again, and it would have this strange data, and it also had something to do with airplanes. But I think that whole thing that they named it Sky King to cover that up, whatever that was happening on 4chan. There was people messing around on there.
Because that was an agent.
Right.
You have to remember, at this same time that this was going on with all that 4chan stuff, they were using, Call of Duty chat logs for agents to communicate with each other. Insanity.
Mark,
Interesting.
I should have worn a hat, guys. I feel like I'm left out. Like all these hat men.
It's funny because I almost always wear a hat or put something on my head, and today's one of the only times I've appeared on this show without something on my head.
This is the
It's
first one
because
I
you don't-
had with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. That's
You
true.
never put anything on
Gordy doesn't usually wear a hat. That's interesting. We traded places.
Well, you just
Gordy.
don't follow a crowd. You're cool without
I wore a man
a
bun.
crowd. Man bun.
I'd follow this crowd right here anywhere.
Well, let's just say it's a bun.
That- dude, it's so insane. Have you guys, if you see the footage of this plane doing loop barrel rolls,
He got mad.
That's a
why
pretty
did someone
picture.
make a documentary about Tiger King? Someone should make a documentary about this shit. Like, this is brilliant. It has everything: drama, humor.
I love the
Passenger
looking away,
planes.
Oh,
sad
wait.
Wojak.
This isn't the guy.
That image right there. Oh God. he's like, I got feelings, man. They won't hire me because I'm white.
Yeah, please submit your Sky King memes on the Weaving Spiders welcome Telegram chat, please.
Oh my God.
That's nice. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a great little, like, that's my favorite story. Like, other than the envelopes, they're both awesome, to be honest. And that's one nobody like thinks about or checked into. It's like because it was there for like a second, then it was gone. You know.
Incredible stuff.
He also previously was he worked at a bakery. So you had all these people that were like in the Isaac Cappy and what was the other guy? The vegan Mikey.
Vegan Mikey,
crew.
yeah.
Yeah. They were like, oh, voodoo donuts. Like, nah, like you guys are crazy. There's all these like tangents that went off on that. So I think that's one of the reasons that like it shut down, because people were like, this isn't what people think it is. But if you that's when you look at the maps, like look at the map, look at where he wrecked, look at where he took the plane, look at where he's doing the activity with the loopy-loops, and then look at where this super pedophile prison is, and you're like,
I have
whoa.
a question here.
What did it have to do with the voodoo donuts?
They were
He,
stretching it.
Trafficking.
Yeah, Richard Russell, used to be a baker or whatever before he became a passenger, what is it? Baggage handler. So people were trying to say, people took it, they did what they always do, and they took the facts and they ran with it. So people were like, I don't even want to look at any of this anymore.
I want to circle back and then clarify some of the ideas that we were going through in the last like 2 to 3 or 5 minutes. You're mentioning this idea of information overload and the documents. There's so many documents, we can't possibly get through all the documents. And then you mentioned something about, I don't know who, I'm just going to say you and then assume you know who said what to clarify the ideas. Okay, so Sky King, something being posted on 4chan, something being flooded with this meme over and over and over again. And then there's this technique in hacking or that sort of subculture where you take a black sheet of construction paper, put it through a fax machine, and then send it to corporate offices or government agencies or any public fax number that you wanted to flood. You'd put a black piece of construction paper through it, and it would black them out.
Oh,
So then you have, hold on, Slick, I'm talking,
Yes,
buddy. Let
brilliant.
me get this idea out.
Only I get to interrupt.
Yes, correct. So during this period of time, we also have this idea of BLM. BLM stands for the Bureau of Land Management. There's a lot going on with Bureau of Land Management at this time. Also, BLM standing for Black Lives Matter. So during a time in our recent history, timeline, chronology, social media sharing, it was suggested that during this period of time, everybody blacks out their profile photos. So you would post black pictures on your Instagram feed, on your Twitter, on your social media. You'd change your avatar, your profile photo to a black image. You'd black yourself out. You'd use hashtag BLM. You'd black out all the BLM talk. At the same time, when people were searching for BLM in terms of the Bureau of Land Management, when the Bureau of Land Management was going through some interesting transitions, contracts with technology providers,
Yeah.
creating a system of communications, going through new contracts with these different companies. The Bureau
What
of Land
What do
Management.
they do? What do they do exactly? Like, what are they?
Oh,
like, what is it
they're
responsible for?
they're your resource management. So in America, we have all these national parks, maybe a missing 411 connection there. You have all this state land or public land or like something like the Grand Canyon. So the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, manages the land
Can you
during
spell
the
Baru for
same.
me?
Oh, good question. How do you spell Baru? I would
Bureau
spell
is
like
hard to spell.
Berean,
I
like
think
It's
like
bureau.
bureau.
Yeah.
Bureau.
Baru.
Does he know how
I
to?
like
Baru?
Baru though.
I know. I like Baru.
B-
That's why I wanted you to keep saying.
Nibiru.
Bureau.
Oh, there's a T-shirt you
Bureau.
can make right there. The Baru. What's the 411? Ask the
So,
Baru.
Well,
That's the Baru.
I guess
Take down a
the,
shoe. They
Biru.
just found a
Say
shoe. I don't
Biru.
know.
I guess the punchline though is that the BLM is under Homeland Security now.
Yeah.
Jim, I sent you a mail
Yeah.
about the
Shell,
BLM.
shell game.
How do you say Baru?
Bureau.
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 Jizz Lane. It's Jizz, Jizz Lane, LA. Jizz
All
Lane.
I know is BLM, and BLM is blacking out all of my search results when I'm looking for BLM contracts or BLM news or government news related to the Bureau,
Bureau.
Nibiru, Ibaru, Hebrew, Ibaru.
Nibiru. What?
You're getting closer. You're getting closer.
Am I hitting something yet? Have I got a bingo yet? Are we there yet?
It's funny. Did
Nibiru
anybody
is
explain bingo to Missy? So we have an offer to all the people watching the show to create their own bingo card and their own rules to what it really means to play bingo as a group on your own. So they submit it before the show, and then people try it. You know, it's got everything on there from whether or not you're going to mention placenta, or someone's going to put a cat on screen, or take a book off of the shelf, or et cetera,
Someone
et cetera.
mispronounces an easy word.
Just generate
Good
your
luck with
bingo
that,
card based.
Deadpool, y'all. I'll probably take it everywhere.
But
I
I haven't
prefer
submitted the
drinking
card yet, but I
games.
intend to.
Well, that ties
I'm
into our
gonna-
show last week too. We had the
Gordon's got
title.
the first prize in his hand.
The
there.
title was Blackout Kaput, and we had
can you
someone
put it up
on
on
our
the
live
screen, the
stream.
winner?
Blackout.
That's
Not
the
white.
winner?
We're gonna get to that.
Oh, okay, no
Culture.
rush.
We're trying to take a 5-dimensional ID, 5-dimensional idea, and then put it into a 2-dimensional form where there's an order of operation. Things need to go from A to B to C to.
I'm gonna be lame and take a second to show you something that I'm working on. This is a 5-dimensional painting I made. Okay,
Nice.
and I'm gonna use this as I've been using this as an aid.
Jim,
to
can we
explain to
full
people
screen Missy?
where that's at? Okay, now the reason this is 5-dimensional is you've got your length, width, height, right, on the canvas, right? When I dropped the paint on it, I timed it, right? So at different times, you have different things, right? And in different locations, things moved across the painting. It's 5D because I filmed the whole thing as I was making it. Time,
Nice.
place, yeah, 5D painting. It's like a silly art thing, but I just think it's a great way for people to understand, because when you say 5 dimensions, people get confused. Our time travel movies, don't get me wrong, these are not the roads that you're looking for or whatever it is, right? Johnny Be Good, whatever, completely got that wrong. My Parkinson's is not doing great for Michael J. Fox, but they did get the part right where when he goes back in time and he's at the same location, right? That's the only time travel movie that actually gets it right. The other ones are I time traveled, now I'm in this whole different place. I'm gonna go punch Hitler or whatever. But that's not how it works. You have to be in the same. You don't travel through time to another location. That's fifth, right? So at least the 80s got that right when it comes to time travel movies. I wish someone would make. They do have a little cartoon where they explain the 10 dimensions, and they explain it in a cartoon form, so it makes it really, really easy. But I still rewind it 10 times, so I'm I don't get anything past 7.
Yeah, Jim showed me that. First person showed me that, I
one.
think.
Here's your deceased self. Is it deceased self? pretty fun.
Yeah, that seems right.
Deceased.
Did anybody have 5D? Anybody have 5D? No big nose?
I have VR. Does that count?
It might be on somebody's. It might be on somebody's. But,
I wanted to mention that to you guys. Whoever does the movie night, you can do that in like Alt Space VR, by the way, and people can join it 2D on their computers. And you can like you can have a movie room where you set up a movie and everyone can join. And either you can join with your VR, avatar, or you can come in on your 2D computer as an avatar. So people can actually be in the room with you, have conversations while the movie's playing. It's pretty cool.
on which?
Alt Space
platform?
VR.
Alt Space
Alt
VR.
Space VR. Yep. Microsoft recently bought it. So
Oh, well.
Can you do it with just like
hopefully
a
no
cell phone
viruses.
and those cheap VR glasses? Or do you have to have like bought glasses?
Just use your regular computer and do it in 2D. So you can like play the movie, set up a room, and like join in 2D on the computer, or you can go in your VR headset like a nerd.
Some people come VR otherwise, right?
I'm obsessed with like my VR headset. I play Catan
So
on it, like a
what do you
dork.
have? I've been considering getting one to sculpt with it, and I'm sure that's really just an excuse for my brain to finally have the most awesome video game that's ever been known to man and mess with it, But what are you using? Are you mostly just playing games, or what are you doing with it?
I like to play Settlers of Catan, which is like a nerd game. The Germans invented it. There's no poop jokes, but it is great. They have a lot of wood and wheat and sheep, and like people it's fun, and you get to play with people from all over the world.
That sounds like fun,
so it's like a VR, like 3D, like
adult Animal Crossing.
Yeah, well, no, it's like Risk, right? But
okay,
it's a strategy game. Yeah, so like you have to collect resources and take over territory, and like you have to build roads and establish settlements, and like whoever gets the most settlements or the most points first wins, victory points. You can create the largest army. It's really fun. Settlers of Catan. You can actually get the box version of it, which I started playing like years ago. We used to have cigar parties. And
I think I've seen the box. I've never played the game, but yeah, I've seen it at people's houses. So
I know I'm cute and blonde, but I'm a big freaking nerd, like big nerd. So I love Settlers of Catan. I have an accordion within. I can reach an accordion right now if I wanted to. Nerd.
Well, do it. Come on, we want to hear some accordion music. What do we got to collect? No.
It's my travel one. My good one's inside in a big case. I have 5.
You have 5 accordions?
That's
fantastic.
That's awesome.
That is
So
awesome.
what's the difference between them? Are some of them like higher octaves or like double octaves and stuff like that, or?
No, they're better quality
like
because you've got your keyboard based accordion, and then you've got your button based accordion. Like for example, like I have a trap. Y'all have to play that. It's so much fun. And again, you can do that in VR, so you can like set up a room, play with anybody you want. It's super fun. We're not going to play accordion. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to drink and then I'll think about it later. The other thing that's really fun in VR is the Alt Space VR program is fantastic. People build all these elaborate worlds. For example, my favorite one, someone built a Bohemian Grove museum world.
Oh, interesting. Cool.
And
cool.
used all the documents and like flyers and stuff. And the entrance of it was Officer from South Park, the cop. And he's like, nothing to see here, keep moving along. And it's like George Bush going by in a JFK going by in a convertible. And like, it's the Bohemian Grove music. Yes. Walter Cronkite's voices. Oh,
now you're tempting me. That sounds like fun.
So, yeah.
I mean, I need to build one of these things. We need to build one.
People build all kinds of worlds. They build like where you can go you go in the actual solar system and like experience going through the solar system. But it's also weird because, again, talking about like the ghost dead stuff, I think that whatever it is that is dark out there has some sort of hold on technology. I mean, granted, our iPhones, Apple iPhones, right, the fruit of the tree, right, the poison fruit, right, the bite out of it, and then on top of it, it's a black scrying screen. So I think they have like some control over it. And in Alt Space VR, someone made a room where you can connect with your dead ancestors or family, and it's creepy as hell because like people were like trying to channel through, but they're not people. They're avatars. And by the way, you don't have any legs, so there's a lot of Lieutenant Dan jokes, like a lot.
It sounds
like magic legs.
It sounds like fun.
It's super fun. A lot of people go in there and they go to the campfire because it's like the social area, but they also have talk shows in there. There's this guy that does the worst talk show ever, and he talks about like he's like fat shaming. Is it a thing? I think you should lose weight. And just people go nuts. Like they have, yeah. They have
Hey,
like parties
Jim.
in there.
Sorry to interrupt you. Jim, if we're bringing the show back ever, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go into the goddamn metaverse with it.
You have to.
Okay, I'll shut up now.
Oh wow!
Remember, Facebook
That's a big
is now
idea.
Meta, and their crypto code is manna, like from heaven, like the shit they put in the ark.
Right.
Nothing to see here. Just drinking water.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Mark Zuckerberg's a weird guy, dude.
I don't know if I want to get involved in that garbage again. Facebook.
Crypto? Oh, it's been a bad couple weeks.
Oof.
Crypto's been bad. Am I the only one who's been losing their ass?
No, you're not alone. Everyone's losing their ass if they're holding crypto right now.
Dude, it sucks. I'm in the Cash Daddies like.
Don't forget to use your
being
diamond hands right now. Diamond hands. Don't sell anything. Don't freak out and bail.
Or as Alex Jones says, I'm a gorilla. I'm a gorilla. Yeah, I'm not gonna sell. Although I have been using my Bitcoin to legally gamble on my phone. That's super fun. I'm like, I really should stop doing this. It's a bad habit. I spent like $300.
Look at you gambling.
My ads. I could win.
It works, man.
I won
Yeah,
like
I know.
$2,000. I made more money gambling with my Bitcoin than I did with Bitcoin.
Hey, that's good though. I mean, I know it doesn't seem good, but it is good. That shows you're kicking ass with it. Not afraid, you know. I mean, that's
Yeah.
I know people bailing off and stuff. I don't have a huge
position.
Yeah, I don't have a huge position or anything, so I don't care. I'm gonna let it ride for life, you know. I don't see any reason to sell, you know.
Well, I got into the Mana, the metaverse stock when it was at $1.10.
Yeah.
So I went hard in the paint. Like I went deep in that. So, and then I sold some of it off because I was like, I freaked out because I was like, oh God, like, you know, it's going to go back. And I was like, you know what? There's a time in life when you get to tell Mark Zuckerberg, I'm not afraid of you. And I don't care if you can't drink water like a normal person. And yes, you may be an android. And yes, it's weird you speak Chinese, but I will hold this shit until it's $20. And then I'll sell.
And while we're
Not
talking
get
about
one over on me again.
God bless
Well,
America.
while we're talking about holding it, we have been moving at a frantic pace. We're approaching about a 2-hour mark in this long-term stream.
we already?
So we do want to move towards an intermission so we can have a little break for everyone on stream. And that's kind of where we're heading towards. The stream will continue. We're going to put up some interstitial art and ask an important question. And we will continue in part 2. Does anyone have anything to say before we go to an intermission?
I would lie and say I'm not always like this, but I'm always like this. Sorry,
I just
if I
wanted-
haven't talked too much.
I just wanted to make sure everybody realized that we went from talking about Lion Witch in the wardrobe to really getting stuck on Bureau for a minute. Something happened there. That's some kind of important thing.
Oh, good catch.
Oh,
Bureau.
Bureau. The Bureau. No, it's a, hey, you guys don't if you're surprised by how Alan pronounces it, you got to go look at guys on Baltimore on YouTube and see how they talk. You know, because he doesn't have that. There's a little tiny bit of an accent there, but man, you should see these guys. If you've never looked up these black guys from Baltimore trying to
We're
say
going to
their
have to
R's
watch
and
a
W.
Pink Panther movie soon.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great one.
It's a good idea.
Yes.
Who is the inspector in that movie?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, there it is.
Rousseau,
Dude,
yeah, Rousseau.
you should alternate
nose
between
is
a
fine.
movie and a documentary movie.
Now there's an idea,
Oh,
documentary.
There are no limits to this thing. Right? To crazy,
Master P.
weird bullshit. This is.
Na-na-na.
What did you make me watch? What was that turd nugget you made me watch, Alan? What was it called?
It's a fever
Steve,
dream,
made-
man. If you're not keeping a movie viewing journal, I can't even tell you if it was real or not.
I've already made a list. I would love to watch something like I Pet Goat 2 with you guys in VR. That'd be
Yeah.
fun.
Hey, there
Yeah,
might be
that's
a
cool.
cat basket case series coming up. Who knows? A festival. a basket case festival.
We've been trying to watch Idiocracy for the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, and it never
and
works.
then we watch something else. Not because it's just we go with the flow.
Yeah.
We go with the flow. And the flow is saying maybe now's a good time to have an intermission
It
and
is.
take a break. And we will be back in about 3 minutes.
When we come back, I have a very good flow story for us.
Jim. There, I'll make sure to. Now, how do you do this and turn off your camera?
Comes the question.
Jim, I think we're gonna head out of here.
We got an early start in the
We
morning.
gotta
I ran him off.
We got to drive to Utah tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thanks for popping in. It's always great.
Yeah, happy to see you guys.
Before y'all go, how's your new place? Everything settling in good? Like, you probably like. It's probably been a rough couple months, right?
I mean,
did you get chickens?
The start was rough. It's so funny. We actually went down to Preston today to talk to someone about getting chickens and ordering them. So we're in the process. I don't know if we'll have them. Like,
DM me your address and I'll send you some cool books on that.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
All right. Right on. Thank you.
I'll message you on Twitter.
Yeah, we got to connect soon too to get you back on.
Yeah, let's do a live stream.
I might be going to Vegas, like right after Christmas. So if you guys are closer to there, you're welcome to come hang out. It's gonna be me. Alex Stein might come. My buddy who did a documentary about the Vegas shootings, he's gonna be there. We actually celebrated the end of the world. He was with me when everything shut down in Vegas, and I got stuck there for like days. The Big Dumb Podcast guys might come. A whole bunch of people. We're talking about having like a weird conspiracy meetup in Vegas, like right before New Year's. So
wow, that sounds pretty
close.
cool.
You got time. It's not far, you know.
I don't know, how far is Vegas from us?
It's
quite a drive.
Like 12
Just get in the car and put,
It's like 10
put the
hours
gas
here,
and just
probably.
go. There's no time. It's not even. We're gonna know year it is. Okay, it's gonna be fine.
Yeah, right. What day is it? But yeah.
According, which calendar are we looking at? Because you know the military operates under the Julian. So and the rest of us is Gregorian. So who knows what year it is? Who knows what time it is?
So true.
But yeah, y'all are welcome to come meet up. DM me your address though, and I'll send you some books about some chickens.
For sure.
We'll do
For
that.
sure.
Thank you, Missy, so much.
Definitely.
It's so nice to see you guys. Sorry I
It's good
talked too
seeing
much.
you. No,
I'm
you're
sleeping
good.
like ugh. I got up at 5 a.m. So
All right. Well, you guys
feel
enjoy
guilty.
your night.
Take it
Yeah,
easy.
take care. See ya.
have a good night.
All
Drive
right.
safe.
Yeah, we'll talk to you soon.
See, if I had time to drink before I came on here, it'd probably be a lot more normal. I'm just exhausted, y'all.
You can run off. And
Really
grab a
tired.
drink if you like, you've got one in the kitchen or another room, or stay as long as you like. Pretty laid back.
Speak for yourself. I get nervous when I'm on with new people. And then on top of that, like I'm sleep deprived and I've been running all day and I probably have way too much caffeine. And it's just sorry, I'm like not usually this hyper. So just out of it, you know.
Well, we encourage all of the goofiness that you can bring to the table anytime.
Well, this is the one that I get to act up on. The next time I'll be quiet.
Oh, you're definitely invited back.
I want to do the movie night thing with y'all. I've been trying to get people together forever to do a live critique of different movies from conspiratorial like perspective, like conspiracy night, where we go over like I said, I Pet Goat 2 is a great one to start with. We like all go over the symbolism of it, like watch it and like pause it and like discuss it, and do like a live review or something like that. Another really great one that I know it sounds cheesy, but it's really great as a conspiracy theory movie, Josie and the Pussycats. That's a really good one, believe it or not. Have you seen it? Dude, they talk about the Chinese people come in and they're like, they how to put this? Okay, so they take rock stars, right? And if they don't comply with like, letting them put subliminal messages over their music to sell people stuff like, you know, pink shirts and Big Macs and it's advertising everywhere. It's very well done. And then it turns out there's a secret organization of the government that is controlling music, right? And controlling the artists. And it's being run by the corporations, and the Chinese people are involved. And it's like a secret, like an MK Ultra Mockingbird Media like project where they force people to buy stuff subliminally without them realizing it. And when the band catches on, they kill the band. And they're like, we've got a hit show. But what happens to these people when they don't comply? And it's like, what is it? What is it? The music show where they kill everybody? Like MC Hammer's like, you know what I'm talking about? What's it called? Fuck me, I'm so tired. Behind the Music.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Everybody dies.
Like, we've got a hit show that tells you exactly what happens to these people. Like Leif Garrett and shit, you know? 3 Dog Night. Ooh. Ooh, that one was bad.
I think I might have seen the clip of that scene in the movie.
I know it sounds cheesy, but it's really good, and all the music was written by the chick from Letters to Cleo, so the songs are really good. And it's a conspiracy theory movie.
Nice.
Parker
Sounds good.
Posey, is Parker Posey in it?
Yes, she is.
Yes. It looks good.
Not in a pillbox hat though. So it's gonna be okay. That movie's fucked up. What was that with where she plays Jackie O? And she
Oh, I haven't
dresses
seen
up all the time. Yeah, she won't change out of the Jackie O costume. What was that movie? She's fantastic.
She's pretty awesome.
She plays the villain. And it's who else is in it? He's in a bunch of different Broadway plays. It's a great cast. I know it sounds cheesy though. It got a bad rap.
How's the intermission going?
Somebody peed.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear it on microphone?
No.
Do we have
No,
a,
I just
a
assumed.
hot mic, a wet mic, a soggy
No,
mic?
what, Mike?
An
No,
open
no.
You
mic?
gotta say that for the
Good mic.
OnlyFans portion.
Hear each one of us pee. Make
Eat a
jump to
cheeseburger while
fan.
peeing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we get a lot of people who are wanting to watch the show, and when it gets to be like 5 hours long, we have to break it down so they can say, okay, I watched all the way in the 2 hours, and I can go to sleep in the morning.
What's
they'll wake
weirder,
up.
that they watch 5 hours of this, and the fact that you have to break it up and they tell you that I watched it. Like,
That's
I
the
watched
only
it
way.
all,
Right?
man.
Yeah.
That's how you win bingo. We got some
Yep,
bingo
that's-
winners that we got to announce.
What do you
too.
win?
The first prize is a baseball that Gordy Two Shoes is holding up in front of the camera right now. Other prizes are to be determined, up to and including me yelling at you for 20 minutes. It's a one-time offer.
Will you wear the hat?
Yeah. Who know? I mean, you'll have to like win the prize and find out what happens when you turn on your mic and your camera, and it's yell time.
Who's your baseball? Are you like, where's my baseball? Like, what happened?
No, it's a buttery baseball. It's got a backstory. It's got a piece of butter on it.
Collector's item.
It has all the butter. It's infinite butter.
So it's worth like $20,000 now with inflation, right?
It's just like it's just like an NFT,
It's
except
like an
for
NFT.
it's real. Except for it's real.
It's
That's
a
the difference.
thing.
It's a real thing.
So it's a fungible token. It's just a.
That's right. It's very
NFT.
fungible. You should, if you hit it really hard with a bat, you should see the slow motion footage. It's amazing how fungible it is.
I will play bingo with you. This is what I want to win. I want a custom made, legit, like mixed tape or CD. That's what I want.
Yeah, that's a great prize. That's easy
Oh,
for
a
me to
great
pull off.
prize.
I just got
Amazing.
some tape decks even recently, so I could make tapes and burn some CDs.
You
That's
want
Oh,
a
it's
cassette
no
tape?
nickel-
Because the '90s are
No,
the
no.
'90s are back. In case if you've been shopping at Kmart, you know that the '90s are back because it's wow,
Not back.
it's wow.
It's been out of business forever.
I know,
Kmart.
but that broke ass shit is back in my face because I remember wearing it when I was a teenager, and now it's all over again. And it's like, dang it, it's happening to me. I'm becoming old. The old fashions are coming
Kmart
back
still
around.
exists. I think Kmart still exists in like. There's a country that it still exists in. I want to say it's like.
You know, there's no way that you can't get rid of it. You know, little Asians in small countries will just start up Kmart's all over the place. You'll have to go
If
get
you-
lawyers to make them stop.
If you add 2 Ks to it, people will get rid of it really fast.
That's true. That's true. That'd be scary if you converted every known past Kmart store into a huge KKK store and just put it
Let's
all up
go.
in art, you know.
Let's call the Catholic Church. They got the game plan on how to do that.
If KKK was a franchise, you could stop and get your donuts and your coffee.
It is. It's called the Kardashians, but then they added 2 more.
We do have a few questions here. We've made some interstitial slide art for our intermission. And Weaving Spiders Welcome Wonders. Did mother eat my placenta?
Y'all have to explain to me the placenta thing. I wasn't here for that one.
Well,
Where do we begin with the idea?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Other people do it. I had this kid in high school named Jess, and his mom did that because she was a weird hippie.
Cool.
And we made
yeah.
fun of him every chance we
Okay.
got for that.
Hold on.
Probably gave him a complex.
Pause for a moment. Did I just hear a
Okay.
confirmed case
Yes.
of a mother in America who gave birth to a child and then ate
She
the
stir-fried it.
placenta?
She stir-fried it.
Fried. Wow.
I can't even make this shit up.
Was it
Hey, can we get the kid on the
cooked
show, you think? Who will he
in
come
any way?
talk to us?
The placenta, was it raw, uncooked?
No, she stir-fried it.
She cooked it up.
Seriously?
My
She
friend
cooked it?
Jess in high school had a baby sister, and he was a lot younger than him. He was like 16 when his baby sister was born, and his mother stir-fried and ate the placenta.
Wow.
Cool.
And we made fun of him. We
Of course.
did not let up. We gave him a complex.
Wow.
Like, it was bad. He
Was he
became like a
sweet?
weird hardcore kid after that. He had feelings, I guess. I don't know.
Was it? Did he put off sun?
Uh,
Did he put
Okay,
off-
so let's go back a few episodes and try to lay it out brick by brick, Lego by Lego, whatever it is, the idea of the placenta, and where did this thought form in the Weaving Spiders Welcome Universe arise from, and how do we get to this moment where we have a guest who confirms she knows a mother she knows a friend who knows some. Okay.
Yeah,
We got to
yeah.
unravel this.
Yeah.
This is brilliant.
well, we might have to review footage to find out who mentioned it first.
Going
bet-
back,
I was
we
gonna
were.
say it's Gabriel. It's got to be Gabriel. that
It's got to
mentioned
be.
it
Well,
first.
Right?
I know that I
Chance.
had mentioned placenta casserole, and that became something
Mhm.
that we kept
Stir fry.
repeating.
That's how it's done.
Yes.
I think that was the first time you and I
Yes.
were on together, Alan.
This kid had a weird
Oh.
hippie mom. Like, she would like try to get us to do acid with her, and we're like, I'm 15.
Ah, the good old days.
For me, it goes back to a Tracy Twyman video in which she describes Cathars and cat worship.
Mhm.
This group of
That's right.
people
I'm
known as the
talking about-
Cathars
Mhm.
would
Right.
worship cats. They would somehow hold them in a very high regard. They would hold the cat's tail in a high regard and then kiss under the tail. So that's how we got to Cathars and Catholic cat hole liquors.
Calling bullshit on that one.
Well,
That
this
sounds
this
like bullshit. What's
this is-
next? Jesus is because people took mushrooms.
this
Santa
this
as
is the
well.
weaving
Wah,
this
wah,
is the
wah,
weaving of
wah.
ideas.
This is-
So then the
Those
idea
are
was
really mushrooms, guys. Woo.
I told a story in which I saw a mother cat give birth to kittens, and I described the process of giving birth to the kittens, seeing the kittens, seeing all the birth fluids and everything that was out of the mother cat. And then really quickly, all of it is cleaned up and it's gone. So the cat had eaten everything, licked it clean, and all the kittens were sleeping and napping and suckling and just happy kittens. So then it was like, okay, there was a placenta, it's gone. And then we went with the idea of when a mother is in labor and giving birth in a modern hospital, there's a lot of extra material that emerges from the womb and then it's gone. So what happens to the placenta? Is the placenta sold on a black market? Is there a value of a placenta? Is someone making money off of the placenta and the what's that thing where your belly button is attached to?
The
Umbilical cord and all
The
that.
umbilical
Yes.
cord. And yes, they
Yeah.
do. They
Yeah.
do profit off that. When I had my son,
Yes.
they asked me
Oh,
if I
yeah.
wanted to put it
Mhm.
into a storage, the
Yep.
the umbilical cord
Yep.
for the stem cells in case my kid ever got cancer.
Yeah.
Right. So we were asking the question in our line of research, we wanted to confirm what happens in a modern birth, in a modern hospital, to the placenta. Is the placenta immediately claimed by the hospital? Does a mother sign a contract with the doctor before the birth to say that
Yes.
anything that isn't the child
Yes.
that comes out of the womb is property of the hospital?
No, you have a birthing plan beforehand, and like it's in writing and all. As a matter of fact, my mom almost tackled a couple nurses because my son was born. We agreed that we weren't going to give him any vaccines until he was at least 6 weeks, and they were trying to. They brought my I had an epidural, so I couldn't get up and like defend myself. And my mom like went behind and like was like, "You're not giving him a vaccine. They were trying to give him a vitamin K shot and a hepatitis B shot the moment he was
Yeah.
born, because you know hospitals." But yeah, it's in the birthing plan that they actually take the placenta and the umbilical cord and they freeze it in a like a cryo locker, and they keep it on file for you. So if you have your son ends up having leukemia or any kind of cancer as a child, they have that so they can use that to help with the therapeutics. They don't have to do a bone marrow scrape, and you pay like $500 and they put it on file for you.
Yeah.
And it's mine. I can go pick it up at any time I want and make it into stir fry if I wanted to.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Freeze dried stir fry.
Mhm.
Right.
Well, they do that shit in Mexico, right? That you go down to Mexico and like they take those stem cells and give people like to Panama as well. And now they're doing child blood transfusions into adults
Yep.
in Mexico now.
Yep. Top dollar.
Yeah, sticking
I'm sure it
to the
doesn't come with
topic
Uyghur
of
Muslims.
placenta, sticking to the concept of placenta, we also asked the question then, if mammals, like a cat, we can witness the mother cat consuming the placenta, does that balance the hormones of the mother cat? And then, extrapolating the idea further, if a human mother consumes her child's placenta, will that balance her hormones? Will that affect her biology and physiology and the milk that she produces for the child?
That's why Jess's mom consumed the placenta. It was to help with the colostrum, which is like the first milk that comes out that the baby needs, like to give it like your own immunities when you're born.
Yes.
It helps to like accentuate that. And it's actually a practice that's been going on. Native American communities mostly participated in that. The Inuit communities, because they weren't getting the necessary nutrition that they needed because they were hunter-gatherers and they didn't get all the vitamins and minerals and stuff they needed. So that was a way for them to supplement a newborn mother. Plus, like nothing went to waste back then. When did you experience kittens giving birth? Like what happened with that? my headphones went out and it tried to go to my speaker that's upstairs. So
I'm not against hearing the backstory, Alan, if you're willing.
How
I am
many
gonna
layers
one-up
deep do we
you.
go?
I'm going to one up you. So please tell me your story.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh wow.
If you remember.
Oh, I
Wanna
remember
remember?
vividly lots of details, and that's why I brought it up in this conversation about possible placentas and.
How old were you?
Growing up, there would be a lot of stray cats in the neighborhood, and children in the house would be like, oh, it's a stray kitten, let's take it in and nurse it. So we'd have cats around all the time, and none of them were spayed or neutered, so there was a lot of pregnancies with different cats. So we'd see a lot of births of cats and kittens, and it was just something we were, as children in my household, aware of, but we didn't really think in terms of, oh, there's a kitten, there's a placenta, there's amniotic fluid, There's all this covering. But we were aware and told to leave the mother alone. When she goes into her nest, when she goes away, when her stomach is huge, and she goes away, put a water bottle there, put a bowl of water there, but then get out of the way and stand back and don't bother the mother.
Cats are so fucked. They go off in the woods to die alone. Every other animal's like, I need comfort. I'm giving birth. And then cats are like, fuck you, bitch. Just give me a water bottle. Get the hell out of my way. That's so funny. They're so awful. I'm sorry.
Right. So we were comparing and contrasting a cat giving birth to a female human mother giving birth, and we were making that same conclusion that you just arrived at. A mother today is comforted, drugged. How many different drugs is a mother offered in a hospital setting to numb pain?
Not a lot, actually. I got an epidural, which like they put a needle in my spine that keeps my legs from feeling anything, but no drugs. They don't offer you drugs anymore.
Okay. I've never given birth. This is a mystery to me. It's the mystery of life.
If you're in pain, you have to wait until you finish giving birth, and then they'll give you medicine. But you don't want to take the medicine because then they'll take your child to the nursery, and they'll be like the ones that bond with your child. So you have to just power through it.
Yeah, but frequently there's Pitocin involved nowadays, and they really push that program pretty aggressively because they want the baby to come out on their schedule. And that's highly destructive to their birth chart. You know,
There's more to that than that you don't realize. Do you understand that Black women have a shorter gestation period than white women? By up to 2 weeks?
Yeah.
That's why they do that. Because they want to, because hospital environments, that's how you end up with like, so many Black women have complications. They have, where they bleed out. They have high blood pressure, where their blood pressure goes through the roof. It causes all kinds of complications because they give them drugs. They give birth at the time they want them to, so they can go in the hospital and like drop the baby. Also, because a lot of them don't have insurance, and it's to keep up with. Because if you have too many anomalies, and it's on that divide, doctors aren't taught about those anomalies. 13% of the population, cut that in half, 6% of the population, right, has an anomaly. So they just don't report it. And if you talk about it, you're racist. So they just, they don't give Black women the proper care. There's so many complications with Black women having babies. It's ridiculous.
If Weaving
Black
Spiders
people I know don't go to the
Welcome
hospital.
ever has planned a Christmas nativity baby Jesus episode, this is it. I think we're going to have to talk about virgin births and all of that.
Yeah, that's
what happened with Mary's placenta? I want to know.
What happened to the Christ child's placenta?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Who in this story,
well,
of the birth
was there even one
of the Son of God,
Yep.
received baby Jesus's placenta?
Maybe rainbows just came out. Maybe the pigs ate it. Who knows?
No, that's okay.
The immaculate conception and the virgin birth, but the mystery of the placenta remains.
This might help somebody win bingo anyway. Okay, you guys gotta, everybody gotta get this book. It's called The Super Gospel. It's by a guy named Robert Farrell, and what it is, it's all of the Gospels stories, no matter what category they fall into, according to the church canon of any kind. It's all of them perfectly compiled. It took him 7 years, and in here there's a story of Mary. After she gives birth, the way the story goes is like this: they're getting ready to have the Christ child, and the midwife is late, and so they go up on the road and get a different midwife, and like it goes through this whole thing about how the midwife who was missing and late wanted to doubt and test it all, and so she gave Mary an exam, and then her hand shriveled up from having
yes.
And then they use, I think she used Jesus' bathwater to heal the woman's hand.
That's in the Deuteronomica, or maybe it's the Apocrypha. You can get all those online for free, by the way.
No, yeah, it's just amazing what he did, and it goes with what we're talking about. It just made me think, of the doubting doula with the shriveled hand. Thomas's twin, the doubting doula.
Lesbians weren't a thing in biblical antiquity. So
that's hella funny.
So I believe that Mary did eat the placenta, and I think it's encoded in the very literal line where they say that she swaddled the Christ. And I
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm
that's a
going to do
metaphor.
research. I'm going to do research on Orthodox Jewish traditions in regards to the first century and see if that is a custom during birth. I'll check that out for you.
Yep. I see it very much in the Septuagint. It's very much encoded. It's not blatant. It's between the
Subtle.
lines.
Yeah, it's subtle.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's
it's interesting that you talk about them trying to get another midwife and all that. You guys, the thing that people don't seem to remember about Jesus, like the time he was supposed to exist in, they were in all-out war with Rome. Like they were living in like a war zone.
Yeah.
People don't realize that about Jesus.
Yeah.
Like also, he had a brother named Simon because he wasn't the only Messiah. His brother Simon was named after another guy named Simon that they called a Messiah because a Messiah technically just means someone who came to save the Jewish people. And Rome was like really going down hard on the Jewish people. As a matter of fact, they used the money to build the Colosseum that they stole from the Jews. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, before I forget, this might be an actor and an actress who could play Mary and Joseph in a Christmas movie. We could have O.J. Simpson play Joseph, and who is
I love
this?
how potato this fucking meme is. How did they get at that potato? I want to know the technique.
I made that.
Did you
It says,
intentionally
"Black
resample
eyes
it? 'Cause
matter."
It's
Yes.
great.
I made it look terrible on purpose.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's really well done. The
Kim
antiquing on
Kardashian's
your
father would be
meme
proud.
yeah, the antiquing on your meme is phenomenal. It's profound.
You know that O.J. Simpson was probably just covering for his kid, right? His son's
I know, I
currently
don't
in a
think I
mental
ever-
institution for the same shit. His son tried to stab Nicole Brown Simpson like prior to all this. He's definitely just covering for his kid. He probably didn't do anything. I'll tell you what though, black guys, white Broncos, yin yang.
Nice. Checkerboard floor. Nice.
Yeah.
Are we recording? Because I want to tell you my kitten story real quick, but I don't want like that to be like on the thing.
We are live and we are recording.
Yeah,
Well,
you're
you know
still
what? Screw it,
broadcasting
guys.
live on YouTube. You gonna
Here
do
it
it
is.
anyway?
Here's my embarrassment. When I was 8 years old, I was living in Wilmington, North Carolina. My mom had come down to Charleston to go spend time with my grandmother because she had breast cancer, and Hurricane Hugo hit. Now, we lived in a house in Wilmington, North Carolina, and my dad had me sleeping in the hallway in case there was tornadoes, and I had my sleeping bag and I had my cat. My cat crawled in the bottom of my sleeping bag, had kittens early during the hurricane due to the
no.
pressure drop. I come crawling out. My dad's sitting in the living room, like tinkering around with the weather radio, and I come out covered in blood. And he's like, "What happened?"
That's scary. Oh my god, how scary! How terrifying!
No, what's even worse is those kittens probably took a lake boat ride because I don't know what happened to them.
Hey, that's a common thing. I know people don't like it, but it's in
Pillowcase?
the world. Yeah, lots
Pillowcase
of people
kittens,
get rid of a litter of
no.
kittens or even puppies if they can't afford to keep them. You know, it's just a normal
That's a
thing.
problem.
It's
It's a
unfortunate,
problem
but-
in Australia. We got a cat problem in Australia. It's bad.
They hate cats.
Speaking of cats, I see Stretch, the new guy, on camera.
Scratch.
What's up, Stretch? Oh, yes, I don't know. I called him Stretch. Scratch.
He's a turd. I gotta kick him out of the house when I'm doing this.
Dude, that video you sent me the other day is so great, Jim. Jim takes his dogs and puts them on a tandem leash and then calls his cat, and they all go take a walk down the street at night together as a group. And the cat just goes with him. He's like, "Come on, let's go." And the cat's like, "Dupe." And if the cat, you said if you leave him out, then he'll come and yell and bawl at you, right? Like he'll start meowing at you when you get home. If he leaves the cat behind, you get balled out.
If I leave the cat behind, he gets mad.
Scratch will trip. That's funny.
I can't do cats. They walk around in their poopy litter and they walk on my kitchen counter, and I can't do that.
Yeah,
I live in constant like I don't know if there might be cat poop on everything.
Crawling with
No thanks.
toxoplasmosis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they hate you. They hate you.
It's a
They do not care
tox-
for you. They only put up with you because you feed them.
I don't know. Jim's cats broke me of that mold. I used to feel more that way like you do. But Jim had one cat who's passed away now called Tom. And both of these cats are just chill as fuck. And they're totally friendly. Tom would get mad at me if I would come over and not talk to him and ignore him. He would come insist, and he wouldn't be rude about it like a jerk. He'd like, hey, man, you're supposed to say hi to me when you get here. What was he? What do they call it? Stretch him out. Ragdoll. Yeah, ragdoll. That's what he was. A ragdoll.
Oh,
Yeah.
See, that's
Pick
the
him
thing.
up.
It's just like the dogs.
Breeds
like,
is
they
true.
breed.
Yeah.
It's people get like on your case. They're like, you're supposed to spay and neuter your pets. I'm like, yeah, well, that guy's dead, and they don't have that problem as much in America anymore, right? They really don't. Like the concept of spaying and neutering your pets. It's actually really, really bad. I've got a Chihuahua. Don't laugh. I didn't know he was going to be that tiny. I have a purse dog now. I don't know how it happened. But I should have gone. If I knew I was going to have a house, I would have had a golden retriever. But I didn't know, so I got a little dog. No, he's great. Yoshi's the jam. He's my little Mr. Man.
Oh, it's a
he's
great name.
dog. It means adopted son in Japanese. Never barks. Loves children. Kindest, sweetest dog in the whole world. Just can't seem to poop in the right place. So I tortured anyways. But if you neuter them, if you neuter Chihuahuas too early, that's why they get mean and they get fat. They're not supposed to neuter a Chihuahua until they're at least past 5 years old because it destroys their personality. Wow. So there's a lot of people that have animals that will probably be great animals, but they fixed them too soon and it destroyed them. It destroyed the breed. It destroyed the personality. It made them not have a great disposition.
I think
I got a
anyone would be
3-year-old
angry
pug,
if their
and he'd
balls
be
were
so
cut off.
yeah. I got a 3-year-old pug, and he's my best friend in the world, and he's got a huge cock and balls. And if I had to cut it off of him, he wouldn't be who he is right now. He's an outrageous fool. He's the sportiest pug I ever met. He goes off.
It makes sense. It makes sense when my dog like walks around like he's got a big dick, because granted he's a little dog, so it's a little dick, but compared to his size,
no, yeah, that's me too, exactly. Compared to this pug, this is like
dog,
one third of the pug.
BDE, big dick energy.
Oh, I love where these conversations go.
No, that was perfect. Exactly. That's exactly true, though. That's what it is. You can't cut off the big dick energy, otherwise it's not there, and then you get some weird eunuch shit.
You get those guys that hang out in their basements and have Twitch channels.
Yeah, same thing. It's the same thing, you know. Involuntary celibacy is still a form of uniqueness.
The phrase is celibate for the hell of it.
Celibate for the hell of it.
Interpret
like
it how you want to. Celibate
I heard
for the hell
halibut.
of it.
I was like, what? Oh, celibate for the halibut. Okay.
Celibate for the salmon. Celibate for the walleye. Celibate for the fishing time with the guys. Sure.
There's your bingo. There's your bingo slot right there.
Sell it.
We do
Whoever had
have bingo.
celibate for the tuna fish.
Sexy fish.
Okay, we were going to do this originally after the intermission. It's after the intermission, so we have to go here to announce our winner from last week. Stella Moon wins bingo. Weaving Spiders Welcome bingo winner Stella Moon 5083. Hey, there's a 5 and an 8 in that number. This was from episode 58. We asked for people to play bingo to black out their boards. This was the closest to a blackout, but it wins with 5 in a row. The winning squares are show goes over 3 hours. Gordy reads from Lindsay's book. Strokes beard, eats or drinks, and does the wave. So Stella Moon won with this bingo card, playing for episode 58.
Congratulations,
Gordy,
Stella.
tell her what she's won.
She is
or ask her
won,
what
Johnny.
she wants.
She's won. Hopefully Stella lives in the United States and I don't have to.
Oh, we'll work it out, man. Don't sweat it. Don't worry. We'll get
it
it shipped over to wherever she's at.
This
We'll get it
is
shipped there.
the infinite butterball.
Now, this butterball was created on the very first episode of Jim's new show, Flow State, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So that marks it as even more of an NFT than an NFT, in fact.
That's correct. Flow State. Now on Wednesdays after
Vibrant.
And I think what I would like
Sponsored by Unix. Sponsored by Unix everywhere.
Yeah. I think
I want to talk to some real eunuchs. I'm sure we could probably get somebody on that's older that would admit it. You know, we'd probably have to get a translator because they'd be in a foreign country. I really
I
doubt
don't
any
think that's.
American
I don't
eunuchs.
think it's a thing anymore. They killed Michael Jackson. I think it's over. It's just something that's over.
No, there's still. I'm sure there's still eunuchs. Unfortunately.
I'm sure they chemically castrated a lot of people.
Yeah, it's exactly too many
But-
angry guys with machetes for there not to be quite a few.
Y'all,
Yeah,
let me ask
as long
you.
as
Y'all are a
they're
bunch of
still
dudes.
evidence.
I got my boyfriend a machete for Christmas. Is that a good present?
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Guys love machetes.
Well, it's a useful tool
Good.
because, like, when you're right in the middle of something that you can't fix easily without, a lot of work, and then you remember you have a machete, then it becomes easy all of a sudden because you just go hack, 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 and now that shit that's in the way is out of the way. That
If
fast.
all you have is a machete, everything's a nail, right? Like,
Right. Everything's like a 1.5 inch thick green tree branch.
speak for yourself, bro.
No, I think he'll be happy. Was it like one of those kits that has stuff with it, like a machete and other stuff with it,
But
like a
I'm-
small pocket knife and a
No,
little fire
I got him a
starter or
really,
something? Or
I got him a really good quality, like Gerber, like nice machete.
Oh,
and a
cool,
nice
yeah,
knife
that's-
sharpener. And I got him
Yeah.
some whiskey glasses, the spinning whiskey glasses.
Ooh, nice.
no, that's cool. Yeah, are you sure he doesn't watch this show?
It doesn't matter. Like, he doesn't pay any attention. He thinks I'm crazy, but that's okay. I'm hot, so he puts up with it. But I didn't have a great ass. We might have a problem. He's like, I don't want to talk about conspiracies today. Can't you get online with your internet friends?
Yes, I get the same treatment sometimes. Sometimes I'm politely informed that the best place for me would be to go hang out with the people I know on the internet and not be present at the moment.
I've convinced him to buy a whole bunch of land, so that's good.
Hey, so that's it. He's in.
And I think he's going to pay for me to take flying lessons since I already know how to sail. So I have a double extra out. If anything, if it peeds the bed, I've got a way out.
Yeah, that's
I
pretty
want to learn how to fly
hardcore too.
seaplane.
Yeah.
We have
I lived on
another
a
bingo
sailboat.
card.
Oh wait, now somebody else won?
No,
This is
this
such a
is
great game.
this is our runner-up from last week.
Okay.
This is Elga Rhythm from Twitter. Was close to a blackout, I guess. Close enough with 1,
Disney.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
8, 9.
Disney refused to be
9 out
blacked
of
out.
25. So
More than
he
one good
crossed
time
out Alistair Crowley, Jim's cat on camera, Baphomet, vaping or smoking on cam, Telegram or Discord is mentioned, Alan Marcus looking up, Tarot, Placenta, 3 or more hats on screen, 80 Cinema mentioned, and John the Baptist.
No more hats. Adorable. Oh gosh. Justin Timberlake is proud.
I'm sure Justin Timberlake would love this show. He would love this if he could find it. He would be secretly hiding behind 3 alt accounts, just like typing in the chat. He would. He'd love this shit.
His parents were high up military, so maybe
Love
not.
that. That poor kid.
You
didn't
just
know
have to
what
assume
it is.
everybody's agents and just not care.
Yeah.
That's just the best
He-
policy to assume
He
everyone's
thought
an
Britney
agent, a
Spears-
really good one, an excellent one, and just keep going. It's all good.
Timberlake fucked Britney Spears so good it made her crazy.
I know. I watch her. I follow her on Instagram. And I'm not joking. She is batshit crazy.
She's like, oh god.
Whoa.
Like, no, she's not. She's not bad. She's crazy. She's SRA. She's a victim of SRA.
That's true.
Okay, wait. Bingo.
What is SRA, by the way?
Satanic
What does that stand
ritualistic
for?
abuse.
What
Satanic
does that
ritualistic
have to,
abuse.
what is, okay.
It's
And
how they
how-
remove someone's soul from their body to either make them a blank slate or make them more impressionable. It just depends. I mean, there's a reason that these kids all go to boarding schools that torture them. Paris Hilton is not
Sad
even
but true.
like Eton for the royal kids. Whatever creepy college that was that they went to in The Crown in Scotland where they just torture children. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's a thing.
It's tradition.
Or acting school. That's another thing they do. Or Disney camp where they teach you how to be a better pop star for Disney and stuff like that. Yeah. Dan Harmon pool parties, whatever they are.
Whoa. Dan Harmon. I haven't thought about Dan Harmon for a while. What's that? Summer
good.
School? Remember that movie, Summer School?
I remember
Yeah.
what happened to Amanda Bynes.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
good.
Dan Harmon from the cartoon. Let's see.
No, Dan Harmon's the actor, right?
My
he's
brain
like a
just broke, y'all.
B or C
Dan
movie
Harmon's
actor.
the Rick and Morty
Rick and
guy.
Morty.
Yeah,
Oh, is
my
he?
brain
Okay.
just broke.
Oh, no
I was
worries.
thinking about Dan Schneider. My bad.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Dan
Let's
Schneider. That yeah.
let's clarify
The guy in
this.
defeat.
You were thinking of Dan Schneider from Nickelodeon, and then you said,
Victoria's the feet guy.
now to be clear, it's possible that Dan Harmon also admitted to sexual harassment and treating women like garbage. Co-creator
did
of
have
Rick
that-
and Morty.
He did have that creepy like skit thing with the baby, and it was weird. That was a weird one. But I mean, I don't know. If you look too deeply into anything, it's weird. I mean, for example, I spent like 2 hours the other night making deck jokes to New Zealand people because I got a deck I'm building on. I'm like, come over and look at my dick. And like, anybody can look at that and take it the wrong, dude. I'm like, oh, it got awesome. Like they're like, cut
That's
your
pretty
bushes
funny.
so your dick looks bigger.
Dan Harmon
Oh.
did apologize profusely to the woman he was acting inappropriately with. He speaks about it on his podcast, Harmontown.
What
Yeah.
guy hasn't done that at some point? What are you supposed to do? Sit around with your hands in your lap and like, just don't talk to anybody? Oh, that's right. A lot of guys do that already.
Now, the distinction between one Hollywood guy and another Hollywood guy, maybe the Hollywood guy we would talk about in more detail would be a Dan Schneider and his access to children at Nickelodeon Studios working on Nickelodeon television shows.
He put out a tweet.
That is not something every man should be doing with
Dan Schneider
minors.
put out a tweet where he asked fans of iCarly, or was it Victorious, one of those shows, where he asked the fans to send in pictures of their feet.
Yep.
Weird dude.
Yeah, straight weirdo.
That show, Victorious, I watched it because, like, I don't know, I was really high and I thought it'd be fun. It wasn't. It was funny, but it was weird because I kept noticing all the creepy stuff in it because I was like, well, I have to watch this now. It's like Squid Games. I didn't want to watch it, but I had to because I had to look at all the symbolism because there's no way, like, I could have that conversation with someone if I didn't see it for myself. So I, like, suffered through Squid Games. Even though I got rid of Netflix, I had to borrow someone else's account because the cuties thing, I, like, got rid of it and I've never looked back. So one of my brother's trashy girlfriends like logged in, so I got to watch all the Squid Games, and I watched all the Victorious episodes, and there's legit so much adult humor. It was uncomfortable. I'm like, there are kids that are like, this is messed up. Like that guy, hang him high. Like they fired him and paid him to go away. Like, ugh.
Yeah,
My
and
friend Jamie Deluxe does a bunch of stuff on that. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, but he's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
and we all know
I
what
Yeah,
it
Deluxe.
is.
I used to manage Jamie's band when he was like 15, a band called Shark Legs. He lives like 2 hours north of me. Our
Oh,
kids
yeah?
get a water park
Oh,
together.
yeah?
He's like an actual.
That's
Yeah,
it.
he's
That's interesting.
a good dude.
Yeah, we haven't had Deluxe on. Has he ever been on this?
I'll hook you
Friday?
up. I'll hook you up. He goes live under his other account on YouTube every night at like 11 to 12. So
I've seen
it's
it
called
quite a few of those.
The Stone Philosopher. The Stone Philosopher. That's what it is. And he
Yeah.
gets high
Right.
and plays reggae
Yeah.
music. He talks
He-
about he plays
He'd fit
Epstein
right in.
video games. He's got an Epstein video game he played one night. Someone made a game.
Yeah,
He's
he
been
totally
That's
fit
funny.
in.
the Fauci research lately. It's been awesome.
hmm He's a good dude.
Awesome Fauci research.
Does
Even
someone
better,
have a
I'm-
link to that? They could put it in chat.
Even better, I'll go up there and hang out with him in his nice studio, and we'll just go from there on here.
Oh hell
Yeah,
yeah!
Together.
that'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Right
Oh, that'd
on.
be rad.
He's been trying to get me to go up there for a while. He got a new house, so he's a good dude. Good dude. Longtime friend. I'm 39. I think I was like 25. He was 15. It's been like 15, 20 years that we've known each other. So, and we were all talking about the shit back then too. He used to call me an encyclopedia, and I'm like, yeah, that's me.
What got you into it, Missy?
I used to have when I was 8 years old, I saw the Time Life book series on TV that was like talking about pyramids and aliens and Bigfoot and like Chupacabra. And I was like, I really wanted it, but I had hardcore like Orthodox, well, not Orthodox, but Southern Baptist. My dad's a preacher, my PK, in the mountains of North Carolina, no less.
A PK,
So, like,
is that a
yeah.
pyrokinetictician, someone who can make fire from their minds? Like
Sure.
Ness in Super Smash Brothers? PK
We'll go with
fire.
that.
Does it
PK.
also mean a preacher's kid? A child
PK,
of
preacher
a
kid.
ordained minister?
It gives us some complexes not everybody else has.
Yes, it's true. It's true. As soon as you said that you were the preacher's daughter, I was like, oh,
exactly.
totally like bing, the light turned
got
on.
it.
I get it. Okay, I get this.
Yeah, like the only access to media I had, like I didn't watch TV till I was like 10. I used to hide my Metallica CDs and my Iron Maiden CDs and like my NoFX and like all that in my vents. But my dad, when we moved to Charleston, he became he was doing like inspection work for like the county and all, because he's like the most licensed band in the state of South Carolina. I'm the apple that fell from the tree. He's the original genius. Like my dad's brilliant. And he was going through the room. He's like, you got an airflow problem in here, because he got one of those new thermometers and he just couldn't stand it. So he's like going around checking all the vents like a weirdo. And he goes and checks my vent. He's like, we don't have an airflow. And my mom pulls out all of my CDs. And it was like, my brother had been giving me CDs for every Christmas, every birthday. Like I would like go and like help him with stuff. Like I would go to his work. Like he's working at Papa John's. And I was like 11 years old, and he'd like throw me on the dishes in the back because he's managing the place, and he paid me in CDs. And like it was years and years and years of like CDs that I'd put up, and they were all crammed in these vents.
That's hilarious, Missy.
Along with cigarettes, and my mom.
Of course, yeah.
On the fire and made me watch.
This is the
And they made
second
me
story. Second story in one episode of you getting caught hiding shit around the house. That's pretty awesome. It kind of makes me want to draw like a 12-panel comic of a little girl getting caught for the multivitamins, and then getting a little older, so she's a teen, and then getting caught for her cigarettes and all of her CDs and her rock and roll paraphernalia hidden in the
They
vents.
made me smoke a whole pack of cigarettes on the couch. The whole house smelled like grandma. Like,
Wow, on the couch. That's cold. Like in the house.
made me sit on the couch and smoke cigarette, like butt to butt, a whole pack of cigarettes.
How'd you
not
do?
good ones either.
Did you throw up?
My babysitter bought me Winston's. They weren't even good cigarettes.
Cold Winston's. Yeah, I used to buy Winston's when I was broke, when I used to smoke Winston 100s. Sometimes.
I just
Did you throw up?
the bus stop, Mom.
It's true, right? I'm sure you did look hella cool. That's the thing. People lie and say it doesn't look cool. Like, yes, it does. A 15-year-old girl taking a drag of a cigarette with way too much makeup on looks hella cool. You know, not every time. Sometimes it looks really awkward and bad, but sometimes it looks hella cool, you know.
Especially this.
I couldn't hear you.
That's great.
And I was 14. I was hell on wheels, but my parents didn't know. Like, I was really good at hiding that shit. I started booking bands when I was 15, punk rock bands, and like I was in a Misfits cover band called the Missy Fits.
Oh man, that's
really
cool.
That
Do you have any
is cool.
footage?
It was all
Footage or
girls.
tape?
Okay, what's your favorite?
Pictures?
It was all girls, but our drummer got pregnant, so we broke up.
Oh, dude, we need to tell this story. This needs to be written into our
this
series.
is great.
The Missy Fits. Hold on.
Yeah,
now.
y'all didn't know I could sing, did you? Like I'm a classically trained jazz singer.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Very
Really?
cool.
Yeah,
I'm
I took
a
lessons
singer.
then.
Whoa.
I
Do you
took
have a
voice lessons
song
for
about
a year.
jazz cabbage?
No, but I will make a note and I'll try to cram it into something later.
Hey, Sean,
Wink.
we're going to write a song about jazz cabbage.
I'm on it.
I don't know how it
Let's see.
goes.
The
or
hook
where
goes
it goes, or
jazz
why it
cabbage,
goes.
cha cha cha, jazz cabbage, a cha cha cha. That's the hook.
It
Got
was
the
a
hard part out of the
Saturday
way.
night.
Jazz.
All
We'll have to-
right.
Yes, we got the
Yeah.
accordion. Yes.
Harmonica
That's a tiny
inside.
total accordion. Yeah,
I'm
that-
so, well, this is
Cabbage.
my travel one. It's my travel
That's good,
accordion. I
though.
keep it in the garage. Then we might get shit faced and drop it or something. It's gonna be fine.
It's got butterflies
Cheers.
on it.
I feel like
Very
it
good.
goes with my sailor
Awesome.
hat here.
It's great.
Jazz
Woohoo.
cabbage.
Yes, that's right. We got most of the song already accomplished now. I gave a hook, she gave a chorus or a melody. That's it. We're pretty much done. We just need to clip these things together. Like what Missy just did and put
I have no excuse.
jazz cabbage, cha cha cha.
Jazz
And it's a
cabbage.
whole song.
Jazz cabbage.
Good
It's
chance
better
to
than
do
jazz hands. Get jazz cabbage. It's better than jazz hands. We should make it to where if we get to a certain number of people, like at 9, if we have all 9 people, we should make it that it prompts an automatic jazz hands, and we just like we'll get a regular routine that we agree on. So, if you get to 9 people, you have to jazz hands. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Jazz hands.
Or you could just play a like little clip of something and everyone knows. It's Brady Bunch time. You know?
That's true. That's true. You could prompt it. You could prompt it in a subtle way. Absolutely. I'd love to make this whole show into more of a Rubes Goldberg trap than it already is. I mean, it's my secret
this is
goal. I don't
already-
really hide it.
You're already better than SNL, so 18 thumbs up.
Thank you.
Well,
Six
that's a
fingers
very
to the wind.
low bar.
You see the math?
But,
I did math.
But like, that's kind of the art of it. This thing that we're doing, I think that's kind of cool.
I would love to do a movie night where you discuss the symbolism and the weird shit. I mean, Eyes Wide Shut. Are you kidding me? Now,
Join
granted,
us
it's going to take
next.
5 hours because we're going to have to keep pausing it.
We do it every week. Somebody's doing it every week. If I'm not there, it's usually Alan's running it. But we do. It's a liminal thing. It's not recorded, and we just go. We watch a movie together and talk about all the crazy shit that's in it, and and if Jazz Hands and Placenta show up,
There's a
shows
doorbell,
up.
so.
Somebody arrived.
It's a birthday boy.
Birthday boy.
Birthday boy.
Yay, birthday boy. Okay, here it is.
Is it really your birthday, Alan?
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
Happy
birthday to
you.
Happy
President.
President.
Happy
We're both going to be dead in a year?
Birthday to you.
Anymore.
Just like cracked it.
And yet,
cracked up
no one
melon.
showed their tits. What's wrong with you guys?
Uh-oh.
I expected it to finish. It doesn't count unless you see nipple. Fully nipple. Now I have to buy a dumb hat. You realize that, right?
Mhm.
Oh, that's right. It's 12 o'clock somewhere in the United States.
It's 12 o'clock right
I
here.
probably shouldn't be singing
Time-
anymore because it's already midnight here. Yeah.
Time's a man-made construct. It's not real. All time exists at the same time, so it's not really anything.
So true.
This is
So,
true.
so true.
This is very true.
The thing that I hate more than anything is when people go, "It's 4 o'clock in the morning." I'm like, "Fuck you! It's like we're not supposed to have this here." Like, what? I don't need you to judge me on what time it is. I'm like, I know what time it is. I have my neighbor go to work. Okay, I know what time it is.
My moment of emergence from the womb was around 5:23 a.m. or so.
Your placenta.
And yeah, for whatever reason, I remember it was a dark and cold, snowy night, and my parents were trying to get to the hospital. And for whatever reason, I wanted to be born on 12/12 and not 12/11. So here I am.
So,
12/12.
so this is also
12,
12,
12.
12/12 is that's interesting. 12 by 12.
well, we have a lot of 12/12 birthdays. Cheney, who was in a, hopefully she's still here and listening. Happy birthday, Cheney. That is for
Don't-
you as well. And as for Legs, who
Legs.
just had a birthday. So happy birthday, Legs. And Lindsay Sharman also just had a birthday. And
Nice.
Lindsay's
Happy
awesome.
we've
Happy
been
birthday,
playing,
Lindsay.
playing
Is
this.
she in here? I can't even tell because it keeps bouncing around.
No,
I don't think so. I thought somebody
Oh.
might have popped in.
Lindsay, when you hear this, shame, shame, shame. I expect you next week. I know you're busy counting crystals and doing arm hands and putting your feet in the dirt. But take a break. It's fun. It's gonna be fun.
It's usually past your bedtime, so
I'll burn a candle for you special so it doesn't count. You get this
I'm
break.
telling her.
You can be up late.
Any of them are welcome on here anytime
love
they
Lindsay.
want. I love those
Count-
people.
Counting
I
crystals.
love Lindsay.
Both
She's a
Lynn,
good person.
both Lindsay
She really
and
is.
Donnie are good people. They're solid, authentic people. I've met them in person,
Authentic.
and we just got along like we've always known each other
My cat's in
forever.
a pillowcase.
Yeah, yeah.
Or like cats giving birth in the bottom of a sleeping bag.
Like a sleeping bag full of
I
cats.
still can't believe you told us that. That's balls to the wall.
That's great.
Dude, my dad was like, "What happened?" Because I'm
I'll
covered
bet.
in blood.
I bet he was scared, man. It was scary.
Y'all, the worst part was because there was no water. He made me go stand outside in the rain to get cleaned off
Oh, lame.
Oh, no.
That's lame.
in a hurricane in the middle of
Yeah. Yeah.
Katrina, no less.
Man, I'm gonna look at my
I've seen-
notes. Oh,
My dad is like Captain Ron. He's blind in one eye and it's terrifying in a boat. I've seen him fix a boat once with a hammer. Like he has no depth perception, so he just like squares the corners off of everything,
Mhm.
and he parks a boat like he just gets right up on top of it. He also has a pilot's license, which is insane. I don't know how someone with no depth perception is able to fly a plane, but he's got one. But my dad is like he's a hand. Well, matter of fact, if you look at my YouTube, I have a story where I interviewed him where he talked about the dumbest thing he ever did, and it's great. I wish the audio was better. But my dad, like, he had 4 kids, and my mom had 5 kids because he didn't count ever as a grown up. He just tapped me out there in the rain and was like, "Oh, the water will get you cleaned up." And I'm like, "What about hail?" And he's like, "That's just on TV. It's not real." I'm like, okay.
That's cold.
Can we return to the idea of birthdays around this time of the year? I know we have many others in our community. And thank you everybody for the birthday wishes. I'm seeing them now. I'll have to get back to you guys after
Happy
the show.
birthday, everybody.
Yeah.
So who else was born on 12/12 or
oh, summer too.
plus or
So-
minus 7 days?
Oh,
Let me check the Googles.
Yulia, I
That's
think
a good
Yulia
idea.
said it was summer. Also, Cheney's friend, who is also a
Sagittarius
blast.
birthdays. Yeah.
I would love to get her on because she's a blast to talk to, man. She
Jennifer
is,
Connolly, also born on 12/12.
Oh, that's right.
Who's
No,
that?
Jennifer-
Oh.
do not.
Our
No.
Jennifer Jupiter.
Conley. Not
Yeah.
after Requiem for a Dream. We don't do Jennifer Connelly anymore. Like, no, thank you. We cannot do Jennifer Connelly. Either babies are getting kidnapped or it's ass to ass. I can't talk about Jennifer Connelly, y'all.
That's
Not
difficult.
Not
She started out in horror movies and then she plays a character
Labyrinth.
in Labyrinth with David Bowie, and then she continued and
Baby.
had some very interesting movie choices.
I'd rather lose an arm.
Then watch Jennifer Connelly.
Lose an arm. Yeah.
I know people
Jennifer
like that. I got-
Connelly trapped in a Target store. What's the name of that movie?
Oh,
I don't know, but it sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it was.
I remember it, but I don't know the name.
Yeah, she's
Everybody remembers the GIF, the animated image of her
on the horse.
on the horse. Yeah,
Yep, the dime
yeah,
horse.
See?
doing the motion.
See why I can't do Jennifer Connelly? You guys get it now, right?
There's so much going on with her career. We will leave it at that. Other people with birthdays from our community who want their birthdays revealed, if you have one, put it in chat or somewhere so we can shout you out happy birthday.
So you're a Sagittarius, right?
I think so. I'm waiting for someone to read my birth chart for me.
Well, it
Or
says
not.
here, as a friend, the Sagittarius birthday person can be extremely generous and they have a really big heart. If you believe in sharing with those who are less fortunate than you you believe in sharing with those who are less fortunate than you, like you would take in a stray cat.
Oh, snap.
That works, yeah.
That's
I'm gonna
a hell of a-
screenshot it because I don't think you're gonna believe me.
That's a hell of a sync.
I'm gonna send you the screenshot because that's crazy. Stray cat.
That's what
They're
we do here.
coming.
Crazy syncs and things that should not be so perfectly aligned and fitting together, so overlapping one-to-one relationships. It's incredible what we generate here, what we dig up and what we find.
Dude, it's
So I
being
made my
fun.
bingo card. I'm submitting my bingo card to be verified live during the broadcast. This is what
Can
it
someone
looks like.
explain the rules to me again about the bingo card thing?
Oh,
The
you guys
bingo
are
rules
playing?
are that you have to. I figured I want to be the first person to create and play live during the show and try to win during the show. It's going to be complicated, and I'll probably get distracted and forget to look at my fucking bingo card. But I'm going to try anyway. Not starting tonight because I can't
Okay.
submit and play tonight. I'll have to use this next week or some other time. But,
We are in the Wild West days of bingo. So
Yes,
there
we
I think it's a great idea.
really aren't any established rules. We have certain guidelines that we are playing by, and those are quite simply this.
Career
Have
opportunities.
a
Thank you, John.
5x5 grid, career opportunities, trapped in a Target store. A 5x5 grid. You fill them out with 25 ideas, memes, idioms, expressions, things that you predict will be spoken about in the next Weaving Spiders Welcome episode.
Deadpool bingo. Okay.
So it's kind of a psychic bingo. You're trying to predict what the topics will be based off of past shows, and
known
that
running themes, exactly.
that
Known
may
running themes.
influence future shows. If everybody puts certain ideas on their bingo cards, we may zip our lip and not speak about certain topics because we've said them too much. So it's also an experiment to see how we interact and co-create our reality through the psychic bingo cards, influencing topics.
What happens when
So-
the observer and the experiment are both be able to observe each other at the same time? That's what we're doing.
Yes, on a practical
The
level,
experiment
we
itself
want,
also becomes an observer. That's what happens.
we want our
What kind of data
listeners to
collection are you
engage
doing on
with
this?
us. Absolutely none at this point because we don't have enough data.
Well, you know,
But
yeah,
we're
we're just started.
gathering
It's
them.
only like second or third week that it's even been manifesting into something more than a vague idea.
So again, the rules are simple. You have 5x5 grid, 25 ideas. You fill your 25 squares. You take a screenshot of that image, a photograph of a piece of paper, a napkin, doodle, whatever it is. Your bingo card is your bingo card. I don't know how many bingo cards are allowed to play. As many as you like, probably. You want to have them submitted to a place, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, any place that allows the use of hashtags. So you use hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome, and then it's on the record. When you win, you will shout out at us, get our attention, and show us your bingo card. The grand prize will always be awarded to somebody who blacks out their bingo card, meaning they have watched the entire episode and they have crossed out all 25 squares on their bingo card. That's a blackout. That's the goal. That's the grand prize winner. If
And there's
there's
going to be a running blackout too. We never talked about that, Alan. Can people
yeah,
that already have their cards mostly filled out continue to play them until they're blacked out and still earn a prize or not?
Well, it's a per episode basis. So we then use that in our minds to see the submitted bingo cards that are crossed out. That will give us an idea of the topics we did discuss on those episodes. So when people share them on social media, they'll see that those topics were crossed out, meaning they were discussed on that specific episode, meaning you want to tune into the episode because the bingo card says you talked about placenta casserole. What is placenta casserole? Tune into episode
Delicious.
58 to find out.
I'll take your word for it.
So we have guidelines, not necessarily rules.
That's on my bingo card. Placenta casserole is literally one of the ones I chose. So
the strict rules are we want it time-stamped because it's a predictive psychic bingo thing. We want the timestamp to confirm that you posted it before the show started so that you're not filling out your bingo card and crossing them out as the show is happening live and then saying you won, because that's not how you win. You win with the card that's been submitted before the start of the live stream. You have 1 week to claim your winning. So you have 7 days from the end of this stream tonight.
Business days or regular
claim
days?
you're winning. 7 days, because that would be to the next Saturday. So we can
Oh, no,
announce the
you can
winners
bank
on the
hours,
next
so.
episode. Right. Am I missing any rules or guidelines here, folks?
I don't think so.
I think you're good. I
So
mean,
then-
it's going to be
I was gonna type all
evolving
this up
as
for
we
you
go.
so you can just I was gonna type all this up for you.
That'd be great if
We'll
we
make
have it
into
in a
a-
document.
into
That
a-
would be
Great.
awesome. Yeah, a document would make.
Not
like
even a
set in
document. I'll
stone.
make it a screenshot so you can just.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah, we
kind
can
of
run
what
with
it
the rest of
goes.
it for sure.
We could have you could claim that you won if you fill out 4 of your corners. That would not be a grand prize. That would be a 4 corners win. And then you'd go on our winning board of successful winners. We'll keep a grand total, a scoreboard somewhere on a website, on a webpage somewhere where we can show who's won and then under what category. Blackout winners are going to be grand prize winners. 5 in a row, diagonal, horizontal, or vertical are a different category. And then 4 corners would be
Okay, so
the lowest prize pool.
you should also get people to submit to you the things that they made, even if they got it wrong. So you can
Correct.
also
That's a good
take
idea. That's
a
a good idea,
negative.
yeah.
Yeah. You can take a
That
negative
is
data
why
swatch.
that is
Yeah,
why
submit a
I
card no matter
showed
what, you know.
algorithms. Yes. You will be then you will go on the participation board and we'll have a page on a wiki where you'll say you participated in the bingo for that episode. And then
Millennials.
yep. Everybody gets a prize until this operation gets to be so involved with having to confirm bingo cards that too many people are playing, then we might change the rules of the game or start a new game.
Well, at that
But
That's a
point,
great
in the
idea.
Wild
other,
West,
other
in the
people
Wild
need
West of
to
bingo,
be responsible for supplying the prizes. We have to get bingo participant A to agree to send the prize to bingo participant B, etc. If it gets to the volume, we have to have a whole panoply of prize variations at that point. Or
So
like
the
you said,
whole-
jump.
the
Your
question
prize
is
is the
how
shipping.
do you
That's
win?
what- that's
How
what's
do
gonna
you
cost
win
the most.
bingo?
That's right.
You win bingo by declaring yourself to be a winner and then proving to us how you won. If it's 4 corners, diagonals 5 in a row, vertical 5 in a row, horizontal 5 in a row, or blackout bingo. Now, the goal is always going to be black that board out. You want to predict every topic we're going to talk about during a 4-hour live stream. You listen to the entire thing through the end, and you crossed out everything and you blacked out your board. That's the grand prize. That's what we want to know. That's what we're looking for. The blackout.
Well, the person who
winner
does that,
to-
I'll try my best
to
to
find-
carry them through the streets on my shoulders. I'm serious.
This is
I'll try my best.
this is how we find the psychics in our audience. Who can best
Yeah.
predict by blacking out their bingo card. That's the goal for us. For you, the goal is to win bingo by claiming that you won and then proving it to us.
So this is
Any
definitely
questions?
not a CIA project to find people for the underground weather program, right?
No, this is
Like,
this
who's
is
this? Alex,
It is.
what
It
the-
is.
where the
Except
hell-
for that we're doing it ourselves to each other and ourselves, so that
This
makes
is
it
our
safer
this
to
is
do
our
that.
social
We are-
social media marketing strategy. We want you to use hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome and then post it on your social media so all your friends will wonder what is Weaving Spiders Welcome, what is bingo, and what is the game that's being played. And when you include the link to the YouTube channel with hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome and your bingo board, we're all smiling and happy. So thank
you
you
need a
for
sponsor.
posting.
this is kind of, I mean, it's kind of becoming its own
Sounds like you need a
Well,
sponsor.
creation magic. It's
Oh, it
it's
is.
becoming
Yeah,
It's
so we can
definitely-
explore the idea of creating a magic square.
mhm.
Yep.
Because
Just not a
it's-
magic cube, because that's messed up.
If we were
Those
to play
black cubes.
6, if you were to play 6 different bingo boards and arrange them in a cross, like an unfurled dice or 6-sided cube, and then black out the entire board, you'd be the Ubermensch. You'd be the most psychic WSW bingo player ever. You will resurrect
485
Salvador
is Gary
Dali.
Boy.
John Cocteau will arrive at your doorstep and congratulate you in French and English.
Who is
That would be
Cocteau?
brilliant.
He's a
John-
famous poet and painter. Like he's just a
Who
really.
is John Cocteau?
Go
That's
ahead. Go ahead and
a great
read it.
question.
Read it off of Wikipedia, Alan. What's it say?
We could read it from Tracy Twyman herself.
I love how he delegates that to someone else. With no, he's
Oh,
not even
I'll
wearing
do
a
it
hat,
as-
y'all. He's not even wearing a hat.
That's right. You guys shouldn't trust
I'm
me anymore.
holding
Till I come back
holding
with a
my
hat.
phone with one hand and using my other hand to motion That's why I was off camera, because I was screen sharing. So I'm gonna go off camera. We're gonna continue the live stream, and I'm gonna go back behind the scenes where I am the stage manager.
Okay.
God.
10-4, Alan. Here he goes. That's his exit.
That's hilarious.
You're like the NSA.
It's his
you're just
birthday.
listening, right?
He can do whatever
It's
he
his
wants. It's
birthday. He can do what he wants.
Do whatever the hell
Happy.
he
What
wants.
did you get for your birthday? Anything great? Did you do anything special?
I got birthday wishes. I haven't checked. I've been doing this show for the last 3 hours.
Send me your address and I'll send you something cool.
Okay, maybe. I'll see.
Hang on, let me start checking out. Hang on 1 second.
That was another stipulation we had. Concerns. Some winners don't want to share addresses, so
Yes.
that's fine. We're not trying to harvest people's personal details. If they don't want to share their private home address or something like that, that is totally fine.
Yes.
Yeah, we understand.
We will provide alternate prize pool options.
Yes, indeed. But Stella Moon, please message me in the Telegram so that we can arrange that and tell me how you would like to do that.
Yes,
see.
and if you do win,
Yeah.
please do not post your address, telephone number, social security number, or any other private personal information in
Not
any
in
public
public-
places.
Not in the
Please
public
remember
ones,
that
in
you are on the
private
internet.
message.
It's dangerous enough to
Yes,
show
you're
your
on.
face and turn on your microphone. Please don't type anything that you don't want the whole world to keep forever and ever.
Do not put your address in a live YouTube chat room and
Yeah.
say, send me a
Really,
prize.
it's a bad idea.
Or a Zoom invite into some rando Project Cheney thing, and we just get somebody that just pops on who could like complete some sort of magical spell on us because he came in, slept, prophesied from his sleep.
Yeah.
No,
I was the first one to notice. It was crazy. That was
This is-
crazy.
This is last
So-
week.
this was last week, and I've talked to Paul. He's a cool dude.
Is he all good?
Yeah,
I
he's
felt bad
all
for him,
good.
but he seemed
No.
chill. I mean, you know.
He was chill. He was cool, but he
Yeah.
was just like, "Sure, I'll hang out with you," which is rad. I just love that happened. But it was like this spontaneous flow thing.
And he was kind of mumbling. I saw him like with his eyes closed and his mouth was going there for just a second.
Yeah, he was.
You can probably
But
extract
we were comparing him to oh gosh.
Travis
who was
Scott?
it? No.
Edgar Casey.
Yeah, Edgar Casey. That's a hilarious. Somebody please make a meme of Travis Scott and Edgar Casey together. Okay, I'm too lazy. Missy's onto my game. She sees me Tom Sawyer in my shit, but still, somebody make it for me. I'm asking right now, please, pretty please. I'm asking politely, make me a Travis Scott. And I just almost said John Wayne Gacy meme. Cancel that one. I don't want that one. The other guy, Edgar
don't?
You should see my new deck. It's right next to my crawl space. They sealed up my crawl space. It's amazing. Yes.
Is that where all your CDs were? So
Yeah,
I'm
where do you
looking-
keep your CDs now?
Where I keep my CDs now?
Yeah.
Right here.
I knew it. I knew it. Right on hand. I knew they'd be on hand.
So I just looked up John Cocteau, and he died 1 month and 10 days before JFK, C.S. Lewis, and Aldous Huxley.
She's got him for days.
Right?
That's all I have left. I got rid of. I got one of those drives for my Apple computer, and I just put them all on my.
Yeah,
my
I
iTunes.
know.
So I
we
chucked
all
them.
gave into.
I chucked them all. So I mean, you don't really need the ones that I have are like stuff that I had since I was like a little kid. Like I don't know. There's a
Yeah.
band that I wrote a song for. I got their CD. I've got like silly stuff. One of the best ones is Reggie and the Full Effect and fucking Full Effect, which you can't find anymore because it's out of print. And I have that one I kept. But like other than that, like no CDs left.
Someone call a record store and ask them if they got the new Jazz Cabbage album.
Oh yeah, yeah. That is the hottest new band. Like I've heard, like they've just got all #1 hits. I've heard
Dude,
their song 5x5 Bingo is like just so creative.
Yeah, that's good.
And jazz
Bingo,
hands.
bango,
That-
kaput, capiche.
Kaput 58, capiche? When I see 58, I see SB, and those are my initials that I use as my moniker here on these internet pages.
I can make blood out of
I
my
see-
fingers.
Nice. Good job.
Vato Loco.
That's
I
awesome.
thought we were saying
Yeah.
dumb shit we
20,
could do. My bad.
21st Street rolling crip. What
No,
up?
no, I'm thinking.
Crip blood.
That's awesome.
Get in trouble.
Wearing a hat doesn't mean I'm not awesome.
Some crip watching the show's gonna see that and be like, perpetrating fool, I'll come fuck you up. Oh, wannabe white boy.
Call my buddy Tupac in Malaysia and get him right over.
I'd love to talk to Tupac. If you could get a hold of him, that'd be great.
No,
But-
see now everyone's like Tupac's alive. Tupac's alive. I'm like, he was. I think he was alive. I mean, Suge Knight's son has sightings of him in Malaysia, and then that spook flight went down, and the one they never found anything of, with all the crazy like names on it. And I think because his mom had just gotten cancer, I suspect. Don't have any proof, but I can feel it in my bones that like Tupac was on that plane because he was trying to get back to his mama, and she was dying of cancer.
I hope
I
not.
just had this feeling. I can't explain it.
So
But
tragic.
yeah, whatever. I was thinking about, I'm talking to my boyfriend about opening up a comedy club here in Charleston, and I'm going to call it the Guyana Punchline.
Guyana. That's good.
Nice.
It's good.
It's
You could totally
great.
do it. You could totally do it. You could do it.
The Guyana, it's like Guyanda, but it's Guyana Punchline.
Yeah.
Nice.
Jim shared this clown meme. Is this who is this clown?
This is Bozo.
Bozo. You want Archer cookies if you got the thing in the bucket.
Okay.
So
Were
the
clowns
Vandals,
always just terrifying? Like, how could they not be terrified of this guy? Freaking terrifying.
do you guys know the
Internet.
Vandals song about clowns?
Love Vandals.
You ever heard that? It's like
Which
this
one?
Punk Vandals.
I like
Uh-uh.
I like My Girlfriend's Dead. That's my favorite song by them. Where he talks about he's like, we broke
Oh,
up, but
yeah.
tell everybody she's dead. My
You know the
girlfriend's dead.
Vandals?
My
Okay,
girlfriend's
so
dead, you see.
there's this.
It's a total
this-
lie, but it's easier on me.
I love that band. So
Great.
they have this song where it's just I can't remember exactly the meter, but it's a country punk song. It's like clowns are neato, clowns are fun, clowns are loved by everyone, cops and commies, even fags, everybody loves their gags. Yeah, about 16 million of my friends are packed up in the clown bill. We're pulling this Ferris wheel in the parking lot. This cop pulls me over and says, "Hey, Bozo, what do you think you're doing?" I say, "I am Bozo, man. I wish I were. The man's a freaking genius."
That's good, Gordy.
That-
I never heard it. I'm gonna have to check it out.
That's from what is it? Me something in the vein. Oh damn it! I know exactly what it's green.
Yeah.
I know the exact
You know-
album. Like
yes.
it's on. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have that. I'm a punk rock
That's-
girl. I like
That's the one that stuck.
believe it or not, in all my blondness and the fact that I was a cheerleader and I did all this, I have an accordion. I was a punk rock girl. I didn't listen to any pop music till like 2007. I had to catch up on all that. I missed it all. I was listening to like metal and stuff,
Yeah.
which I'm more punk rock than any of them because you can't tell.
Mm,
He's masquerading as a straight edge.
exactly.
I don't have to dye my hair weird
That's why
colors.
That's why I'm wearing the Fugazi beanie. I
Yeah.
just
I
realized
thought-
that I look like
I thought
Ian.
it was
Mackay.
Steve Zissou.
This
Oh,
is
Cocteau?
John Cocteau. Yeah, he
There
was
he is.
born on July 5th.
What is
Oh,
that?
God.
July 5th,
Duh.
1889. He's maybe
You
a
know-
member of the Priory Scion. He's an
Well,
interesting
I'm not
French
sleeping.
guy.
I'm not sleeping tonight. The fuck? Between clowns and
Looks
this?
Looks like a crash test dummy. Went to bed with
Yeah.
John Cocteau.
You were trying
Let's-
to. Okay, I'll leave. I can. You just ask me to leave. I'll go. You don't have to scare me out of here.
And there's a nice handsome picture of him.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, except for the fact
Wait.
he's a fucking weirdo. No thanks.
The international
He
finance.
is.
Okay.
Yes. he's-
There's a great meme where it says that Jean Cocteau claimed that he didn't like that he liked cats because there were no police cats. Now I don't know if that's a true quote or not, but someone made a meme with him that said, that was the quote. It was him
Sounds
holding
like
a cat.
That sounds like a Lenny Bruce joke.
It does kind of sound like a Lenny Bruce joke. That's true. But yeah, that made me laugh. Like the idea of a police cat is pretty funny. Because you know you done wrong when the cops come in with a cat. Shit's going down. If the cops come in with a cat and they're giving it instructions, your shit is done. You are over. You're looking at bad parts of the future are coming your way in big waves.
Yeah, I don't like cats, and I don't like spiders, by the way, either. And I really don't like clowns, and I don't like the whatever the fuck that was.
Well, clowns are like pretty much a symbol of the Nephilim. That's what they are. They're like a symbol of the agent of the devil, and I mean that literally. They come straight from the
clowns are
the
scary,
Masons. The Masons brought them out with the what do you call it? The higher up guys that do the Arab stuff. I can't think of their names. The
Royal
Jesters.
and the Shriners.
The Shriners Royal Jesters Club. Have you looked at all that, Missy?
Yeah,
so
the Occult Rejects. Very good friends with New York Patriots.
Yeah.
He's my boy.
I listen to those guys.
I almost said his real name, and I was like, wait, no, shut up, Missy. Yeah.
Please don't dox him on this show.
Clowns. No, I'm not going to. Clowns are scary, but clowns aren't the bottom of the barrel scary. Clowns are terrifying, yes, but you know what's scarier than a clown?
John Cocktail with the cat.
It's a French clown that doesn't talk, and you know I can't handle silence.
Mine.
Yeah, the Harlequins. The Harlequins had a really weird role during like Renaissance and stuff. They were much more than just like court jesters.
Oh yeah, they actually had, for example, King Henry VIII had a I almost said midget, whatever. Little people sounds weird. That sounds awful. Like I'd rather just say midget. That sounds nicer. I don't know why, but yeah, he had a midget that was his court jester, and he was actually he was in pictures with the royal family. He was making like decisions of state. Like he was very important in the hierarchy of things. But Henry didn't end up killing him because
they call him a natural jester because he was naturally a jester. They have natural jesters, and then they have legal jesters. I think is what they called it. Where if
legal
lawyers.
Because you're funny.
So like Binger?
Jesters were like, people that had like weird deformities or you know, they were
one of us. One of us.
One of us. One of us. Like us.
Google gobble.
Freaking weirdo mutants.
Have you guys ever seen the Betty Boop cartoon with a guy named Bimbo, and it's called Bimbo's Initiation? And he talks about it's literally like the Candlehead Society, and they're like, "Want to be a member? Want to be a member?" And he's like, "No!" And they fuck with him to try to get him to join their society.
Yeah, that's trippy.
Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I remember seeing it.
Want to be a member? When I hear stuff like that, that's what I think.
It's creepy.
Bimbo's Initiation is what it's called. It's a Betty Boop cartoon.
It's probably
Betty Boop like honey pots him into joining and becoming a member.
Yeah.
So
I just love it.
Free Disney.
Actually, what's interesting is that Bimbo was a character that got stolen from Walt Disney, but at the beginning of the cartoon, Bimbo's Initiation, he falls into a manhole and Mickey Mouse slams it shut and locks it.
MK Ultra, y'all.
Insane.
Just a little. Just a little.
Speaking of Disney, I went to Club 33 when it used to be.
Did you?
Did you get pregnant?
The public. I didn't get pregnant, but up in the upstairs men's room, they had all these like creepy photographs of Walt Disney with Shirley Temple sitting on his lap.
Did you get pictures?
I didn't take pictures. It was in the men's room, and I didn't think about it back then. But like, these pictures were so pedophilic.
Well, Shirley Temple did the baby burlesque stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fucked up shit. To the max.
Shit. If you think it stopped, you lost. No, it's still going on.
Oh yeah.
You can just, I don't know if any of you guys have been to Hollywood like anytime recently, but you can just feel it. Like you can feel it in the air. It's dark. I stayed at the Standard Hotel because of course I had to investigate when I was there. Couldn't help myself. Me and my friend Casey Jones, like she does the Kodak report. We're like going through like with a flashlight being, where to hide the kids? Where's Adam Schiff? Yeah, it was the Hollywood Standard Hotel. I had to stay there. It was so, I got all these pictures. It was so freaking creepy and weird. What is that right there? I can't see very well. It looks like are you processing pictures? Like what's going on there? 8mm? What's Jesus?
Jesus. Oh, is that a lenticular? Is that a 3D?
Can you see
Yeah,
it?
it's a lenticular printing.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's really
Yeah,
cool.
those are cool.
I had a
Jesus
velvet
is
Elvis that used
knocking
to do
at your
that.
door.
I don't know what happened to it.
Lo, I stand at the door and knock, etc., etc.
That's not Jesus. Jesus is black.
Quote the
Come on now.
Bible verse.
Yeah.
Someone has that on their bingo card. What is the reference for that verse?
Oh, here's the. Hold on.
I stand at
Jesus
the door and
wept.
knock.
How's that,
Jesus
Alan?
What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm sure Alan gets it. This is his happy birthday gift for me.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
You are correct. I did receive portraits of Jesus for birthday presents from
Nice.
various people throughout my life. So you would not be the first person to give me a portrait of Jesus.
I want to send you a picture of the black Jesus Last Supper. That one's awesome.
For sure, I want to. I love all
Have you
pictures
seen
of
that?
Black
From, like,
Jesus.
It's a black exploitation Last Supper.
I haven't seen it.
No, I don't think
Oh,
so.
it's great. It's
I
great.
seen one painted on black. What is velvet? Black velvet? Or
Yeah.
no, it's a different
Black
fabric. I think.
Velvet. Like that's a song.
Oh no, I know. Don't do it. Oh man.
It's a bad karaoke song. Yeah.
Should we push that up into a higher tempo and like make it a little bit more bluegrass? You know, Mississippi in the middle of a dry spell. I can't remember the rest of the lyrics. Gordy might be able to help me out.
Yeah, it's blanking. I'm blanking right now.
It wasn't a bad
Alana
song,
Miles.
but it's pretty
Alana
corny.
Miles,
Yeah,
right?
Alana Miles.
Yeah.
Little
She's got
cheese
Alana
ball.
Miles on her now.
One of the
Yeah.
It's one of the top 100 performed karaoke songs, and it's never a woman that you actually want to see perform. Like it's always.
That's right.
Like,
No.
yeah, they got bangs up to here.
Yeah.
They got
Pretty
Tanya
hot,
Harding
too,
bangs.
isn't it?
It's
Tanya
hot.
Harding bang.
It makes me think of that song by Chris. What's his name? They rolling around on the beach. It's got the bendy
Christopher
guitar.
Cross?
No, it's funny.
Bendy guitar.
Caraba, Stapleton.
No, I can't remember. It's all right. We can let it go. I just can't remember. Wicked Games. That's the title.
Oh, Chris Isaac.
Oh,
Chris Isaac. Yeah.
Helena Christensen.
Those songs go together. Yeah.
Helena Christensen's in the video.
Yeah, in the video. Yeah, exactly. I haven't thought about that girl for a long time.
She used to be hot. I think she did a bunch of drugs though, so I don't think it turned out well.
Shocking! No, don't say it's so.
Models on drugs.
I thought she was a pretty good Christian girl for the most part.
No,
just a little.
you would
She's slamming a
assume.
little bit of heroin, and other than that, mostly straight Catholic or whatever.
It's not like she was shooting into her neck. It's gonna be fine.
Hey, while we're talking, I'm gonna screen share something real quick. I'm gonna play something for you guys since
Do y'all want to
Legs-
see pictures of my deck?
Did you trim the bushes or not?
Oh, it's huge. I've got a big deck.
Oh,
Can you
they're
guys see
beautiful.
this?
That's cool.
Orangutans and otters
Oh yeah.
So this is
at
a
a
family.
Belgian zoo.
Yes.
No animals got raped in that picture because otters are not cool. They're not
So-
cool.
You don't like otters? You don't like otters or cats?
Dude, otters are rapey as fuck. just so you know.
Yeah. I hate to break the news to people about dolphins too. Like I know you want to think of them as cute, but you need to think of them as psychopaths.
This guy looks like when I was a kid at Showbiz, the guy that played the piano. That's
Yeah,
what this
okay.
monkey looks like to me. He
Yeah,
looks like the
I can see
Showbiz
that.
monkey with the piano.
Not Dr. Zayas from Planet of the Apes. It's always Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
Oh, nice.
We're talking about Grandma's Boy, the movie. It's like, don't judge me, Dr. Zayas. That's what I quoted.
So this story is of unsharing. Stop sharing. The family of orangutans in the Belgian zoo since the lockdown. And
Yeah, that can't be good for the zoo animals because they don't get
No.
activity. They don't get. They're
Mhm.
used to it, and yeah, it's gonna suck.
right.
At least
so-
they're not. At least they're not beagles.
at least
Beagles
that's what?
At least they're not beagles. because beagles did not have a great year, Fauci.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
So these
It's the cutest
orangutans.
dog.
Do you think beagles are embarrassed to leave the house because of all that? It's a shame on their breed.
Gordy
How-
has
how-
to finish his story about orangutans and otters at the zoo.
All right, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
So because they weren't getting the social interaction from people that they had gotten pretty much their whole lives, they all got depressed and sick, and they were getting really starting to get really unhealthy, and there was nothing they could really do for them. It's not like they can send them back to the wild or anything. So they ended up rerouting this what do you call it? A stream that goes through because the otters are near. So they made it so that the otters can go into the orangutans enclosure and get interaction, because they're both social animals and they're not predators they're not on each other's food chain or anything. So they figured they'd see what would happen, because otters do have that kind of social interaction.
Right.
They're bad.
Yeah, well, they can't very easily rape the orangutan, so it's pretty safe.
I imagine it'd be hard, but
Otters are violent, necrophilic, and serial killing fur monsters.
That's gay.
Blimey.
I'm glad they have strong opinions.
So
As long as you're not a baby seal, it's gonna be fine.
So what I took from that whole thing is what we're going to see is this traumatization of depressed kids because they can't hang out. Because we're all primates, and if we can't hang out in our developing years, shit can get really bad emotionally and mentally. And I'm a little concerned with kind of an arrested generation coming up, or enlightened generation, because they see through this bullshit, because they're the ones that got fucked.
Well, everyone's talking about how there's not enough people to go around. Like everyone's quit their jobs. Like the workforce is like decreased. And I keep saying this, and I'll say it again. We have to remember that the reason that the 80s were so successful for America was because 50% of the population that wasn't working before, women, joined the workforce. And in the last couple of years, guess who quit going to work? Women. They saw what their kids were being taught in school. They saw like how much they saw their kids 1 hour a day at the most, right? They never saw their kids. They were literally working for a man that didn't love them. They were sitting in traffic instead of like being around their children. They had to pay for childcare. They had to pay for gas. They had to pay for a separate car. They had to pay for lunch. They had to pay for clothes for work. They looked at it and they went, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to do that anymore. We didn't lose a bunch of the work population. We lost a bunch of women that don't want to work anymore because they want to be around their children, because they hadn't seen their kids in years.
Yeah, and a lot of homeschooling happening again.
Oh, and that's a great thing, though.
Yeah,
It is
wonderful.
beautiful.
And it's not like homeschooling, like where, like when you think like these weird Christian kids that have homeschool and they're like, I'm not allowed to say damn, and I'll go, you're not going to see that. Like, you don't have to wear dresses down to ankles. No, the homeschooling that they're doing now, they have what are called pods. So a neighborhood or a community, like for example, I live in James Island, South Carolina, which is like a suburb of Charleston, South Carolina. And we have not one, not two, but four hubs in the area for kids that are being homeschooled now. And it's like they all join with other kids in the neighborhood. And it's like 12 to 15 kids, and they all pitch in, hire a teacher, probably don't want to get vaccinated, and teaches the kids. And it's happening everywhere.
It's happening a lot.
For these groups, and it just keeps growing.
Yeah, it's going to keep going too.
It's a great concept. You can already do classes online for kids. The important thing is that you get the social development. That's so important. And so what they're doing is they're making these hubs, right? And they're doing what they did before, Rockefeller's education program stepped in and got all eugenics on our ass. Like that's what they're doing. They remove the bells. They've removed the classrooms are just like you saw in, like, I don't know, Anne of Green Gables, where all the ages are in one room together. and they're having interactions among different, class groups of different ages, and they're using the computer systems and they're using the internet to learn, but they also have a teacher on hand and they're able to have that social interaction. It's brilliant, and it's happening
The
all over
one
the country.
room schoolhouse is back
The one-room schoolhouse. The one-room
and
schoolhouse
better
is
than
back.
ever.
I should
better
put
than
my. I better hang out my shingle as a teacher. They could hire me to teach.
I think that's a great idea because, again, like in public school, which by the way, when it's all said and done, when you pay for school clothes and transportation, and you got to have supplies, and you got to have field trips and everything else. By the time it's all said and done, lunch every day, breakfast too, because you don't see your kids, right? By the time it's all said and done, you end up paying about as much as you would pay to have a tutor because they're cheaper. And they only have 15 students in a class instead of 60 kids in a grade. You got 15 kids in the entire school, and they age them up. Like, for example, there's like a lower school pod, there's 2 high school pods, and there's a middle school pod in the area.
Right.
So if my kid goes to private school, pay for that since day one. He's been in 2K at a Southern. Actually, it's the First Baptist Church in America school since he was 2. Never did public schools. Can't do it.
Yeah, cool.
Those people are weird. And so, I mean, that's happening all over the country. You should do that.
Yeah.
15 kids is not hard. 30 kids is a problem, but 15 is not bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, Missy? I went to James Island High School.
Fuck you. How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? Probably into the same. I'm 39, so.
I'm 44, so it's probably.
No, you probably knew Alan. You probably knew Alan Price.
I think I knew Alan Bryce.
Don't drop too many
That's
names
good
now.
for
You
you.
piss people off.
No. Alan's like, his name is everywhere anyways. It's fine.
He's well known, yeah. That's
Okay,
interesting.
I trust you guys, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we probably know a lot of. I mean, it was
Carrie Lilly. She's dead, so I can say her name now. Carrie Lilly. Yeah. I got all those like shows and all at like the James Island American Legion.
Wow, that's amazing. That's
trippy.
amazing.
What a trip.
I got so excited I just dropped my headphones everywhere.
What's a big deal? That's a trip. It's completely talk about
That's
a sink of
crazy.
sinks. You know,
James
like the
Island,
sink of sinks.
Y'all tripping me out now. That's too beaucoup.
You know,
James Island High School. I went to First Baptist.
Now, where is this high school?
It's the high school on James Island in Charleston, South Carolina.
Well, they've got the charter school, and then there's James Island High School.
Right.
But I had a bunch of friends that went to James Island High, and they were around your age. I never hung out with kids my age. They were always got along with older kids. Did you go to any of the James Island American Legion shows? Punk rock shows?
Oh no. I went to James Island Middle and then James Island High. And I used to hang out with all the kids on Soul Agree.
Soul Agree, that's right. Do you know how much property is going for right now on Soul Agree? It's insane.
Oh, good.
My house I bought like a year and a half ago, it's been up $100,000 this year.
Oh wow.
It's happening in Boise too.
Isn't that crazy?
Boise's
it's happening in
blowing up.
Tucson too.
Yeah.
Tucson's crazy.
Money is getting so expensive, guys.
That's right.
No, that's why I don't
Just keep printing that shit.
credit card, don't have any debt, don't play games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Live simple.
The only game to
Simple
play,
as possible.
bingo.
Bingo.
That's right. Just play bingo. I officially submitted my bingo card both live on the air this evening and now
Yeah, I
officially
see
via
that.
twitter.com and also in the Telegram for this
Let's
show
take a
in the
look at
chat
this.
part of the Telegram
now-
for the Weaving Spiders. Welcome.
If you post it, can't we look at it though, and then we can help you cheat?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. That's right. That's part of the
So
game still. We haven't
here's
developed rules to prevent that yet.
Can't you just make
Yeah.
a dummy Gmail account that people can send it to?
I gotta ask
Yeah.
though, Sean, what Jazz Cabbage created a 4x5? Where's your fifth row here?
I don't need that. I don't
Sweetie.
need the 25th square. It's free.
Do you have Parkinson's disease? Those are the crookedest lines I've ever seen in my life.
I wanted to see if this will fly or not. That's just it. Yeah.
Okay.
Two women or more.
Will Alan
Placenta
accept this? I mean, there's be a free square.
Two
so-
women or more. Okay. Placenta casserole.
In
Okay.
your dreams.
Um,
That's a
What do
good
you-
transition. I like
Cabbage.
that transition. Jazz cabbages. Oh man, that makes me want to rewind the show and screen capture to get that. That's a meme right there. That's a live meme that it hasn't been captured yet.
just to blow hard and just blowing hard as it can.
William Jefferson Clinton Jazz Cabbage.
Otherwise,
Jazz
otherwise
cabbages.
known as the drug czar of Mena, Arkansas.
That's right, straight up. Yeah, if you know about the Mena connection, then you know a lot. All
I know is that you avoid train tracks. Just stay away from the train tracks in Arkansas. Don't do it.
Well, if people happen to disappear out by the train tracks, you should also maybe avoid filming and calling everyone and trying to find out all about it. Because it turns out that if you do that, you might shoot yourself in the head 2 or 3 times.
I love they made that Tom Cruise movie where the guy's flying in the cocaine for the CIA, and they didn't mention Bill Clinton once. No,
They don't have to. They don't have to.
It's implied in the subtext.
I would say
somewhere.
Tom Cruise implies Bill Clinton, unfortunately, anyway. I mean, just Tom Cruise by himself, and kind of implies Bill Clinton, unfortunately.
Well, remember, he was married to Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman's father was a prolific hardcore pedophile that brutally abused her sister with SRA. So he used to bury her, dig her up, bury her alive, dig her up because she ran out of oxygen, molest her, bury her again till she almost ran out of oxygen, dig her up, molest her, and do it again until you gotta remember, when it comes to the human psyche and the human soul, the one thing that you have in common in all these traumatic stories, whether it's you got in a super bad car accident or broke your arm, or whether you got molested, the thing that people across the board have is a feeling of looking down on themselves, like they're not even in their own body. Now, if you take that and you multiply that and you keep that going, how long is it till your soul can't get back inside your body?
Right.
That's a question I'd prefer not to answer, but yeah.
And then what walks around in your skin suit that's now an available property.
Right. And then they put out movies like Kill Bill that are designed to trigger that program.
That pussy wagon's awesome. I got a Christmas ornament somewhere.
But she gets raped in her coma, then she gets buried in the next scene.
I never thought about that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, they do that. They put these
And
programs
there's the
in.
scene in the snow, and the scene with the snow with the blood and all. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, they
Color
do
scheme and all.
that. It's all part of the programming.
Well, they have to tell you what they do, or else it doesn't count.
That's right.
Yep.
That's a rule.
The cremation and care ceremony is expensive. We're getting a Walter Cronkite out there. It's a problem. So, it's so much easier just to tell you what they're going to do ahead of time, right?
Yep.
Then they don't have to feel guilty about it.
If they don't tell you ahead of time, then it probably won't happen.
Vanilla Sky was re-released for the 20th anniversary on November 16th of this year.
That's my stripper name now. Vanilla Sky.
Nice.
Welcome to the stage, Vanilla Sky.
So Chocolate C, I could take the opposite, the Chocolate C. That's my stripper name, Chocolate C.
Yeah, so
it sounds like a strain of herpes.
It sounds bad. It sounds really bad. The Chocolate C sounds very bad. Is that the Black Pope, the Chocolate C?
Jim's is Black Marmalade.
Yeah, but that's cool as shit. Black Marmalade is a badass name. Chocolate C, that's the new Black Pope, the Chocolate C.
Was that a Tom Cruise calendar?
I think so. Somebody was
posting
pictures.
My brother got me for Christmas last year. My Canadian boyfriend Justin Trudeau calendar, and it's all these sexy photos. He gave it to me. Here's the fucked up thing: he moved in with me for a couple months and stole it.
Nice.
He took my Christmas present back.
Yeah. Canadian giver.
My sexy Canadian boyfriend Justin Trudeau, and it's all these sexy pictures of him. Fortunately, none of them were in blackface. He loves that, but hey, I can't. Wishes were horses. So
my favorite Trudeau pictures of
all those Canadian kids want to be buried in shallow graves, right?
Jim, we can't hear you.
Goodness. Good Lord in heaven.
All my favorite Trudeau pictures are blackface.
Well, there's 27 of them, so you got to pick one.
That's my lucky number.
One for every book in the Bible.
That's my lucky number.
Is serious?
27 is my lucky number. It's even in my
That's
phone
hilarious.
Number. The last
That's
four of my
hilarious.
phone numbers, 2711. Lucky numbers.
Nice.
My old phone number used to be if you spelled it out, THE, like in numbers, the hot kissy.
Interesting.
But I had to switch providers and they wouldn't let me keep my number. It was really sad.
That sucks when that happens. It makes me mad.
The hot kissy was my old phone number.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Huh. What are the chances?
Yeah, isn't Trudeau like always modeling his fancy socks?
Yeah.
That's his PR shtick.
What? Really?
Trudeau is constantly wearing funky socks in the
Yeah,
press.
he's
He-
known for his cute little weird socks. It's true.
He looks like a clam digger.
That's a new phrase. Do we need
Have you
to
seen the
explain it?
Yeah, please, if you can get away with explaining it without getting a strike against Jim's channel.
What a clam digger is?
Yes,
It's
please.
a-
I don't
it's a-
think any of us
it's a-
know.
It's an Aqua Teen Hunger Force reference.
Oh, okay.
He's like, want to play? He's
I
like,
should
"Wanna
know
play
it then.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
spell it out
there's
for
one
us.
Clam digging, like
C-L-A-M.
L-A-M,
Clam.
D-I-G-G, digging.
Digger,
Like digging a-
digger, digging. Okay.
So
Yeah.
now I watched
D-I-G-G-E-R.
quite a bit of Aqua Teen Hunger
That's
Force.
not
I
an
don't
N.
remember.
Me-
That's a D.
Meanwhile, what I was, yeah.
A
clam digging.
D-I-G-G-E-R. Not. It's not an N. It's spelled
That reflects- That reflects on you.
D-I-G-G-E-R.
That reflects on you, not on me.
We're just spelling it out.
Is this a
It's
Being
dirty?
stingy.
Clam-
Yeah,
Clam digger. Okay.
Is it
Yeah.
anything like that Kanye song Gold Digger? Or I guess Yee,
no,
pardon me.
that,
His name's
now
just
it's called
Yee
Stadium
now.
Bathroom. I gotta live there.
Okay, explain to us what is a stadium bathroom and what is the significance of that?
Kanye West moved into a stadium to get out of the Kardashian household.
Yeah. Neat.
He'd rather live in a stadium bathroom. And if you see the pictures of it, it's like
It's a
it's just-
trip.
it's a sta-
I
is
screen
tiny.
captured the pictures because it was a trip.
Okay, so now
like,
Frantic
I'd rather
Missy
live
will
in a
ask
bathroom.
you, did you watch the Sunday service or see anything with Kanye West or Yeezy or Ye or Yee? Y-E,
It's just Yee now. Just
and
Yee.
Marilyn
I'm
Manson
convinced-
and Justin Bieber.
No, but I am convinced that he has some sort of like back deal for all these preachers because they all have Yeezys. All the ones that have big churches that are on TV, they all are wearing Yeezys. So there's got to be a connection there.
Interesting.
That's what
Yeah,
we're
that's
trying to
interesting.
clam dig out
Super
here
expensive shoes.
tonight.
There's an Instagram called Preacher Sneakers where he
Preacher
goes over what
Sneakers.
these people, where these people from these big mega churches, like what they're wearing and how expensive their clothes are, like Gucci belts and shit. Yeah, it's great. Preacher Sneakers.
Yeah,
On
I'm going
Instagram?
right
That's
now.
great.
Yep, I'm going to Instagram
We're
immediately.
heading now.
Okay.
Future sneakers.
I need to look at that. I know that with Instagram, sometimes they won't show content unless you're
They're
logged
wearing
in.
like $8,000 outfits, and they're like, "Give us your money to help." Like, dude,
Right.
It works too.
yeah, you know how you tithe? If
It's
you're a
still
Christian,
doing
you
it.
believe in tithing, 10%.
This is-
Which, by the way, that's
They-
why
they
the
actually-
Hasidic
they
Jews
actually
have the
push-
forelocks
They actually
to remind
they actually
themselves.
push for 20% tithe and an offering, 10% plus 10 mo.
Yeah.
How about this? How about well, added to the taxes, it's 65% that we pay like after excise and gas. And so it's, what how are you going to be a successful person? How are you going to be someone that wants to inspire other people to be a Christian if you're walking around Poe?
That's right. Now you were going to
At the end of the
explain
day-
why Hasidic Jews have curly hairs on the sides of their head,
Yeah,
and I would love to
'cause
hear the further details
a
on that if
remi-
you don't mind.
It's a reminder of the 10%. So biblically speaking, like what you're supposed to do is if you own land and you farm the land, you're supposed to leave 10% of that land like fallow so that people that are poor can come get their own crops off your land.
Right.
It's your way of like giving back. So they have the curls, the 10% of their hair to remind them constantly that they're supposed to be giving 10% to people around them.
Interesting. Okay. I never knew. I mean, I
Keeps
know the
them
story
honest.
of the story of the tithe in the Old Testament makes decent sense that you would gather up 10% and pass it to a church that's farther away from yours or a synagogue that's far away from yours, as a way to kind of keep everybody above board and honest. But obviously it also sets up the opportunity for everyone to be dishonest too. So,
Do you know who's the best people when it comes to tithing across the board as far as like society is concerned? People that smoke weed. They love to give. They just,
Mhm.
the
It's
kid will
true.
share
Totally
10%, no problem.
I mean, it really
What do you
does
think about it?
work. I mean, even if you don't believe in the church that you're going to, if you're tithing in all faithfulness and honesty, it still does something because it shows that overconfidence in your ability to survive without the full amount that you've gained for whatever reason, whether it be through luck or through hard work. To put 10% up and say, "Hey, I trust that I'm still okay without it. I'm going to give it back," is a huge, powerful statement.
I have a weird little mission program that I do. I have a Goodwill around the corner from me. I do not donate clothes to Goodwill because of what they do in third world countries. That's really fucked up. But I do go to the Goodwill and I buy, if I ever see a suitcase or a bag, I buy them up. I go in there like once every like couple weeks and I buy any suitcases or any bags to the point where like they're saving them for me at this point. And I take them to the car wash and I clean them and I let them dry. And then I take them to Jigga's orphanage and I give them to pass on to the foster kids because foster kids walk around with all their shit in garbage bags all the time.
Yeah.
And so that's my little mission.
Hey, that's a great. We should just pick that up and
That's really
copy
good,
what Missy's
actually.
doing. You know, it's a good idea to just get because that's
It
just a
is-
good
it's
idea. It's smart.
It's
a really good
tiny
idea.
little thing. It takes less than an hour of your time, right? And you gotta wait for them to dry, and then you take them over to the whatever they will not let you donate directly to the foster program or through like the but if you go to the local local orphanage, right? Or any of the programs like Head Start or whatever, and you make friends with someone there or contact them, they will make sure that these foster kids get access to those suitcases.
Right,
There's
there's
a difference
peripheral
between-
agencies that are supporting them. It's easier to work with the peripheral agencies all the time because they know the ins and outs. The system, you don't want anything to do with the system. You don't want to know how shitty it is. If you can find those peripheral agencies and work through
Well, you
them, of
don't-
course, it's got to
Your
work.
children, they're minors, you can't have access like that.
Right,
So
right.
you have to go
It's-
through someone. But yeah, I've got like everyone. I've got people all over the country doing this now, and
Cool.
It's
Yeah,
such
no,
a
it's a great
simple.
idea.
You pick up whatever bags they have, suitcases or whatever, even if it's a duffel bag, it doesn't matter. Pick that up and you take it to the car wash and you just rinse it all out and wash it good. And then you take it back to, I have a Jeep. So I just, I put it on like, I put it in the back of my Jeep because all the
Just
water
drive
runs
around,
down
yeah.
there. Yeah. And then I take it on my back porch and I let it sun out and then I take it to the orphanage when it gets dry. And that means like, that's 5 kids that don't have to walk around with all their shit in a garbage bag. Can you imagine? Like, not only are you a foster kid now, you get to walk around with all your shit in a bag. I wouldn't want a stuffed animal. I would want to like not feel like a person that's literally walking around with garbage. I'm a garbage person. Like, think about how that must feel.
No.
It's a
And if you give
little-
them a strong suitcase, it gives them peace of mind because then they have it, they can lock it, they can, they can keep after it. It's way better.
It's 20,
So-
$30 for like 5 bags.
Yep, you're giving them a little bit of dignity.
Dignity. Yeah.
Someone wanted to share a story about a dirty car and this jazz logo on the side of a Subaru or something. Did
Jazz
someone
cabbage?
remember?
It was so somebody Google right now while we're live here, 1993 Geo Tracker.
I have one.
Google image search. You see a
I'm on
teal
my-
one?
Yep,
Teal?
right down the top corner. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one am I looking at?
Scroll
here?
down. There were white ones and there were teal ones, and they had the ba.
It's right in the corner.
There it is. Okay, there's a blue one right there.
Where am I looking?
There's a blue one on the left side of the screen, mid, all the way to the left.
This one?
The one that has the top on the back or the one that's going through the river for no apparent reason?
Are you
No,
looking at
it's
my
just-
screen or her
Yep.
screen?
Yeah, that one.
Oh,
Does that have? So see, maybe that's not the one. No, that's not it. So
What's the name of the design on it?
It's a Geo Tracker. It's not a Suzuki Samurai, although they're kind of similar.
What's the name of the design on the side of it?
isn't it called Jazz?
Is it
Similar
Sean?
to jazz, huh?
sticker?
I
They
dropped
put,
one in Telegram. Oh, here's
okay.
another one.
There it is. There it
There's
is.
a red one. Okay.
There's a red one. It's similar. I think it was much closer. It was much closer than this.
Those are newer. You're
That's
probably thinking
newer
of like
white.
the older ones, yeah.
Did
Maybe
you
maybe
have
it's a
one of
little
those?
older. No, our neighbor did, and I just remember it being like kind of drilled in my head that that's the same thing as the Dixie cup. It's the same design on the Dixie cup
Here goes one
in
in
the
Telegram.
offices.
I
That
see
was
it.
Like the Travis Tritt song? What?
Sean had brought up that art that never got show
Yeah.
it again, Jim.
Yeah, this piece of art from the Dixie cups, from the paper cups, is called Jazz, and it was in vogue a few months back, probably almost a year ago or more now. That they had brought it out and tried to find out who had made some of this old design that we see so much of and we use so much of, and so the Jazz logo became popular. That's the name of the piece. It's like blue, pink, white. There might be some gray in it.
This is my new
aquamarine,
baby
pink,
right
white,
here.
gray.
Oh, nice.
Jeep Rubicon.
Have you named her
Oh,
yet?
it's gorgeous. It's all
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
She pushed the button.
She hit the history eraser button.
I hope she comes back.
Missy, come back.
Jim, send her the link again.
You can blame it all on me.
Missy, come back. Oh, my
Alright.
voice is tired. It's late.
Oh, is this an
Listen, no part.
intermission?
Missy, come back.
Ooh, that's
This
a
is
good
the first. This is the first real intermission, Alan Marcus.
It's a real intermission for real this time.
I gotta bail out here, you guys. It's 1 o'clock in the mountain in Idaho. I'm gonna go to my bed.
Weaving spiders
come back.
wonders, what would Harper Cates keep silent above all?
That's a good question.
I like the little winky.
What are Harper crates? Is it like Socrates?
That's great. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you said that. Made me think of Bill and Tit's excellent adventure just now.
I
Harpo
remember
Crates
the mom's name is
and
Missy.
Socrates walk into a bar.
Yeah, she was.
Which one's the lawyer and who's keeping silent? Pleading the fifth.
Wow, Socrates is the lawyer. Hippocrates is pleading the fifth.
Gabe, tell us, who is Socrates and who is Harpocrates?
Hippocrates.
Hippocratic. The Hippocratic
Bing.
Oath.
Bing
Yeah.
thinks that it's Hippocrates. Here we go. Oh, we talked about that. Amazing. Our friend Slick Dissident right here, Gabriel, dropped some crazy information on Jim's most recent episode of Flow State this week, talking about how he started doing a little bit of a dive into the Hippocratic Oath and how it's all completely nothing like what they claim it is, and that the old oaths before it was changed by the Rockefeller medical mafia was pretty much like giving homage to your own predecessors as if they were God, and at the same time giving honor to pagan gods, if I remember correctly.
You got
Well,
it.
These were also people that body snatch, and on top of all of that, with the snake and the staff and all, like, it's a lot of symbolism and weird shit there, y'all.
Oh, they're the magicians. The medics are the magicians.
Little
There is
Baphomet.
a cobra on the hat
We
of
just-
this
did we
person
just
with a
full
side
circle?
ponytail.
We did.
Notice the side
Yes, we do
ponytail
that a
here.
lot.
You see the side ponytail?
Yeah.
And then also there's a cobra here on the hat.
A lot of full circles when you weave.
The finger over the lips is to keep silent. This is probably what he's silent about. And he's sitting.
Yeah, that's Baphomet. Like shit, right there. Does he have titties? I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell if he was overweight or he had tits. I could not tell.
There's not really a difference. And on that note, I gotta bail out of here, you guys.
He's a pudgy child.
All right, SP.
I gotta
Let's
hit the sack. You guys keep going because you're kicking ass.
Yeah, the
I
stream
look
will-
Quitters
forward to
never
seeing you
win.
sometime.
Quitters never win.
That's not true.
I'll be right
I'm
back.
winning. I'm winning right now because I get to go fall in my big old comfortable king size bed. That's winning.
when this artwork comes up, this is the intermission, so people can intermission themselves however they need
It's not
to.
a California king. I'm not impressed.
So weaving spiders welcome wonders. When to manscape the goat? Do we have an answer for that?
All the time. All the time.
On November 22nd.
1963?
Yep. So I got some gravy on November 22nd for you, Missy.
It's the end of
Yes, sir.
Scorpio. That's all I know so far.
Well, yeah. So this is pretty fun. So do you know Michael Wan's work with the Susquehanna River?
I couldn't understand any of those words, but I think they might be Canadian.
Yeah, his name's Michael Wan, and he's been researching the Susquehanna River.
Where's
And
that at?
It's pretty much in
So Canada, okay.
he's up in, I think, like Connecticut. It's near Scranton and Pennsylvania.
Okay.
It's everywhere north of Washington and the Delaware. It's like the Delaware feeds into the Susquehanna.
My friend Bethany was talking about it the other day, and I was like, I can't talk about Canadian shit. I have to go. Like, she was talking about that the other day. What's going on with that one?
So he's put like years and years into this research, and essentially, and it's absolutely fascinating. I highly recommend taking a week and just digging in on Michael Wan's stuff.
Oh, you're adorable. You think I got a week?
Yeah. So his what he's discovered is that almost all technological advances they stem from the Susquehanna River, and it even goes back to Benjamin Franklin and the light bulb and hydroelectric plants that Benjamin Franklin was a part of. The first computer, ENIAC, was launched from there. All technology goes back to the Susquehanna River. Well, about a week ago, I woke up after I watched Michael Wan right before I went to sleep the night before. So I was having Michael Wan dreams. It was crazy. And I woke up with this epiphany. I think that the constellation Ophiuchus, which begins on November 22nd.
Can you spell that for me, please?
Yep. Ophiuchus.
Where does that come from?
I think it's Greek. It's called the 13th constellation.
Of course.
Yes. So I have
what? 17 was taken.
right. So I've suspected for a long time that it's the Baphomet. And that night, it occurred to me that the shape of that constellation looks a lot like the Susquehanna River.
Interesting. It looks like a turtle to me.
Do you have artwork to show?
Yeah, I can bring it up. So I
send it to me. I'll share the screen.
All right. So I woke up the next morning, and sure enough, I was talking to a buddy who was just minutes away from talking to Michael Wan, and we ended up doing a whole show on it, and it was incredibly synchromystical. We'll just say that. But essentially, I think that
it's Egyptian, Ptolemy.
Ophiuchus.
Yes, it's a 2nd century astronomer of Ptolemy. It remains one of the 88 modern constellations.
Yes.
It's a snake. It's a snake around a staff.
A snake going through his legs. Just like the Baphomet has a snake between the legs.
Just like Michelle Obama.
Yep, you got it. You got it.
I have a meme there too. You guys are spinning these webs frantically tonight. I'm trying to keep up with y'all. It's beautiful. I love it.
The Ophiuchus, whatever the fuck it is, in the daytime sky, it's not visible in most latitudes. However, it's only visible in the Arctic Circle. Interesting.
And so it is a scapegoat because it is cast off of the zodiac.
That's when you manscape the goat.
That's when you manscape.
You mean a snake? You mean a snake goat? Wink, wink.
Oh yeah, very good. Yeah. So you've got the.
It's Alpha Centauri. Interesting.
So here we go. There you got it, Alan. So I had to flip Ophiuchus into reverse because when you look at it at the sky, it's one way. When you put it down next to the map, it's another way. There's Ophiuchus right there.
Sharing means caring.
But one thing that really seals the deal here. So we know the Knights Templar, they love that number 13. And this is the 13th sign. And the Baphomet has, on one hand, is pointing at a black crescent moon, and the other hand is a white crescent moon. Well, that ties into Michael Wan's research. He's discovered that at one branch of the Susquehanna River is Herkimer quartz. And at the other end of the Susquehanna is anthracite coal. And so there you have the white and the black.
You do understand that the crescent is a symbol for Baal, and it's actually Carthaginian and Phoenician.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because they had Tanit and then they had Baal. Of course, the god that sacrificed children. I mean, it was called the Valley of the Shadow of Death because that's where they sacrificed the babies.
Wow. Yes, in Scranton.
The Topats, the Topats and all.
Yes, And Scranton is right here, smack in the middle of the yard, the Y shape.
Where's the office?
Right. Yes.
Good
So
point. Scott's
Scranton.
Tots.
And our president is from
Yes.
Scranton.
As is Hillary's
Is he?
coven.
Hillary's coven?
And when you read Scranton in reverse, it reads not narcs.
Wow. Not narcs.
Secret keepers.
Oh,
Dude, the thing I was talking about this earlier in one of the podcasts I did today. Jesus, it's been a busy day. I was talking about how everyone talks about the Masons and everyone knows so much about the Masons. And of course, the occult rejects, New York Patriot, like he did a great job going into like the Moose Lodges. And all, yeah, like
that was cool.
I mean, the Moose Lodge was so prolific. It was in the freaking Flintstones cartoons, right? But here's the deal. We know so much about them. So you have to ask yourself, if we know so much about them, they must have lost power by now, right?
I think you're so spot on. They shut down a lot of the lodges I know about.
Yep.
We know so much about them. So that means they must be out of power. Because of course, whoever, the real pedophile that's pulling the strings in the background, that's going to be, someone else. It's not going to be someone that we're aware of.
Geppetto. Is that a Pinocchio reference?
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
So I can tie this to, I've been on this, I'm going to look up this song and drop it in the Telegram chat. It's an Oingo Boingo song, and I threatened Buffalo and Legs that I would bring up Oingo Boingo again, and here it is.
Somebody's getting a bingo.
So there's
more ways than one. Oingo Boingo. What?
So there's a
Check out my
song
deck.
called Cinderella Undercover.
That's a good song, actually.
It's a fantastic song. I love this song. It's one of my favorite songs.
They
Actually,
were considering it as one of the songs on Donnie Darko, but it didn't make it to the final cut.
Really? I didn't know that.
Say that once more.
That was one of the songs that was being considered when they were putting together the soundtrack for Donnie Darko, but it didn't make
The
the cut.
Oingo
I didn't know
Boingo
that.
Cinderella Undercover song?
I think so. I think that was the one, yeah.
Okay, so do you know the lyrics of Cinderella Undercover?
No, but
You
then again, I
remember?
don't know the lyrics to anything. Even when like
Okay.
I'm on stage and stuff, I have to have something to like. I can memorize facts about ancient civilizations that don't fucking matter.
Yeah,
But I can't memorize lyrics.
I'm
or
terrible
names.
with lyrics too.
Awful with
Exactly.
names.
Yep.
I introduce people to each other and I'm like, hey, you guys should meet. And I'd ask, who wants a drink? And then I pretend to tie my shoe and then listen in to find out what people's fucking names are. That I've known for like 20 years, by the way. It's not like just random people. It's really bad. But I can tell you who the ancient Sumeric gods were, or the pantheon was, or where Ur was, or the tile shit, right? But Oingo Boingo, Cinderella Man, what was it?
Cinderella Undercover. So here's the thing. I think that Danny Elfman is one of the messenger types. He's like he is this messenger role for them. Like he's the guy they send out to tell the people
Original stuff on vinyl, like before he was ever doing any soundtrack shit.
Yeah, he was dropping weird shit all the time.
Brilliant dude.
Yeah, brilliant. Because he has a lot of songs that are referring to 1984 and the Island of Dr. Moreau and
Dead Man's Party was covered by a bunch of different
Engineering.
punk bands. So yeah.
But
he's great.
And after he started working for Disney, he did this song. So that he did the first Nightmare, I think it was. This song, I'm not sure where the time is, but I would be surprised if they hired
We're about
him
4
out.
hours into the stream.
What's on Telegram? How do I find that?
I'll send
Can
a
we
link.
send a link? Yeah, okay.
To the-
So here's the lyrics. When I was young, my mind would always wander away. So we don't get strikes.
Singing the guitar parts.
I wouldn't, I couldn't talk, never had nothing to say. But now I'm grown, nothing much seems to have changed. I think I'm going insane. Yeah. Is this a fairy tale of the 7 dwarves? Did Snow White really die while fighting in the war? It goes on and on and on. You just have to read it. But he clearly says the last few lines are, the 7 dwarves, oh, there's only 4 alive today. And Cinderella is working for the CIA.
It sounds like if Bill Cosby wrote a song from prison.
I think he's exposing he's trying to leak Disney's pedophile ringy shit here.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Why is it every single Disney, every movie, that there's always one dead parent, if not 2? What's up with that?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
It leaves a child exposed. That's why.
Mm-hmm. You have to traumatize the character early on in the story.
Or drug them.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Traumatizing people, telling stories, authors who write these stories. Author Anne Rice of Interview with a Vampire, the Vampire series, has just died.
What?
And it was announced.
Just now?
It's because I brought up Tom Cruise, isn't it?
Within the hour, it was publicly announced that Anne Rice has died.
Holy shit. Anne Rice was dropping Electric Universe in her works. That was my first glimpse of Electric Universe, and she brought it. And I was just reading her books, but she dropped Electric Universe decades ago, and now
she was definitely in tune with something else. She was on a higher. She was
Yeah.
dropping knowledge about stuff that you couldn't have possibly known about.
Yeah, she knew Velikovsky inside and out, and she was working his stuff into her material. That's amazing. She died today. 12/12.
Maybe it was the 11th.
Oh no, it's 1:20.
Wow.
It's 12. It's
The
12
announcement.
now.
The
Happy
announcement.
birthday, Alan.
12:21. My end. 1 2 2 1.
She didn't hang herself from a doorknob,
1,
did
2.
she? Because there's a long list.
I don't know. It said it was through complications. What did it say? Anne Rice was born Howard Allen Francis O'Brien. Yeah, okay.
That sounds elite.
Her first name's Howard.
Ophiuchus much?
Is someone messing with her Wikipedia article?
Probably. People are awful.
Is she a snake charmer? Damn.
She spells her name Allen the same way I do. Allen. Born
Wow.
October 4th, 1941. Died
Yeah,
December
she's up there
11th.
then. Yeah, she's up there then. So
41 came up last week. It's the 13th prime. It's
I would have thought she was a lot younger. When did she start writing those books? Because I don't have it in front of me. Did you have the Wikipedia up?
Let me look at it.
I'm trying to find some other sources that aren't Wikipedia to confirm what her birth name is. She eventually legally changed her name to Anne O'Brien. Yeah, born as Howard Allen Francis O'Brien.
Howard?
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Her
first
first
name.
name is Howard.
Ellen alert.
What? Are you joking me?
Someone's gonna get whipped with a car antenna for smelling like mayonnaise. It's gonna be an ugly Monday.
In her own words, my birth name is Howard Allen because apparently my mother thought it was a good idea to name me Howard. My father's name was Howard. She was a bit of a bohemian, a bit of a mad woman, a bit of a genius, and she had the idea that naming a woman Howard was going to give that woman ... I don't know what it says. Her
Wink,
mother
wink,
named her
'cause-
Howard.
Sure, that's
like,
what happened.
It's like a boy named Sue.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
Damn.
Johnny Cash is awesome. So
While attending Catholic school at St. Alphonsus, she changed her name to Anne because she thought it was pretty when asked by a nun. Her mother passed away in 1956 from complications from alcoholism, and Anne and her 3 sisters were sent to St. Joseph's by her father.
so they got sent off to boarding school, huh?
A Catholic boarding school.
Oh, I
Waterboard
can't
school.
imagine what has happened before.
Yeah. And she started writing in 76, it says here. Interview of the Vampire.
Yeah, she hated her name Howard so much that she changed her name at 7 years old to Anne.
At least
She's
she
a
shoot a man in
10-toed
Reno, so 1 point for Anne.
Anne Rice famously quit Christianity and then became Christian again and then quit Christianity in the news quite often.
I thought she was a Mormon.
Our deep dive into Anne Rice will probably have to continue at another time, but I just wanted to share that news.
Wow. Weird.
Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, thanks for.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Right.
Howard was a good dude.
So
That's great.
last week, somebody asked me for a book reading list, and I dropped a bunch of books on them. And I just mentioned that I think Anne Rice was also sitting on a plethora of occult wisdom. It's just weird that I was just talking about her.
Some people
Yeah.
just know shit, though. They're just
Yeah.
born that way. For example,
Yeah.
I know shit. My mom knows shit. My grandmother knows shit. We just know shit. I can't explain where it comes from. Just kind of falls out the sky. But I know things I should never possibly know. Don't know how. So I mean, I think she was tapped into it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's turning off the TV that really helps. The TV is a
Yeah.
big problem.
Mhm.
Big time.
Yep. Agreed. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
On that, I'm gonna go astral travel. Close my eyes and I'll see you guys in dreamland. I appreciate you.
Not me.
you guys hanging out.
Not me.
No. I appreciate
Where
you
you
coming
go?
and I appreciate the
We'll keep the stream
conversation,
going.
Missy.
Before you
going,
go and
guys.
ask you one question, do you
Yes.
ever in your dreams use your cell phone?
No.
It's weird, huh?
Great
Considering how
point.
much during the day you have your phone in front of you
Yeah,
Yeah.
never.
and you dream about it.
Good point.
That's a really good point. Boy, I'm going to scratch my head about that for weeks.
I'm gonna dream about that.
We're going to keep streaming
Interesting.
because we're going to do 3 or 4 shows tonight because we might not be live next 2 Saturdays.
That's why I did all
right.
this shit today.
So
I
we're going to
knocked
keep
it
the
all
stream
out.
going. We're going to keep it live.
I got presents lined up. I'm really bad at wrapping presents too. I'm allergic to anything sharp, and it's just the next like couple weeks are gonna be crazy. I just lined up everything today. I'm like, I'm gonna not sleep. I'm just gonna knock it all out. So I got all my podcasts lined up in one day today. What is that? Is he hugging us? I can't see. Who is that?
Dang.
That's
Yeah,
not
right.
just Lang.
Sure. That's Anne Rice. Trying to find her photo here.
She looks kind of like Marina Abramovich.
A little bit there.
Yeah, guys.
Much love, Gordy.
Good night, Gordy.
It was nice to meet you.
There it
Steve Z
is.
says out. Okay. I'm getting a hat.
This is
I'm
Howard.
getting a hat.
Good call.
This is Howard with the Dia de los Muertes skull with the roses or the flowers. Are those carnations? I can't tell.
That,
They look cheap. Yeah.
that's a fake skull, but it doesn't have a sagittal ridge. Or maybe
Why is
it's-
it a giant? Why is it a giant skull?
It
That's my
is a
question.
giant skull.
Wow.
I wonder what the books are in the background. I wonder if we can find a clearer video of it so we can see what's behind her.
Probably a
One of-
publicity photo because she was selling a lot of books, and then when her books
Yeah.
went into paperback, they were re-released and sold even more.
One of the
hey guys,
funnest.
when does Stephen King die? By the way, when do you have a Deadpool
He died?
head on Stephen King? No, when? When do you think he will?
Hmm.
He's still alive. Didn't he just get in a weird van accident or something?
He's gotten in a lot of van accidents. Maybe
I think
he
he's still
did a
alive.
lot of
Well, you know,
cocaine.
when you drive around in a white van with no windows, things happen.
Yeah. You asked earlier, what is your favorite conspiracy theory? And I would say the idea that certain authors are like the Betty Crockers of their industry, whereas they more specifically are the front person for a publishing company, an intellectual property trust of some kind. Basically, the idea being that we'll say Stephen King specifically is the front person for the Stephen King brand, and he sells the Stephen King books, does the Stephen King book tours, and behind the scenes is the Stephen King Trust, who are the ghostwriters and the committees and the people from who knows where who write the ghost stories.
And
for
he looks like the bad guy from Captain America, the one with no nose.
Right. So they'll
Oh,
tell you that Stephen King has basically published a book every 16 to 18 months. He's published a new book,
Hail
a
Hydra.
new story, or a new major work.
Yeah.
So
And he's
how
still
can
alive.
Stephen King, over a long period of time, publish a new major work every 16 to 18 months over like a 20-year period?
He has a
We'd have to
And
have
they're going
John
to say
Grisham.
cocaine. They're going to say the answer was he's on cocaine. So he had a lot of focus and determination. But yet, how does he get so many different story ideas?
He has writers,
So
a
that
team
is
of writers.
Demons
that is
can't
my
create, so I don't know.
conspiracy
No answer.
theory. That is my conspiracy theory. I cannot quite prove one way or the other, and I also apply that to any potential author, really. But I think
it's true.
Stephen King is the number one example of that.
I've heard he has a studio of writers. I can't say where because I don't remember, but I heard that he does have a
It's
studio
like-
of writers. Like
Where he just takes credit for it all.
they do all
Right.
this stuff.
So it's also possible Anne Rice was in a similar situation where she plays the Betty Crocker role, the publishing of the trust of the Anne Rice brand of vampire novels. Also, Anne Rice published erotic fiction about Sleeping Beauty under a different
OnlyFans.
name.
Started first OnlyFans.
Yeah, it's like
need a name. You
Anne
need, like-
Rice, Sleeping Beauty.
Even
If she'd
famous
only
artists.
seen the future, that there would be forums.
Yeah,
Like,
she published
Leonardo
under
da
the
Vinci had-
pseudonym Roquelier.
Say that
She
again.
was writing. I'll publish it in the chat here.
I want to be the Betty Ford of my industry. Betty Crocker, no thanks.
Jim, what do you,
ROQUELAURE. ROQUELAURE is the last name, pseudonym, publisher, Anne Rice, publishing some really racy, explicit Sleeping Beauty stories in which the first scene is, well, she's awakened. Sleeping Beauty is awakened not by a kiss, but with a thrust and a little death.
So she
That's
predicted
her
Cosby.
awakening. It's a sexual awakening, and then she's dragged through towns bare ass naked to the castle in which she is turned into a sex slave. And this
I'm
is
doing an
Anne
audiobook.
Rice novel.
I'm doing an audiobook now. Like, hello. Great idea there. Wow.
I think those books later were published under Anne Rice's name. But when they were first
yeah.
published, it was under a pseudonym.
I wonder how the copyright is on that. So if you wanted to like do a like that would be an interesting like you read and people comment. Anne Rice is a
I'm
fan
sure
fiction
Anne
of herself.
Rice's novels, all of her stories, all of her intellectual property are probably under an Anne Rice trust and are defended vigorously by lawyers who are receiving paychecks to do so.
And it's an interesting word you use, vigorously, huh?
Vigorously defending the Anne Rice Trust intellectual property.
Wasn't Sleeping Beauty based on a Grimm fairy tale?
Brothers Grimm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That shit's dark. Have you guys read the original Cinderella where they the stepsisters cut off their toes and cut off their heels so they can fit in the shoes? And like, so these are like, they have to be glass slippers because they're full of blood. It's messed up. All those Disney, like princess cartoons they all have messed origins.
Yes, that returns us to the idea of Oingo Boingo, Cinderella Undercover, Disney working for the CIA, all of these ideas, and then you have these companies who take existing ideas, existing oral story traditions, nursery rhymes, all these things, and then they make them their own. They brand them, they copyright them, they trademark them.
Taylor Swift is a great example where she wrote that song, right? Based on an old fairy tale, and it was like her #1 hit song. It's like probably her most popular hit song ever, actually. What was it, Cinderella Story or whatever? Yeah. And then they had like all those like rip-off movies. There was even the one with Whitney Houston before she, took a bath. That one was a mess. Like it's kind of brilliant what Disney does, how they use stories that are not copyrighted. I mean, for example, Moana is based on actually the Aboriginal tales of Maui from New Zealand and Polynesia. There's actually a really cool YouTube series where there's a guy that like he tells the stories in their original format and has cartoons that go with them. So you can actually go see the original tales about Maui and his brothers and like pulling up the islands and all that. And it's all free on YouTube. But yeah, they just ripped off all that shit. Like they didn't like create. They never create something new. Disney always copies because demons can't create, bro. Demons can't create.
Yeah.
True.
If they could, Ghostbusters wouldn't have women in it. Seriously.
Yeah. The first one was awesome. I didn't
Who
see
you gonna
the-
call? A man. I'm gonna call a man. And that's not feminist or sexist. I just didn't find any of those women in that cast attractive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what they do, though, isn't it? They just regurgitate the same shit over and over and over again and rip off what they can from who they can.
Yeah. It's
When was the last time someone wrote a really original movie?
right.
Not based on a book, just an original movie.
Yeah.
The Super Mario Brothers movie was the most original project I have ever seen in my life.
Thank you, Jim Sackey, for circling us back.
Oh boy, wow. Did I say enough about that?
Well, you never mentioned it.
Go ahead.
We have a whole list of topics that we would possibly discuss on a live show, and then 4 hours into it, we can get to them.
Real quick, who's hotter, Zelda or Princess Peach?
Zelda or Princess Peach, hotornot.com.
ConsumptionJunction.com. You guys don't remember that one, do you? I'm old. So.
That is Conjunction Junction, What's Your Function, Schoolhouse Rock.
No, it was a website where they'd show like graphic, like murder pictures and crazy shit.
Oh, is that still online? Probably not.
I do not know. The Wayback Machine still works, right?
The Wayback Machine allows certain websites to be archived and others to be erased forever.
I'm sure Consumption Junction has a dark web affiliate at this point.
It may be mirrored on a dark web somewhere, yes.
But that was what everybody watched. It was that, and it was what was the one that had all the where people would just before even memes were a thing, they would post like crazy pictures of things. Oh, what was it called? It's gonna drive me crazy. I'll come up with it later when it's not valid.
I vote for Princess Zelda.
Good man.
In which game? Which version? In which game?
I don't know. Breath of the Wild's pretty dang graphic. She does whine a lot though in that one, doesn't she?
Breath of the Wild was interesting because that was the first Nintendo game, Zelda game of the franchise that gave voices to the characters before you would read their text. So when Princess Zelda has this faux British accent in English in Breath of the Wild, that was interesting. It took me a while to get used to it. I have not finished Breath of the Wild yet.
Well, darling, you are in for a treat. I beat it in like 2 weeks. I bought the Nintendo Switch just to play. I'm obsessed with Zelda.
Yeah.
Always have been.
I got
Always
to the
have been.
first boss and was ill-equipped to do so. I was playing on the handheld mode. It's like there's so much action going on, and I wasn't geared up for the fight.
You rage quit on a princess? Nice.
No,
Classy
I didn't
move.
rage quit. I had some other weaving and spider things to do.
Yeah, video games, because I mean the stuff that the work that we do can get really dark and it can get really heavy, right? So it's always good to have something to take a break from it with. And again, movies and television, it's not really a break because you're like, I used to love the Goonies and now I know like Steven Spielberg is a pedophile. Damn it. Like it just ruins everything, right? It's all fucked up and ruined. So all the movies I used to love, like Indiana Jones, I'm like, again, pedophile, damn it. Like, right? All the good movies you can't watch anymore because they're all messed up. But video games are solid.
Well, is this the part of the show where we talk about the video game awards show? The Game Awards.
There's a video game award show?
Yeah, I got a few things I could bring up. Man, I don't even know where to begin with this. Let's start.
I'm in the process of. I'm going to be starting. I'm setting up a new studio upstairs in my house because I've got a room I got to clean out. That was my kid's playroom that I'm going to turn into my. I've already got all the furniture and everything. I just got to get it all moved and put together. But I'm going to be doing a Twitch channel where I play Nintendo 64 games like Ocarina of Time, and I talk about conspiracy theories.
Awesome. Well, I got to point out, I'm looking at Princess Zelda here, and she's got that stone on the third eye. That's absolutely a Cleopatra.
It's the Sheikah slate, is what it's called.
Okay, that's a throwback to Cleopatra for sure. Yeah.
Boy. Okay, let me share this image with you here. I'm trying to get set up. I should have done this in PowerPoint or something, but man, there's so few hours in the day.
We're all judging you. We're all judging
you. Like my technological dirty underwear on display here. It's not polished enough. But
you need a power pad, not a PowerPoint.
I'm gonna share this oddity. So the president of Nintendo of America, with the last name Bowser. Of course, Bowser is famously Mario's antagonist. So in real life, in current year 2021, at the video game, it's called the Game Awards. So it's not video games, it's Game Awards 2021. This live streamed to YouTube, and the winner was this game called Metroid Dread.
They made a new Metroid? Nice.
The first new Metroid game in how many years?
A lot. Metroid Prime, I think, was the last one, wasn't it?
Great game. Original content, brand new storyline, brand new planet that they go to. But look at this, simple. For people who don't care about video games, it is weird and interesting to note that the president of Nintendo of America has the last name Bowser, which is the enemy in the Mario games.
Wow.
The arch villain, the number one evilist. So now Doug
also,
Bowser.
What kind of Hugh Hefner smoking jacket is he wearing there? Ugh. No, sir. Your wife let you leave the house like that?
And then we can look at this award here, which is this. Looks like you put it on the front of a Rolls Royce or something.
He's married
this
to a mushroom.
This head ornament.
No, that's a
thing.
phoenix. That looks like a phoenix.
It's some sort of woman with clipped wings, kind of like a fairy. The WET, the Weta Digital Workshop, originally made this trophy for the award show.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna screenshot that, and I'm gonna send you back a report on that one.
Yeah, I'll get a better image of it. Like I said,
my list of shit I need to do. How did I end up getting a job here? What's going on? I got all this shit I'm gonna do.
You're hired.
I work for free.
Double hired.
Yeah. So this image we could spend half an hour just digging into it.
Where's David Icke when you need him?
The whole idea of reptilian overlords and the dragon court and the cult of the mushrooms is so interwoven into the story of Mario.
I was about to say, are we talking about Mario still?
Well, yes, because Mario is Nintendo, and Nintendo is Mario. Of course, Nintendo, the playing card company, playing cards, divination, magic. That is what Nintendo began with. Making
And
playing
he is a
cards in
plumber.
Japan. Yes.
Yeah, they started the playing cards over 100 years ago. Oh,
Yes.
you want to hear something really cool? You've been to Vegas? You ever like been to Vegas gambling or anything? Ever?
Oh no.
Okay. I did a bunch of comedy like stuff in Vegas, and I've got a lot of friends there, and I've spent a lot of time like back and forth for a while there. In Vegas, they have this game. It's a horse racing game, and it's made by a company called Konami.
Yes, Konami.
And it is a
Konami code.
mechanical horse racing gambling game, and it's flipping awesome. It might be the coolest thing I've ever seen as far as gambling games are concerned. I didn't know that Konami was now making like Vegas slot machine games. I wonder
yes.
if the Konami code still works. This game though with the horses, wow. It is so. I've seen like I've tried to show people videos. No, it's a horse racing, like it's called Kentucky Derby, I think it is. And they have these mechanical horses that go around in a circle, and they're like mechanical, like very intricately like clock like horses. It's so cool. They have it at New York still. They've got one. I think they got rid of the one because I used to go like I just go hang out, drink Fireball straight, and make friends. The horse racing game. You meet some of the neatest people because people will be like, "What are you betting on?" I'm like, "I don't know. You, what's up?" Run my mouth, and if you leave, I'll find another.
My notes are kind of all over the place here. I'm trying to figure this stuff out because there was so much bizarre things that were just flash on a screen during the Game Awards show. And I can't pick them all apart, so I'm just picking a few that are kind of relevant to the conversation.
What kind of blind, drunk, satanic pedophile weirdos do they find to judge these shows and design these choreography events? Just wondering, like, you know, Madonna isn't like that. Looks she can't be that stupid, right? Lady Gaga can't be that stupid, right? These pop stars can't be that dumb, right? That they're like, oh, there's nothing wrong with this Baphomet statue on the stage, right? It's just Moloch. He's cool, bro. Like,
well,
I don't understand.
I could show you what the stage looks like here.
Which, by the way, Zelda has the owl.
Yeah.
Look into that.
So I got an anagram out of Doug Bowser here. You go be sword.
You should learn accordion.
The letter U, go be sword, is an anagram out of Doug Bowser.
Nice.
This is the stage, by the way, and the caption reads, "This is the part where you lose." So there are winners and losers at the Video Game Awards show, and at this point in this show, I was noticing the Ouroboros image on the stage. Yep. So there's a snake eating its own tail. There's lots of scaly imagery.
And the resonance of the hurts off the ground.
Someone was asking, what is this logo that looks like crossed wings? I think that's the Video Game Award. The Game Awards channel logo. That looks like Soundwave.
Looks like the award itself.
Cross. It's a representation of the wings on the award. Sure. Let's go to the next slide here. Here's another image of more snakes on the stage. Scaly snakes.
Do what you know.
Yeah. Wow. And here's our host, Jeff Neely, like he's kneeling down. Jeff Neely or Jeff Keighley.
So green screens.
Yeah.
What kind of weird fire volcano shit is that in the background?
This whole video game
off topic, but has anybody else been following Las Palmas? The volcano?
Yeah. La Palma.
Dude, I put that on when I go to sleep. Just put it on the TV. And that's fucked up. I know people probably got hurt and got their houses destroyed, but that shit's beautiful.
Gabe and I and Jim have talked about La Palma
stuff. We kind
of. Have I seen what?
We dug into it pretty deep. There were some dogs that were trapped on top of buildings, and there's a really big deal that was made of these dogs. And then
Bushwhack Bear's been reporting on it on YouTube.
The mysterious A-team came and rescued the dogs, and didn't take credit for it. They just left a sheet there that said the dogs were saved.
We should have sent them to Afghanistan.
Yeah, exactly. Freaking A-team. But they left a coded message about who they were in the sheet. It's pretty cool.
They have to code a message. Interesting. I'd like to see if anybody cracks that. The internet's crazy. So you remember the flag incident with Shia LaBeouf. The internet's crazy.
Yes. Let's see. The next thing I got to bring up here is about a game called Fortnite.
Well, Gabe cracked it.
I don't like Fortnite. Not a fan.
Well, yeah. So let's look at this, and maybe we can say something and move on to the next thing. But this is a Fortnite. They are now in chapter 3. They are flipping the world, so they're going into an underworld situation. But yet, what does this look like to you?
Flat Earth got flipped like a pancake, bro. Did I win?
That looks like a egg getting inseminated.
It looks like a poorly made snow globe. It looks like a Tesla thing.
Yeah, you see, like, there's a firmament up here.
Yep.
Above and a firmament below, and then the worlds are mirrored. So you have a top part of the snow globe and a bottom part of the snow globe. But it's like bubble.
And that's in the film right there in the middle.
Yeah, so this is how they're advertising Fortnite's chapter 3 or season 3 or the third something.
What was that thing called that Tesla made where it has the electricity that comes out of it, you put your hand on it and it like
Tesla coil.
Look at that with the energy coming off of it and all.
Yeah, this could be plasma universe.
What is it? I mean, you used to see it like at museums, like for like kids museums where you put your hand on it, your hair would stand up or whatever, but it's like those balls that would have the electricity and the lightning inside them or whatever. I don't know what they're called, but
okay,
that's what it looks like.
I had one of those in my house as a child, and you could play music and it would react to the music.
I'm glad you were rich.
It was given to me because someone didn't want it, so I didn't pay anything for it.
I want one
don't know
so
where
bad.
it is.
You should find that. Those are really cool.
I don't know where it went. It might be somewhere. I don't.
When was the last time you seen one of those anywhere though? Because those used to be like.
You'd touch it, you put your fingers on it, and the electricity from it would go to the part of the glass where your fingers touch. And then the one I had would sync to music. So you'd put it in front of a speaker and it would dance to the music for you.
Did you wear a Dr. Seuss hat while you listened to it?
It might have been a rave. We might have listened to Joy Electric.
Douche.
Oh, nice. You found it,
Joy.
Jim?
He said Joy Electric. Joy Electric. That was a good one.
You know Ronnie Martin did? Joy Electric, Made from the Wires, of the synthesizer, Robot Rock. Okay, yeah.
I've been introducing my son to Weird Al Yankovic, so it's been a weird music week. He loves it. I don't, but it's clean and he likes it, so I put up with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff like that came from
Where
the
are
80s
we
that
in our
no one can ever mess
conversation? Where are
We were discussing the Nephilim, I believe.
Yeah, there's so much going on. I'm trying to catch up with you all here.
My brain works so fast.
That's fine.
I struggle to keep up. I keep notes.
My
but
brain
I'm already
works
on-
fast, but my technology is a little bit slower. And if I'm asked to screen share something,
I'm on
then I
page
gotta
4 of
find it.
notes.
I sent you some La Palma stuff, but that's
La Palma, yes.
Yeah, let's
There's
check
a
in with
guy.
chat.
YouTube guy named Bushwhack Bear that's been covering it because he lives in La Palma, and he's been doing a great job of like every day he does updates like more earthquakes tonight. Like, dude, people don't realize this. Like, that's not been covered in any of the news anywhere. And if a big old chunk of that shit falls in the ocean, that is a tsunami that's gonna wipe out the East Coast.
East Coast
It's like-
gone. Yeah,
I live on the East Coast. My whole family lives on the East Coast.
yeah, that would be bad.
Well, that's why I keep my gas tank full all the time. Every time I go to the gas station, my boyfriend makes fun of me, but every time I go to the gas station, I top it off. Always have a
Smart.
full gas tank. You never know. It's got a steel bumper on the front for protesters.
For
You never know.
protesters.
Or Christmas parades, whichever comes first.
Yeah, we
Both.
were looking into that award show trophy.
Mm.
I was looking into it too. I might have a bookmark somewhere to pull up.
I know I've seen that image before, but I'm gonna have to like dig through a whole bunch of shit to find it again. But I've seen that image before. I just don't know where.
It's an archetypal
and it's-
image.
And it's not from the front of a car. It's somewhere else. It's somewhere
Yeah.
in like hieroglyphs or something. I have to look it up.
I think it looks like something I've seen in the military. I feel like it's like Air Force or Marines or something like that.
You got to remember the Nazis had those wings with the thing in the middle. So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And that was from Egyptian, which
Mhm.
actually probably came from Sumerian. So
Yeah.
Here's the article from 2014 describing the Game Awards trophy designed
look at that,
by
Edison.
Weta Workshop, and it is gorgeous. And they give
Oh,
us
you
a
just
pic-
ripped off everybody else's shit. Good job, Weta.
It is gorgeous, and this is it.
That says 2014.
Yes. Yes, they designed this in 2014. I don't know
that a
if
man?
it's
It's like a female Oscar. That is a very feminine man.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
talking about this award and they're showing it off to us.
Okay, hang on. Can you go back just a second so I can screenshot that, please?
It looks like it's something from a rock. I'll send you the link to it.
I just want a screenshot of the award itself. I do this weird thing
Yeah.
where like I don't want to know too much. I want to like have like a simple thing and I go off of that and like for some reason
I'll
stuff
try and
comes
pause
through
it here.
fast. Yeah, she's got a great haircut. Just so sexy. How do they find such sexy women to work in these Nintendo game awards, huh?
This is
They just fall off the sky?
Weta has a digital workshop and Weta has a 3D modeling print shop apparently to create this award, which looks to me like pixels or rocks or harpy, something emerging from rocks. So the bottom half of this entity is rock. It's rocky. It's born of a rock, born of a stone. These wings look longer in this version. I think the new version, they've clipped the wings to be a little shorter.
That makes sense.
It looks like a female. There's kind of a chest action here, but it's kind of androgynous, so it might be like an androgynous, angelic entity thing.
It might be
humanoid
married to a
figure.
president.
There's different
Yeah.
versions of it.
What? Yeah, that is definitely
They disarmed her.
it's got all the parts. They got all the parts.
Right.
yeah,
So
there
in
you
this
go.
version,
Yeah,
you're
they cut her
seeing
penis off.
between the legs. It's tucked behind the legs because the legs are held tight. It's not clear that there are breasts on this figure, so it's sort of a hermaphroditic thing
Well, you
without
saw the guy in the yellow shirt.
there are no arms on this humanoid thing. Is it like a harpy? I bet if we listen, they might tell us what the inspiration is.
Mhm.
But we're just
Called
kind of
the
going off
Venus.
of our own knowledge.
Yeah, I see all the cubes at the bottom. I wonder if they're black cubes.
Like crystals. Like this thing is emerging from crystals.
Like Saturn, honey.
Here's a close-up of it. The facial structure looks more masculine to me. So it looks
Was it-
like a castrated, completely penis removed, masculine body with this chin.
Remember the movie Dogma, where in order to become human, they had to rip their wings off?
Mhm.
I
I
don't
wonder in
know
order
if
to
there are
become
arms at
angelic,
all
you
or
have
if
to
they're
rip your
just
arms off.
wings. I don't see fingers though.
Good thing. Long neck. Interesting. Wait, hang on, freeze frame. What has he got going on around him? What is that?
Nice
Wow,
monster collection.
interesting.
The designer.
Ah, does he stuff birds too? What's going on? I guess some weird shit.
A lot of questions. He creates a lot of monsters and
so-
images.
Your face is up in the corner. I was like, hang on. I was like, whose picture is that? I was like, oh, never mind.
Looks like Alan's up on the shelf.
Look at the woman behind him with the creepy baby hands and arms.
One with the gun here.
The
Or
woman
this
that's
one right
behind him with
here.
the 60. Yeah, like what's up with her hand? Something's
Behind
wrong.
the chair.
Oh, the fingers are cut off.
That's the second time that you mentioned something about the fingers being cut off. Interesting.
Disarmed, disfingered.
Well, you know what? If this guy's making video games awards, he probably has some issues with women. Just saying.
Well,
I'm not judging. I'm just
that's what-
judging.
That's my thought too with this award. It looks like a androgynous, low testosterone male figure with the reproductive member completely severed. So
If an
when you're
otter were to
playing
make an
video
award,
games, right? And the joke is, boys who play video games become men who play video games become people who don't reproduce. So
Women play
here's the
video games
award.
and go on to be really successful at stuff. Just
Well,
saying.
yes, but in 1993, the stereotype of a man who plays video games is someone who is not going to reproduce, and not going to have sex with women because he's playing
Because they're all
video games.
they were all 14
because
at
he's
the
a
time.
nerd.
You know, in 1993, no grown-ups didn't play video games though. You know,
Sure, they did. They're the ones who could afford them.
I think it was more like a kids thing back in the 90s, early 90s. Later on, when you got the PC games and all,
computer
then it became
role
more.
playing, PC games had been around since the early 80s.
That's right. I forgot about the role play games. My bad. I should
So
have checked the Anne
there
Rice
are
fanfiction.
adult males who played video games, computer role playing games.
Oh, I know. They DM me. I get it all the time. Trust me. They find me.
Yeah, I'll post that
Especially like
link
the
in
VR
Telegram.
stuff. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I have a boyfriend. I can't. You live like somewhere else. Like, I'm good.
So I don't know that we'll reach any conclusions tonight about what the game awards are.
That's
what
interesting.
the game
though.
award trophy is. But it is very interesting because of the significance of the viewership and the participation in this game show, this award show. And the fact that people will sit for 4 hours and watch this live stream in which they are showing commercials within commercials within commercials for new products and products you can buy. And because it's December, these are the Christmas gifts kids are going to ask for. Hey, I want that award-winning video game.
It's kind of at the point though now where if you haven't ordered stuff yet, you're probably not going to get it before Christmas.
But you can still ask
might-
for it. You can
and
still
you
ask
might-
Santa for it. You
And
can still
might get a
desire
bag
the
of
thing.
shit from your Amazon driver as a bonus. But pick this one out special for you.
Well, again, let me clarify my point, and I'll put a rusty nail in it, and it'll be done. The statue. If you're giving a statue to somebody, and it looks masculine, it looks like an angel, it looks like it's a low testosterone male with the reproductive member chopped off, and then you're awarding it to video game creators. There's a message there. So it's the message that you sit down, you play video games, and you don't reproduce.
Yeah. You just get extra lives, but not really.
I
Right?
like
And is that what happens in Ready Player One in the future, where they're locked away in little cubicles where they play video games in the Oasis metaverse, but they're not
But they
allowed
live
to
in a
reproduce?
trailer. They live in a trailer, but it's fine.
Right, but none of these players are reproducing. They can have cyber sex, but cyber sex doesn't produce children.
I got to watch that in VR with like 100-something people for the first time. It was pretty cool.
Ready Player One.
Nerd. Yeah, I watched Ready Player One for the first time in a VR chat room, Altspace VR room with like 100 other people. For the first time, it was really cool. In VR, watching a movie about VR, it's kind of neat. It's not neat. I'm a dork. Oh my god, I know. Thank God I'm pretty.
Jim, I like your point about it, you know, the no arms. We've seen a lot of that kind of subtly placed throughout. It's a disarming, you know. It's like,
Oh, hold on.
yeah,
Keep talking. I'm gonna
Milo.
share something.
And it play back to classical sculpture.
right, right. A disarmament.
Also,
Yeah.
This
Also
was
classical sculpture
sent
had
to
time-
us from Snake Jones. Snake Jones was wondering what something was, and then shared this, and then we'll look in the
Oh.
chat to see what Snake Jones is saying about it.
My goodness, Snake Jones.
Tell us more.
Wow.
I thought he said Mike Jones at first. I was like, it's been a while.
I think he put that out about a day before.
Yeah.
I think he was ahead of schedule on that. Wow.
What are we seeing exactly? I'm very confused.
Snake Jones is someone who is a spider who will jump on camera, join our discussions. Now he's in chat, and in Telegram sent us that image with the wings and the hatching, and we'll clarify in chat if still listening.
Yeah, he's in there.
Oh, he says, look at the timestamp. Yeah, the timestamp of that image that was sent in Telegram before our discussion. Some things get forwarded around.
He put that in before you ever brought up the creepy statue.
Yes.
Whoa,
Yeah.
bump, bump.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Snake Jones.
Yes.
Talk about crypto.
We do joke about having psychics and premonitions and all these sort of whatever the terms are, where the ideas are arriving in the minds of our people in our chats, and they'll post things and share things before anything happens, and then later after it's brought up or it's significant for some reason, they'll say, hey, look at the timestamp. We'll be like, whoa, you talked about this way before anything would ever bring it to our minds.
Do you think it's that we're psychic, or do you think it's that we're open-minded and therefore we're able to share in a way that other people aren't open to anymore? Because you get jaded as you get older. You know, it's hard to make friends as an adult. When you're a kid, you'd slide in the slide, bump into the other kid, you know, bust his head open, he'd cry, you'd fight, the parents would get involved. The next thing you know, you're spending the night at his house, your best friends forever. And you talk to that guy if you're 24, you know? But as an adult, it's really hard to make friends. We don't trust people. We've been like jaded. So maybe it's the fact that people that are involved in this kind of community and this kind of work, because we are so desperate to talk to other people that think the way that we think, because we're not on the fast track to, having nothing and being happy with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe that openness maybe has a conscious connection. Again, it's all future science. There's no way to understand it, right? No one's studying it. The important stuff no one gives a shit about. Now, like Idiocracy, you know, they're going to make sure that you can get a penis transplant, but except for that statue, it's bad luck. But other than that, like the consciousness thing, like the connection that we have, it's because like we're literally on a different level than most people are.
Right.
Not in like a condescending way, just everyone's on their own journey, you know?
Yeah.
And we're open to stuff.
Yeah. And you know, what really helps with that is having a community to receive the message, to share it with, and then the confirmation comes after, and you can be like, you guys saw it, you were there with me. That's a good thing to have, because otherwise you're like, I don't know, it just magnifies the value of it.
The last year is what I've been calling the apology tour, where everyone's like, you were right, it was created in a lab. You were right in January to be worried. You were right to put food up. You were right. It's just been like, you're right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, I didn't mean to be mean to you, I apologize, I was rude, you know what, I talked about you behind your back, you were completely right the whole time, what else can you give me? You know, that's when people are like, I'm serious, they're like, what else can you tell us is going to happen in the future? I'm like, I don't know the future, but I'm definitely tapped into real reality, where everyone else is like, again, living vicariously through magazines, flashy magazines, and I don't know, like dudes wearing dresses and Baphomet, award ceremonies and creepy statues with no arms, and TV that's just don't pay attention to anything but me. Matter of fact, eat in front of me. Matter of fact, you don't need to do laundry. Who cares? You just watch me, right?
Yeah.
And the black scrying screen that is the phone and the instant messenger and the TikTok and all, like people are not checked in.
Yeah.
So as a community of people that are checked in, I think we're going to find a lot of the same ideas and concepts because we're not operating on that that dead tone level. We're not checked out, we're checked in.
That's right. Well said. Hear ye, hear
Very
ye.
well said.
You heard it here, folks. I love that.
I mean, the hardest thing in the world is to be a conspiracy theorist because even your own attack you. No, correction. The hardest thing in the world is to be a leftist because they eat their own. We eat our own and then embarrass each other and then somehow come back around to the center. And it's so crazy. I've been saying for a long time that we need to have some sort of conspiracy theory black belt system. So I'm like, I'm a triple black belt. You're a yellow stripe. I can talk to you, but I cannot educate you. I'm done. I haven't talked about those things in 5 years. And don't try to trap me on my own information because I don't look at that shit in like 5 years. Right?
Yeah.
It's dude, I knew I was doing I was being successful when it comes to podcasting. Not because like when I did the Charlie Robinson macroaggressions episode that I had the number one Apple podcast as far as politics was concerned for 2 days. Not because of that. It was when I started getting hate mail. That's when I was like, I made it.
Hell yeah.
Fan mail. It wasn't the fan mail. It was the hate mail.
Do you have any hate mail to read?
Oh, I get a lot of crap. I just delete it. I don't even look at it. The number one rule of the internet is don't read the comments. Actually, the number one rule of the internet is true. Whatever you read on the internet.
Don't read the comments. Don't feed the trolls. Don't respond to the trolls' comments and emails.
I mean, you can, but that's going to take it. You're hurting yourself.
Right. We're on the Jazz Cabbage Highway cruising in our beautiful vehicle. Did I share the picture of that vehicle?
The Geo Tracker?
The Jazz car.
Jazzy Jeff called. He said parents just don't understand.
There we go.
Oh, it looks like it's traveling through time right now. It's so modern.
That's the one.
That's the one.
Dude, that is a Barbie car.
I wanted one of those so bad.
It's a Barbie world.
I bet you play video games. Sorry, I didn't mean to roast you.
Oh, I think it was in '96, and I wanted.
That's a '94 or '93. You can tell by the headlights.
Yeah, I wanted a tracker so bad.
Now you have one at your phone. Everywhere you go, Google's
right. They used to want to tip so easily.
Just a tip?
Yeah, they were like made to roll over. It's probably why they're not around.
Like I said, just a tip. I'm sorry. Not sorry.
And they were easy access. It was a highly suggestible.
You should see my big deck. It's huge. I'm going to paint it white and sit on it.
Bigger, blacker, stronger.
Isn't it bigger when it's black?
Is that Anne Rice? I didn't know what she looked like before.
No, this is a black, bald woman who appeared on stage at the Game Awards to promote, did I say Justice League video? Some comic book video game where she goes on to promote something. But the note I made is that she is from ARGUS, ARGUS, anagrams to sugar, SUGAR. Gabriel, do you have more to say?
Do you know what Argus is?
Yeah. Well, there are quite a few things, but we got Zuckerberg. Zucker is sugar in German, and Borg is a cube. So Zuckerberg is the sugar cube. And also Argus in American Gods. Argus was the central computer, the all-seeing central computer from American Gods. and which was representative of the spirit of the Library of Alexandria.
Yep, that burnt down.
Which they had to go back and first burn down Alexandria, and then they had to go assassinate Argus so that the all-seeing spirit could be passed on to the zombie girl, dead wife.
Stop being so smart and interesting. You're 100% correct.
Yeah.
Did you know that Amazon puts a penis on every box?
Yes.
The devil's dick.
It looks like his rocket.
The devil's dick. It's primed.
It's a chihuahua.
It's
dick.
being primed.
It's on every box. You think it's smiling at you, but it's really just winking.
Yeah. It's a one-eyed wink.
Yeah.
At least it's not a one-eyed Willy. I heard that movie was horrific for kids.
Yeah, it scars.
So Missy, did you see American Gods?
I've seen American Pie.
But American Gods, or did you read
Nope.
it?
Again, I mean, I'm a cut-off person. I read for fun. Like, I don't watch TV. I don't keep up with anything. Like, I went to go look at whose people's birthdays were on today, 12/12, and I didn't know anybody that was on the list. Not one of them. I'm like a Martian. I just live in my own little world. Hang out in my garage like a nerd. That's what I do. But I'm never bored. I'll tell you that much, though.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I've not read that. I mean, if I'm going to read, it's going to be like something that like I can highlight the hell out of and like use as like a reference, not something that I'm going to read for like fun. Although I did read, I've got friends of mine that have put out books, and I bought a copy for myself, and I bought a copy to go to the federal penitentiary to people that I know that are in Florida.
Oh, whoa.
I was like, pass it around. You know, you like it. Yeah. All my friends that write books, I make a point to buy a copy of those books and send it to one of the people that I like peer and mentor to in a federal penitentiary.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, the rule is like, you can't take it with you. You have to pass it on to someone. And I bought like, for example, I've got a friend, Alex, that I've known. I met him doing karaoke when I was like 17 and we're still friends. And he writes me the thickest letters. I haven't read yet at all, but I just send him books so I don't have to talk to him. And I sent him the Creature from Jekyll Island, things like that. And I'm like, you cannot take it with you. You have to leave it and pass it on to someone else who needs it.
Nice.
I was like, don't get mad about what's going on with you. Get mad about something that you can actually like get mad about. What was that?
This is Argus,
Argus,
logo of the Advanced Research Group United Support. They are in a video game world, universe, Justice League, something.
I can't create.
They are a UN-sponsored organization created to monitor the activities of metahumans, superheroes, and supervillains.
Or as Elon Musk said, attack children. The UN?
Yeah.
Say it again.
They're fantasizing the UN now. Look, these people are so they can't create. They're incapable of it. All they do is copy shit.
They're very UN creative.
This is
You nailed
something
it.
from a comic book world. They're not creating new superheroes. They're just telling the Spider-Man story again. They're telling the
Or
Batman
they're making them
story
gay.
again.
Or
Right.
they're making them gay.
Right.
It's such a convoluted world of what is canon in a popular comic book series. And then when I'm doing research for real world history, all I get are fandom wikis talking about fictional instances of gods, goddesses, demons, mythology.
Damn it, Anne Rice.
And it's all from fandoms, from Wikipedias, from fan fictions, and I'm just trying to search on an internet that does not include anything related to video games, movies, or anything fictional. I want an internet. Yes, and that's what gives me fandom wikis.
No, they got bought
Bruce
by
Wayne
they got
and
bought
Batman.
they got bought by like some super woke people, so that's a goated.
Right.
Rumble is about to go public. They bought Locals recently, and they're going to go public on the stock market.
Locals. has been purchased.
Dave Rubin.
Tell us
Dave Rubin's
more.
Locals got purchased by Rumble. Rumble now owns that, and they're about to go public on the stock market. Rumble is. Everyone's like, oh, finally a YouTube alternative. I'm like, oh, look, different lizard people that are also lizards. No. Granted, Susan Wojcicki, who owns YouTube, her sister, and Wojcicki owns 23andMe, right? And BlackRock owns Ancestry.com. But I'm sure it has nothing to do with all the other stuff that they're doing. No way. Just,
No, of course
it's just business. Just business. And Rumble's going to go the same way. If you think the Alphabet, again, also they're called the Alphabet Group. Nothing to say there, Alphabet agencies. The Alphabet Group, right? They're not going to allow any real competition. If they did, part of if you're not afraid of your enemy, you allow your enemy to exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't allow they're cutthroat. And I don't think that I think that they've got this hard lock on stuff. And I think it's just going to be like people doing stuff like what we're doing right here, right now. This is the wave of the future. It's just finding a way to get this to access to people. That's the hard part. Creating little communities. So that's how you're going to build your own individualistic group of people. I don't think you can depend on social media to do anything, but I don't know, make you mad or lie to you.
It's true.
Or both. Yeah, don't get upset about these comic book nerds. The people that are writing the comic books aren't comic book fans anymore. They're people that are paid to be journalists and writers and publishers. That's why all the MAGA storylines suck these days.
Here is Princess Zelda in all of her various forms.
Yeah, I think the Breath of the Wild one's hottest. Breath of the Wild, Princess Zelda is the hottest, in my opinion.
Which one is that?
The Legend of Zelda is a flagship evergreen tentpole Nintendo property. Whenever Nintendo wants to make a lot of money, they release a big game in the Legend of Zelda brand universe thing.
Because the fans are cutthroat. They don't put up with any bullshit. They're like, this better be better. I own 3 consoles just because of freaking Zelda. I would not own another. Why? I like adventuring.
Yeah. Oh yes. So you got Mario, Donkey Kong, Zelda. Those are the 3 pillars of Nintendo.
Super Smash Bros. Is pretty damn good.
Going back to the original Nintendo Entertainment System with The Legend of Zelda, Super Mario Brothers, and the Donkey Kong game. And Donkey Kong was the guy at the top that Mario was trying to reach in the original game. So Donkey Kong and Mario.
It was just called Donkey Kong. Mario's character didn't have a name originally.
Was he Jumpman?
He was just Jumpman. Yeah.
Something like that.
Mario.
Yeah.
Can we talk for a second about how racist Japanese people are?
I don't think they see race.
I
think they see Japanese people
in the new Mario. Like, we need to have a talk Japan.
That is a topic that arises often, and we have this conversation amongst ourselves, asking the question, in Japan, they have a real fascination with the Western esoteric tradition, with magic, Kabbalah, and all of those things, with the Middle Ages, the Italian Renaissance period of Renaissance magic and grimoire, and demons and angels, and all of this stuff, all this Western stuff.
Well, they don't have real porn, sweetie.
Is that the answer to the question that I didn't ask yet?
If they had real porn, they wouldn't be so interested in magic.
The blurring the pixels of the reproductive bits in the pornography in Japanese culture.
Anybody that obsesses with vending machines has some problems. Just saying.
Do they
It's a little
sell?
bit weird.
Do they
Their
sell
love hotels
used,
are creepy too.
they sell used panties in little bubbles in vending machines?
Yeah, in America, we just put them on Craigslist. I don't know what's going on with
Cotton
that.
shorts.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't understand. Well, you got to remember the Japanese culture. It's a heavily single male culture. Also, it's one of the most understanding cultures when it comes to cheating on your wife.
Or
They don't
geisha
care.
girls from Japan?
They should eat. They have a highly profitable love hotel business where you can rent a hotel for like an hour and a half and everything that you could possibly need is in that room. And I'm guessing they last 5 minutes because an hour and a half is not a lot of time. Not judging Japan, but kind of judging. Seriously, like they're obsessed with a version of femininity that doesn't exist.
Right.
Not just in real life, not just in their cartoons, also in their porn. Because tentacle porn, that's never going to happen. Not that I've ever like hung out with an octopus, but I don't think it's going to go that way. I don't think that's in the cards. Although octopus are extremely smart, they can't open a jar with a shrimp in it. They just can't. Fuck your Japanese girlfriend. You should probably not cheat on your wife. Just saying.
You know, octopus die after they reproduce. And if they didn't die right after reproduction, they would probably live to be the most ferocious.
You mean like in the antediluvian climate when the bacteria wasn't persistent at the same rate it is now, and therefore things
Exactly.
got
And there's a
larger,
lot more
lived longer,
oxygen
grew bigger, more
in the
oxygen.
air.
Think about that, guys.
Huge.
Let's say the flood myth is real and there was no trees. Noah brought to every animal. I didn't see him bringing any plants on there. Like he wasn't like, oh yeah, we gotta have this cottonwood tree and like, oh, some basil. No, just the animals, right? Imagine the earth devoid of trees or shrubbery or any plants for 40 days. Think about that for a second. Don't you think that would change the atmosphere?
If you put a person in a
Nice.
pressure chamber with pure oxygen, like 80% oxygen, their injuries will heal super fast. Like they use them for athletes. They put them in a barometric pressure chamber with like 80%.
I wonder who they tested it on first, and if they were like, I hope this works.
You can
We don't
run
want to be like CERN. We don't want to be like CERN, okay? We're gonna do good works here.
super concerning.
Michael Jackson was living in a hyperbaric. Actually, they put also polio victims into hyperbaric chambers, didn't they? To help them breathe. Didn't they have hyperbaric treatments for polio victims? And Michael Jackson did too. I think Joe Rogan does it as well, but he does all kinds of weird shit.
It didn't make him any taller.
Nope, he still looks like a toe. I told you so. That was a bad pun. I'll take that one. That was a bad one. You gotta have a bad one every once in a while, right?
Every pun is a good pun. It doesn't matter. Even if it's a toe pun, it's a good pun. I'm all about the puns.
Unless it's in Japanese manga, then it's this dude. I'm telling you, I think that's the root of
The
a
manga,
lot.
the otaku culture, and the weeaboos.
And let's just talk about the suicide for a minute. The
Yes.
suicide culture. Let's talk about the salaryman culture.
All of that, yes.
It's like they're like robot people. Even to the point where they get everything out of a vending machine.
Yes. And yet, Japanese artists, some of them, are some of the most creative, inspiring, beauty creating people in terms of like music and art and water paintings and all of that. So
Well, that's
from this
because
intensely
that's 'cause they're-
pressure culture,
Their Buddhist Confucius background is why.
yes.
Oh,
That values art.
right. And it's pictographic language.
Yep. Kanji.
The big
I
part of
could
it.
I could pull out a Pierre Sabak book and then talk about UFOs and princesses and flying saucers floating to the shores of Japan.
Whoa.
Well, we know it's not U-boats. Wink, wink. We know it's not Obama's grandmother with all the money to help them recover from World War II. Off topic, but still relevant, Japan.
Oh,
It's definitely a princess.
everything is
Yeah.
on topic, and yet at such a frantic pace, looking for citations and extra information and visual aids and all of that live is quite a challenge. Have I missed anything?
You need to
Have you
hire an
shared anything?
assistant. Just you need someone to just be in the background, and be like boom, 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 boom.
We're doing it live.
Doing it live from
Yep.
Japan.
I just have to ask if people are atting me anywhere in Telegram,
have
then
any-
I'll see it.
Do you have any questions in the chat that have come up at all?
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm getting compliments. People are saying
It's your
good things
sexy
about the
hair.
show.
From one long-haired person to another.
Well,
We
no
get
one's
it.
no one's seeing it because I'm just a disembodied voice tonight for the most part.
You do have a picture up, and you definitely look very pensive, like you're
Yes,
writing an
that's
emo
it.
song.
That is true.
You look like Burt McCracken from The Used. You're like, I've got things on my mind.
Yeah, I can share my screen with the Zoom, and then people will it do that infinity loop if I share the Zoom
Coach
screen?
Jones says nobody leaves low Earth orbit.
Well, that belt is like a pain in the ass, isn't it? The radiation.
Exactly.
Space junk is a problem too.
Are we seeing it?
That's what I'm gonna start calling Jeff Bezos, space junk.
Shiny headed space junk.
Shiny headed cowboy hat wearing space junk. No offense.
I thought he was going to make Captain Kirk cry for a second.
I just couldn't believe it wasn't Virgin that didn't come up with the penis rocket. That was shocking. You would assume. They do have an island, so.
They do have an island. There's a lot of Virgin Islands.
Zoom
Bill
won't
Gates.
let me share the Zoom screen, so I'll just have to screenshot and share a screenshot of the Zoom screen.
Do you think Bill
Uh,
Gates is jelly that doesn't have a rocket?
Yes.
I can't
We
believe
talk
it.
a
We
lot
go.
about that.
I can't believe we're depending on a guy that can't fix a virus on the computer to fix viruses in other countries. Doesn't match. It's weird. And this is coming from someone. I don't know if I mentioned this in another podcast that you guys saw, and I'm not like name dropping or whatever, but you know, R.I.P. One of my friends from 1999 was John McAfee, and like good friends. And
Oh, this is so interesting. You're mentioning this right now.
is
Go
it?
ahead. I've got.
Is it?
Yeah, I've got something for you when you're done. I got something for it. Oh,
Well, you know that he was probably Rusty Shackelford that was taking all those drone footages of Epstein's Island, right? And you know that they killed him not long after the FBI. The first story that the FBI put out was that they hacked the Bitcoin blockchain to get into the Colonial Pipeline people that stole the money, right? And they were able to return it. No, that's not what happened. I think that John had a piece, and I've asked him point blank, and he didn't answer me. And that man never didn't answer. He would always very blustery. So for him to not answer the question means probably absolutely yes. And I asked him point blank. I was like, "Do you have a connection with Kim.com? Do you have a connection with Julian Assange? Are you holding a portion of the code for the Bitcoin blockchain? Is that why they're going after you?" And he never said anything. He refused to answer the question. He changed the subject.
Wow.
Julian Assange. Satoshi is a figment of our imagination, darling. That's why there's only a couple wheelchair pictures of him where he looks all. I mean, clearly that's not a real person. It's Julian Assange who created Bitcoin, and that's why he's in jail for nothing. All of his charges got dropped.
All right. So I've got some interesting information, and it's so significant that you went straight to there from talking about gates. So yeah, this is hard to streamline this entire line of reasoning, but essentially, I always hail back to this fella, Tom Carberry. He's very obscure, small little channel on YouTube, but he has me quite convinced that Tom Carberry has me convinced that Barcelona, Spain, is the location of the crucifixion.
Interesting.
And part of the reasoning to this is that the two rivers, from the scene of the New Testament crucifixion, phonetically, and they translate to the two rivers around Barcelona. One is the Llobregat, which is the oily cat, and the other is the Beso, which is the kiss. And now I'll just put this in there too. So Barcelona encodes the crab and the lion, which on the zodiac, that's Cancer, Leo. And then the Beso is the virgin, because you're only kissing. And the oily cat is Libra, because you're getting it on. And so Barcelona.
That's reaching. That's a little bit of reaching.
Well, it does. It means like a lubricious woman is agreeable. She's
the Magdalene.
She's lubed up and ready to go. Right. And, look at that was crazy. So the point of all this is, I was all into that line of research, kind of like a side project, and then McAfee goes off the map in Barcelona at X marks the spot.
He was never off the map. I knew where he was.
Right. But that's where they got picked up, is at the site of the crucifixion.
They got picked up there because Janice was bitching because she was sick and tired of being this close to America, because they had him almost arrested in Cuba for like guns bullshit. By the way, you know what he was being extradited for? For failure to pay taxes for 7 years when he didn't live in the United States.
That's fucked up.
Right. 7 years is
what they did to him.
Yeah.
That's funny. What
you think
they weren't
really
coming
dead?
after him for that. The man would, yes, I think he's really dead. I talked to Janice. He's definitely dead. He's legit. She buried him. Here's the deal. He would like type stuff on the computer, right? And he would literally just take his laptop and just throw it off a fucking boat. He's like, I didn't like the way that was going, and he'd just get a new computer. Underneath his sailboat, where he was in the Bahamas at Georgetown, he probably had like 25, 30 laptops just underneath the boat. Because he was just, he's like, I'm tired of these people fucking listening to me. He would call me from payphones in like random places. And I'd be like, okay, it's an international number. I better answer it. The thing we're doing right now, I used to do with him. Like I have these 5-hour, 8-hour conversations with him several times, a month. And we've been friends since 1999. Now we had some years where we didn't speak, but yeah, he was a really good dude. They painted him as being this like, he was an elite, right? He was born into that, and he escaped out of it. And honestly, the thing that turned him around was when they killed his nephew, and he was supposed to be in the this glider plane he invented. He was supposed to be in the plane, but instead he couldn't make it, so he got another guy to go. And it wrecked, and it killed his nephew. And he was like, they're trying to kill me. So he went to Belize, and the Belizean government tried to blackmail him through the help of our alphabet agencies. And then he had all these people that were going through his trash, like making up documentaries about him and about how he was hooking up with 17-year-old girls and about all this like gross stuff. And, honestly, I don't know about all that because we never talked about those kinds of things. I made it very clear that we don't have those kinds of conversations. And he never treated me like in that aspect. He was always super respectful of me. But basically he would go around the world and find girls his wife Janice was a former streetwalker in New Orleans, and he rescued her. And he had girls that were from Thailand that he would just be like, okay, I'm going to pay off your pimp, and I'm going to take you back somewhere else and get you out of this. And they paint him as being this like harem loving, and don't get me wrong, good man, horrible, weird sense of humor. And he would say fucked up shit to like skew. He's like, fuck it. They're going to talk shit. I'm going to put the words in their mouth. That was the kind of person he was. So they would say like, you know, he was hooking up with 7-year-old girls. They were saying that he was like eating shit, all this weird stuff. And they had these documentaries they put out, and it's all fucking lies. And again, he fanned the flames with these forum posts where he's like, I took bath salts. Dude, how do you get bath salts in Belize? He bitch about having a hard time getting weed there. Okay.
It's not easy. I've been there. It was very difficult. And it was horrible.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
So how was he doing bath salts in Belize? Acid. Who takes acid? No, people in Belize don't take acid, okay? Maybe Mexico. Maybe. Not even there. It's highly looked down on. If you're going to do a drug in Mexico, it's going to be weed. Like, that's it. Like, they're a very religious society. And you would think that they wouldn't frown on drugs. They don't frown on some of the pharmaceutical drugs that we have in America because they're like, whatever, we don't care. Like, you know, you can buy, you know. But we're also like, we're at the point where if you go in the hospital and I broke my back and I couldn't get medicine from like any pain medicine for like 12 hours, 11 hours. They wouldn't give me any medicine. It had to be signed off on by like 3 people. That's crazy. We live in a first world country that when we're in pain, we can't get help. But if you're a crackhead and you know what to say, you can always get your help. You know, you can always get what you need. Just if you need it, you can't get it. And all these foreign countries like Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, he's been there, Bahamas. He would go float down to Jamaica and pick up weed because he had a hard time getting it in other places. He lived on a sailboat for a while. They made up so much shit about him? Everything you hear about him, like 90% of it is bullshit and a lie.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
And the stuff that you don't know is the really interesting stuff that no one has told you.
Cool.
International man of mystery.
Yeah.
International former man of mystery.
We had talked about McAfee earlier and brought up the name of his wife and what she was talking about and trying to correct on the record. I haven't looked into it in many weeks.
What did Janice say?
I don't remember. Has she said anything recently about anything?
I can
Publicly?
confirm. I can confirm anything that I can ask her herself.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's been sporadic about answering her phone, but I can leave a message and she'll call me back whenever she feels like it. She's really upset. Like, she really loved John. So it wasn't like, you know, she was depending on it for money. Honestly, a lot of his money was like tied up somewhere. Like, he had a hard time. He didn't have a lot of money. You know, you have like liquid assets. Yeah.
The money was tight. People were protecting him out of love halfway and out of.
Because he's hilarious. And he's a really good person, which nobody knows. Everyone just listens to like the garbage, which I can't even, I'm losing my words. That's how angry I am at the way that he's talked about by people that don't know him. But then again, I also know that this is like that gang stalking shit where they hire people and they specifically put money in a direction to defame him because he turned his back on the lizard people, elite bloodline people. He refused to live their lifestyle. He was a true individual. And I think when I asked him point blank, I was like, do you have, because Kim.com, they came after him too. Him, John, Kim.com, Julian Assange. There's a couple other people, and I'm not going to say their names yet because I need more evidence to say that definitively. But I believe with all my heart, and from the way that our interactions were and knowing the man the way I did, that they had access to either partial or big chunks of the Bitcoin blockchain code. And that's why Kim.com got destroyed. They put John in jail. He wrote it on his arm. He tattooed it on his arm. They're going to kill him. He knew the minute he went in that jail, he knew what they were going after.
Are you familiar with his the Telegram? I think it's Telegram that is in his name.
I just heard about I've heard Telegram. I've heard the word like 6 times, and tonight's the first time I've even, and I never even finished. Like
the McAfee Telegram. and it's like
No, I haven't looked
supposedly it
at
was
it.
like a dead man's drop. And I feel
Everyone,
like
everyone lies.
if
So,
it was him alive,
he's not alive.
or it's him, or it's not him, and it's just like somebody took his name and
If he was
it's
alive,
like-
he would have contacted me by now. He's not alive. He would have sent me a letter. He would have sent me like a cryptic letter. I would have gotten something by now.
That makes sense.
Nothing.
That's why
I
I
would have
keep
gotten
watching
like a postcard with no return address or name on it, like of just like an island or something. He would have,
I mean,
because he's done
even
that before.
If he set it up, it like parses out information, and it's like a dead man's drop, like has a
Dead man
beginning
switch.
and an end. It doesn't go on.
It's a dead man
forever.
switch, and he had
Yeah.
a dead man switch.
Well, supposedly that's what it is, the one on Telegram, but it's still parsing
His-
out.
His
info.
dead man switch has not dropped yet. You will know. You will know. when that
Okay,
comes out.
so let's clarify this point. I think it's a very important point to explain what Telegram is. Telegram is a communications platform now quickly becoming a social media replacement for Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch because you can do live streaming video to it. You can open your own channel, and that would replace anything you would do on Twitter because you can have a channel where you send your tweets to Telegram, and then it's just your timeline of your tweets. So Telegram has all the features of all the major communications platforms and social media platforms that exist. There are no advertisements on the platform. It's created by the guy who created VK in Russia, the VK social media website, which is like MySpace or Facebook in Russia. He took that money and then created Telegram. At some point, there was a potential Bitcoin cryptocurrency offering of a currency of a token called a gram that they were selling to raise money for this thing. That kind of
An
fell
Instagram?
through.
An
Yeah.
Instagram? That's funny.
Yeah, and that fell through.
It's creative,
And going back to this McAfee, possible dead man's switch, dropping information like a WikiLeaks type of a thing where they're giving us these encrypted documents and things from hard drives, supposedly from John McAfee. There's a channel
the
that's
man through his
operating.
computers.
Yeah, there's a channel that's
Computers are like, hold
operating,
on.
claiming they are an official McAfee channel, releasing alleged McAfee hard drive
disrespectful.
documents on a Telegram channel, including all sorts of explicit images, like frazzle drip style stuff, very disgusting stuff. And it's all released on this Telegram channel.
John McAfee hated computers. He, like Zuckerberg, was given that thing. Okay? He made joke videos about how to get McAfee software. He's like, I don't even own it anymore, guys. He hated computers. He hated feeling tracked. If he had and I think he did, his dead man switch is not going to be digital. It's going to be old school. Because that is an ultimate fuck you.
You know what it all reminds me of so much? Ready Player One. The whole thing, it just has Ready Player One just oozing out of it. And here it's, I just had a little Ready Player One epiphany. RPO, Ready Player One, RPO.
Mhm.
That's repo, which is a theme in the movie where you die and they repossess all your stuff and whatever. It's all trust law.
Or your trailer that you live in that are stacked on
Right.
top of trailers.
Yeah,
Creepy.
and
That's a nightmare. That is a nightmare dream.
yeah. So I'm looking at RPO in reverse, and I'm thinking, oh, it's kind of operator, right? OPR. And then I put in the letters required to make OPR spell operator, and I get ROTA, which is rota, which is a reader of the auguries.
It's also bread.
Bread?
Rota.
Rota is bread.
In Pakistan, Afghanistan, rota.
Because it was round. Yeah, I've heard that before. So there's the flesh of the Christ again. There's this is crazy, y'all. And guess what?
Or as people that are putting shit together on the internet are called bread.
Yeah. So that is the Wheel of Fortune card, which is at X marks the spot, what we were talking about with the Bezos and the Lubrigato. It lands right there at Barcelona. Oh, this is so interesting. I'm going to have to do a territories of Spain.
Do not keep out of context, though, that there's two other things you need to keep into account. The Empire of Tartaria, okay, hidden history, the fucking with the calendars and the maps, right? Because there's the I and the J that they sometimes do when it comes to looking at maps, right? Also, remember the guy that went to Japan in the 1960s, and he said he came from an area for a country that never existed on his passport.
Yeah.
And it was from a region of Spain near Barcelona.
It was just north of there.
Keep that all in mind.
Yeah. And we're right around the corner from CERN too. I should get a map and look at that.
Not just that. Also, the Proto-European is the other. The individualistic language of the mountains there.
Yes.
And there are RH negative bloodline.
You got it. RH negative like a mofo. Yep.
That's interesting. And that's not far from the part of France where they say the Mary Magdalene hid from the Yeah.
Okay,
this is what we're here, people. If anybody's listening, this is what we're here for.
Yes.
King Day.
Yes. So Seppi, I think, is Basque for 7. And this is crazy. There's so much in here. So Seppi means 7 in Basque. The Mississippi is the missing 7 rivers of the Old Testament, which ties into Mary Magdalene and Phoenicians traveling on up the Mississippi way before prehistory.
And then you also had them transferring to Carthage.
Yeah. I need to look
and
at
establishing the Tophets and the baby sacrifice. Matter of fact, the story of the origin of Carthage is that I can't remember the woman's name, but she took a goat skin and she was clever. And she said, I want to buy this land. And they said, anything that you give on the top of this goat skin, we'll take what you have for your money, because she only had a limited amount of money. So she was very clever. She cut the goat skin into very thin strips, right? And then spread it out in a big circle.
Yeah.
Also,
Who did that?
I forget what her name is. She was the woman that supposedly created Carthage.
Yeah.
She was a queen.
And that was kind of ties into how women, were highly honored in math. Like that she was.
One of the reasons that the Romans had such a hard time with the Jewish people is because Roman women were locked up. They did not leave their house. They had no rights. They were treated like shit. And Jewish women had all these freedoms. So Roman soldiers were going to to Israel and raping, thinking they were prostitutes, Jewish women. And it was causing all kinds of problems to the point where that's why the Maccabees went off the grid, right? And you had the Nazarene and all those other people that bailed, right, for protection, because the Roman soldiers could not understand the freedom that women in Israel had. The same thing was true in Egypt. Egyptian women were the freest women. Egyptian and Spartan women were one of the only groups of people that had women that had that kind of freedom in the old days, before in antiquity. The Grecian model of keeping that bitch at home. She can sew. That's it. Right? To the point where the Colosseum, you weren't even allowed to, they had a special section. You weren't allowed anywhere near the action. The way that women were treated was pretty horrific.
Yes, and eunuchs were thriving. Eunuchs constituted an entire half of the democratic process.
All the Ottoman Empire eunuchs came through Libya.
This is interesting.
Libya still likes that open market shit, though. So
Uh-huh.
Muammar Gaddafi, knife in the butt Gaddafi. Poor guy had the audacity to want to tear from the desert and to, I don't know, have one of the highest gold accumulations in the world. Oh, and then he wanted to create his own currency. Wait. Currency? We can't do that.
Did you say
Knife
knife in the
Gold
butt?
Knife in the butt Gaddafi. That's right. That's how he died.
He was.
If that's not symbolistic, I don't know what is, y'all.
Thanks, Hilaria.
Oh, goodness.
In that Bimbo's initiation cartoon that I told you about, right? There's a scene where he's like, want to be a member? Want to be a member? And he says, no. And they have the scene where he's running away from a knife trying to poke him in the butt.
Oh yeah, Bimbo's initiation.
Wow, that
1932? 33?
Mhm.
that
The
reminds
candle
me-
heads.
That reminds me of the movie Seven with the dildo knife.
What's in the box?
In the box.
Hey, come here. What are
Oh
you doing?
God, I think I might cry. That was good. I'm sorry. I sit around waiting for people to bring up Seven. I'm like, please.
It does
What's
take about
in the
5 hours to
box?
synchronize.
Okay, so Tunisia is right next to Carthage was a seaside suburb of the Tunisian capital, Tunis. That's a fun name, Tunis. Yeah, it's so crazy how they don't get into the child sacrifice anywhere. They don't want to talk about that. I had someone on. I had a really popular tweet a couple weeks ago where someone tweeted, rape is a white man thing, and that's what they did to the Native Americans. I'm like, they didn't exist in Native American communities to have rape. And I wrote back, well, that's because they were too busy kicking people's heads down flights of stairs in the pyramids. Like,
The team.
I'm not going to rape you. I'm just going to take your blood for the sport of it. Whatever. Hey, you know the sun loves? He loves blood. I'm trying. Yeah, it's a
Just
Phoenician.
happened
It was
here.
a Phoenician. What is colony. Carthage did. God, there's so many holes. It's so hard to find a document that tells you everything you really want to know, isn't it? You were just bitching about that, Jim.
Exactly.
Wikipedia is pathetic. Now they're begging for money. I'm like, dude,
Yeah. You know what?
you're not giving me what I want. Why should I pay you?
Yes. So every time you go to Wikipedia, they give you a sob story and say, give us any amount of money that you have. Please, something. Give us $1. Give us $2. Give us anything. Help us out.
You know the Wikipedia.
I can't see it being an expensive website to run. I mean, maybe about the sheer volume of it, but not the style of it. Like, it's not like it's, you know.
It's well optimized.
How many people are like, I work for IT for Wikipedia? You never hear that shit.
Jimmy Wales. You got anything on Jimmy Wales, the so-called founder of Wikipedia? What's he up to lately?
I do not know anything about that one.
Okay.
I never really did, because Wikipedia is such a bullshit joke that
Yeah.
I should admit, I need to make my own Wikipedia page. Shit, they're not at all. Like,
That's what I'm working on right
picky.
now. By the way,
They're not at all
literally,
picky.
as you speak, I'm updating our wiki.
You have a wiki. Been awesome.
So
Yeah.
the term, the phrase Wikipedia is Twilight language for "we keep idea."
I thought it was just a remix of like wiki, because they do wiki everything, right?
The DJ
That- I mean, that legit.
scratches
I never
of
even
the
thought about it.
double turntables. Wiki.
Yep.
I realize how stupid that sounds when I say it out loud, but until just now, I hadn't even thought about it. That's what I always assumed. I don't know why.
And Wales is a stock trading term for a large investor.
Yeah. It's WALES, I think. Jimmy Whale. Let's see. Let me look it up here.
Bob Marley and the Wailers and his CIA boots. Sorry.
Jimmy Wales, born August 7th, 1966, also known by the pseudonym Jimbo, an American British internet entrepreneur, webmaster, and former financial ...
You sure it wasn't Bimbo? Want to be a member? Wikipedia, want to be a member?
He was a former financial trader, and he got into trading knowledge on Wikipedia.
Oh, is that what they're calling it these days?
Knowledge. The world's encyclopedia. To their
And this whole
credit,
time,
the Wikipedia Foundation, or whoever maintains that software, the software being the content management system, the media wiki software that anybody can use, it's open source.
please tell me you're getting this information from their Wikipedia page. Because I would just take the cake.
Yes, the Wikipedia of the Wikipedia.
1212.
I shared the
Why
link to
is
it.
this-
It's mediawiki.org. The MediaWiki organization are responsible for maintaining the MediaWiki content management software, which is the software you can install on your server that allows you to create user accounts which can log into the server, to the database, to create web pages or wiki pages and then edit them. Each edit is tracked, and you can go back to different versions. You can chat about each page by creating a talk page. The namespaces are very interesting. So it's a very well crafted piece of content management software with a lot of features.
That's definitely from their Wikipedia page, because nobody else says that ever.
That's from my brain right now describing MediaWiki software as I have been playing with it as a way to archive our Weaving Spiders Welcome chats.
I'm making a Wikipedia for Jazz Cabbage.
Oh yeah,
Thank you.
Not even making this shit up.
sweet.
Someone's got to do it.
Yes.
I'm actually gonna wait till I'm gonna do this though. I want to make sure I make it sound like really over the top. Number one hit selling group, Jazz Cabbage, with their hit Jazz Cabbage, like Bad Religion, Bad Religion. Right?
We have this tradition in our YouTube
Shock
chat
the
to
world.
grant the wrench to our trusted, important producers, viewers, listeners, and contributors. So people who return to our chat will receive a wrench, and they have the power of wielding that wrench and the great responsibility of not misclicking, accidentally deleting, retracting, or silencing other members in chat. So sometimes we get oopsies, and I have to go back and try to make sure we preserve our important chats and then put them on wikis and save them and back them up.
It's a wrench.
Do you throw a
from-
wrench in it?
wrench.
Yeah, the monkey wrench sometimes gets thrown into our chat. So we do our best to try to preserve that. We also have our Telegram that we try to share all the links and images into.
You said monkey wrench, and I could not help myself that I immediately thought about Dave Grohl, and then I immediately thought about that killer robot Courtney Love. You guys are aware.
So you're
that
talking Foo
heroin
Fighters?
deaths followed her everywhere she goes. At 13, Courtney Love was in her first mental institution. Her father was the manager of the Grateful Dead. Legit. And she was in the movie Sid and Nancy because she was there when Sid and Nancy died. Everywhere she went, people died of heroin. Also, Billy Corgan wrote all of her songs and introduced her to Kurt Cobain.
Sounds a little bit suspicious.
You think? I mean, her last name is Love. That sounds like some heavy made-up shit. Her dad was the manager of the Grateful Dead with the Merry Pranksters and stuff. They were traveling around a bus together.
Yeah.
All in that CIA era. Like, because you know the Grateful Dead was super connected. Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
So either Courtney Love's a victim of circumstance and she's a victim who's, reacted in a way to make other people victims. Although she hasn't really been convicted of anything like child sex trafficking or anything crazy like that. So just heroin use, a lot of drugs, follow her where she goes. And of course she probably murdered Kurt Cobain, but at least she didn't molest kids, right?
Well, it's yet to be decided.
She's doing better than the rest of them. They murder people and molest kids. Look at Ariana Grande and her shit show concert. And then look at Travis Scott and his shit show concert. And then you think about the fact that Pete Davidson used to date Ariana Grande, but now he's dating Kim Kardashian. And Travis Scott is dating what's her name? Kendall Jenner. No connection.
What a small circle of friends.
All live. What is it? What is it? The ticket service. All the same ticket service.
Ticketmaster.
All the same Ticketmaster. Thank you. All the same people. Which, by the way, Ticketmaster is a British company.
Oh, really? Ticketmaster.
Oh, damn.
Do you know what Travis Scott's record company label is?
That's like the Bar
Cactus Jack
Association.
LLC.
Yeah. Yeah,
What?
we went into the symbology of the Astro World Festival, the poster,
What was
the
it called
Cactus
again?
Jack
The
Foundation.
symbol stuff isn't nearly as interesting as the shit show that's going on with these companies I'm connected with.
Yes.
Like that's real. You can put your hands on that.
Yes.
Live, what is it? Ticketmaster has been sued. What is it, like 16 times now? Just deaths, stage collapses, stampedes. Like they put a disclaimer on the back of the ticket for the Las Vegas shooting people, right? So you're underage. The disclaimer on the back of the ticket preventing them from having to pay any damages. That's what kind of dickheads these guys are. They deny payment to anybody underage because of a small clause on the back of the ticket that they bought.
The ticket is a contract, and by purchasing the ticket, agreeing to redeem the ticket, that is a sign of the contract of the terms on the ticket, and they are out of any sort of responsibilities for what happens after the ticket is redeemed at the event.
Live Nation. That's the other companies that's involved in all this. Ticketmaster and Live Nation.
Nice. So whenever
Live Nation, but a whole bunch of dead people.
right. So whenever you see liability being moved around, it's bonding. There's bonding and trust being negotiated on back channels. So
I booked and managed bands and worked for record labels and did talent buying for 23 years.
Yeah.
Got it. Did contract negotiations.
Yes.
Yeah, totally get it.
Yep. So when they put that on the ticket, there's some. I always think of the key maker in the Matrix movie, the little Asian dude who makes the keys.
I thought we were talking about the Ghostbusters one. Like, I'm the key master, I'm the gatekeeper.
But that means for every ticket sold.
You're attractive, but calm down.
For every ticket sold, there's some liability being funneled to some back channel that is going to.
It is such money laundering. You've got no idea. They flub the numbers. They lie. They cheat. They steal. It is a fucking mess.
And it goes straight to England.
Bill Burr won't do business with Ticketmaster anymore. A lot of comedians, a lot of musicians won't do business with them anymore. But what they've done is they've locked in all of these different venues to where you have to go to Ticketmaster because they've got a contract. An excellent example of this, and it's not just that. Also, if you perform at one of these venues that has the Ticketmaster contract, you cannot perform at another venue within 99 miles of that venue. For example, if you played the House of Blues in Myrtle Beach, it's a Ticketmaster venue, right? You could not play the Music Farm in Charleston, South Carolina, because it's like 92 miles away. So you would not be able to play here because you played there. To cause a non-compete.
Yeah. Wow.
There's all kinds of. The music industry is such a fucking shit show. I'm so glad I'm out of it. When my company, I had to return like $87,000 in deposits. So I was booking bands in Japan and Italy and stuff when the pandemic hit. And then one day I had to return $87,000, right, in deposits. I could have kept it. Honestly, I could have kept it contract wise, but I didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. So I returned the money. And I was like, fuck, I'm fucked. And then I was like, fuck, I'm free. managing bands is like having 26 children. And they don't have to listen to you. Phone calls, 2 o'clock in the
People in
morning.
chat are asking, what did you do in the music industry?
I worked for about 6 different labels. I started booking. I started booking my own band because no one would book us because we were girls, and it was all like, you know, boys club. In like 1997, when I was like 15 years old, I started booking and managing bands when I was 15. And I happened to actually in the same chat room on AOL that I met John McAfee. I also met a guy named Rich Hall, and he turned out to be the booking agent for CBGB's in New York. And he's like, I would love to have your location because of the ticket rule, the weird rules about space between the venues in Myrtle Beach and the venues here and the venues in Columbia. He's like, I would love to send these bands to Charleston. It's a way better spot. It's a way better crowd. It gets rough in Myrtle Beach. We don't want to do that. So he's like, I'm going to teach you how to do this. And if you listen to me, I'm going to give you a career. And so I started booking bands, and he taught me everything there is to know about the industry. And yeah, he kind of helped himself. And yeah, he kind of fucked me over as far as pay was concerned. But I was fucking 15. I was 16 years old. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, $5 is $5. You know, that's gas. Back when $5 could get you a lot of gas. Yeah, so like, I was just like, yeah.
Money is expensive.
And I got to look cool. You know, people thought I was cool. I'd never been cool before. It was nice. So yeah, I started doing that, and then I ended up getting hired by Eulogy Recordings when I was 18. That's when I started doing the ghost hunting shit when I was living in Orlando, because I was going all over Florida. So imagine Florida man plus ghosts plus maybe demon creatures with hats. Yeah, it was weird. So I was doing the paranormal investigating, and I was working for Eulogy Recordings, and I was doing street team work, traveling all over Florida. And I basically like frog jumped that into, because I did a really good job with this thing called Gainesville Fest, and people from other record
Gainesville,
companies were
Florida?
like, yeah, Gainesville Fest in Florida. It was like a hardcore music festival. We were like, it was 3 days of like bands playing. It was awesome. So much fun. I met so many awesome people. People I'm still friends with to this day. It's kind of crazy. I kind of keep friends, you know? And so anyways, like I went from there, I started working for Trustkill. I went to, I did a little bit of work for Epitaph, but it got cold in Boston. I didn't want to live there, so I went home. I quit. I was like, fuck this, I'm out. I was like, this is real snow. My coat is not going to work here. I had to go. I've only seen snow like 5 times in my life, and that was one of them. And then I ended up working with us, Equal Vision. And then I started my own company when I was going back and forth, because you can't travel. You can't go on tour like all year. You go like maybe 6 months, maybe 7 months out of the year. And during the summer, you're at home. So I would like work in a Korean restaurant, or like I worked at a law firm for a little while and got my notary. I can marry people in South Carolina, by the way. Good times. Then I ended up working for a company that sold safety equipment. And I would go through so during the summer, I would go off to like all the crafts in America and go through the storage room and create a volume list of the things that were most used and the things that had the best application for the job. And I kind of like, my boss says he did it, but really I did all the fucking work. And so I would organize all the equipment, and I'd be like, okay, this one can go, this one can go. And we cut spending by like, I think it was like $2.3 million after that project for crafts. And we sold them things at a volume discount because we're all purchasing the same things. Learned a lot about purchasing, learned a lot about factories, learned about how the world works. And then I would go back out on the road again. So I was on the road and then go on the road. And I was like living with my parents. Because like, why have an apartment? I'm never there. Right. And I got to see a lot of things. And then when the awesome, when they bailed out all the bankers, but not the homeowners, which could have paid off the bankers, it doesn't make any sense. The property grab that happened in 2008, 2009, I got fired even though like I pulled off this big project, right? I got fired because the company policy was that the last one in is the first one out. So they fired. Well, they let me go because they couldn't afford to keep me. And so I was flipping out. I couldn't get a job at a gas station. I couldn't get a job at a pizza place. I couldn't get a job flipping burgers. There's just no work. And so finally my dad was like, just file for unemployment. He's like, I know you always worked really hard. I mean, I started working when I was like 14, busting my ass my whole life. I'm like, I can't take an unemployment check. It feels gross. My dad like basically bullied me into it. And so I got my unemployment check, and I immediately took that check and invested it into starting my own company. And I bankrolled my own company with my unemployment check.
Nice.
And got back out on the road and did that for a while till I had my kid, and quit doing that because you can't go on the road with the baby. I mean, you can, but that's irresponsible. So, so I got like a rinky-dink, like shitty apartment, and like lived off my savings for 2 years so I could stay at home with my kids so they could have that time with me alone. And then went to work at a foreign trade zone doing customs paperwork. And now I do this shit.
Wow. Okay. Do we have any hanging chads? Any thoughts that
anybody
are on
hanging
the
from a
top of
doorknob?
the
Because I got a
list?
list.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask, did you you mentioned Estes, paranormal research in Estes?
I didn't say Estes. No, in Florida. In
Oh, in
Florida.
Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Florida
ask,
man plus dark, like dark spirits plus like all the crazy shit I was dealing with. Like it was a weird experience.
yeah.
But I did it for 3.5 years.
So, well, one question was on my mind before, but I'm thinking it's very unlikely. But have you ever rubbed elbows with the Hellier, the people who put the Hellier series together? They're paranormal investigators. Okay.
No, but I have made friends with quite a few Hells Angels.
Nice. I'm sure there's plenty.
They adopted me. They called me Butterbean, and no one was allowed to touch me in Boston.
Nice. So that's interesting. You're doing paranormal research in Florida.
It's a shit show. It was weird because you got that Santeria. Like it was weird.
You got it. So one of the things I've put together that's really it's a work in progress, but I have what I call the Tarot Tories. And I basically laid out the zodiac on the United States map. And then I put all the tarot cards down on the zodiac. And you might find it's like incredibly appropriate, but Florida is in the sign of Scorpio.
Ha! November 22nd.
Yes, you got it. And in Scorpio, you get the Hanged Man, which puts a lot of context to the hanging chads.
Or all the celebrities that hung themselves from doorknobs: Anthony Bourdain, Kate Spade, Robin Williams, Michael Hutchinson,
were they all in
Chris
Florida?
Cornell. No, but they all hung themselves from doorknobs. But there is a Hollywood, Florida, and that's where the 9/11 hijackers trained.
Nice.
Hollywood,
Nice.
Florida. Wow.
Hollywood, Florida.
Nice.
They love their Druidic trees. That's why they have Ivy League schools.
Yes. And so that's Yggdrasil.
Thousand Oaks, Parkland.
Odin, yes, and Odin hanging from Yggdrasil. And also the death card, which is why all the retirees go down there. And
The death card doesn't mean death. The death card means new opportunity.
yeah, but
Oh,
it's
okay,
also
I get it.
where people
Cheesecake.
go to die.
The death card is it does not mean actual any technical death. It means a renewal. It means like out with the old and with the new. A door is going to close and when it's going to open, or what is going to close. It means there's a change coming. It's not not actual death.
Well, think of the Challenger event and the death card.
I thought you meant the disaster. I was like, that's a mess. We're gonna get into the teachers now. Space. That shit ain't real. They were like, no witnesses allowed. Boom.
Challenging.
Yeah.
They wouldn't allow civilians into space, would they? So what was the organization you said you asked if I rubbed elbows with?
Oh, the people who, I don't know their names. They put together the series called Hellier, and it's a bunch of paranormal researchers who are focusing on Hellier, Kentucky.
Are they scientific based or are they woo based? Because there's different kinds of paranormal investigators.
That's a good question.
It's about like a woo investigator is someone who's about the story. Like what happened? Who I know her baby. She's looking for her baby. Like right. And then you have the scientific based, which for my team, we wouldn't accept orbs. We wouldn't. I mean, we're like, there's just too many questions. That's not considered evidence. It had to be like really definitive. And even after like several years with a team of other people that also were doing the same thing in this whole group, We got like maybe like 2 good video images in the whole time. A lot of the stuff that we caught was going to be disembodied voices, where you go to record something and there's nothing there and it talks back to you. That was most of the evidence that we got. All that other stuff, temperature gauge, KTM meters, that's all garbage. Like the one thing that you can prove that you've got something going on is that voice back that you play and record.
Yeah, that's kind of more their angle. Like they hook themselves up to contraptions, put on the blindfold, listen to, you know, the EVP, but then they have another person with a whole nother contraption that's, you know, the God helmet. Somebody else in the God helmet.
Worked for a safety supply company, did a whole bunch of calibrations on a whole bunch of industrial scientific equipment. Honeywell as well. And I have to send things that get calibrated. You have to get things calibrated like constantly. You understand that they can calibrate these machines to, and they might not even need to do it. That's why you have to send off machines to get calibrated by someone else. The police department can't calibrate their own machines. And the reason why is they calibrated their own breathalyzers. They might unintentionally have a bias. These people are calibrating their own machines, right? And then they're giving you evidence based on their calibrations.
Nice.
And you can't tell me there could be unintentional bias.
Right. Yep.
So anytime someone's like, first of all, God helmet, could you, dude? Is that a new app game they're trying to sell me on like someone's podcast? Like God helmet, like it's awful. But they calibrate these machines, they get the results that they want, and then they use, you know, bias to give you what you want to hear because that's why you're there.
Right. Yeah, that's why
that's one of the reasons. That's why I don't do my own podcast. I'm not here to tell people what they want to hear.
We want to give our listeners as much value as possible. We might not have a show for the next few Saturday nights, so we're going long and we're going live. We are reaching the 6-hour mark, which is a record for us. We want to know if our streaming abilities will support a 6+ hour stream. And as much as we want to keep going, we have to ask the question, at some point we might have to stop so that we don't lose any files because it's getting so long. We did take an intermission about 2 hours into it.
You'll lose the files.
Right. And we're checking on our Zoom storage. We're checking on YouTube's ability to keep a live stream going. And
I don't think I've ever done a podcast this long before. That's awesome. I think I broke one record.
Tie up any loose ends, any dangling chads, pregnant chads.
Let's ask the people in the chat to tell us what they want to. Yeah, what do you guys want to? I know that I stop in the middle of stuff sometimes. It's just so exciting being here that I get overexcited.
We're all very
you guys
excited.
Are great.
We want to know if you need a break. Do you need to break? You can keep going.
Sleep is for business.
We're doing a systems check here, making sure that we're all good. We're not low on fuel or anything.
I do have a list of topics that I wanted to discuss with you guys and bring up and ask about, and I never got to them.
Yeah, we'll certainly have you back. Yes. So for the sake of the show and this stream and this week,
from now on out,
anything that was left unanswered that we have an answer to now, anything that fits within the realm of the topics we've already discussed, we want to close those loops.
I just want to wish everybody happy. I want to wish everybody happy Saturnalia. Remember, Jesus probably was born in August.
Saturnalia,
what a nalia! I don't understand the Christmas thing. Like, there's a guy sneaking down your chimney and no one's been shot yet.
Santa.
It's grooming children to expect people to sneak into their house and leave them presents.
And to what?
We wonder why. We wonder what's wrong with these Instagram people. They grew up with Santa Claus being like, you don't have to do anything. Just give you presents. I'll sneak in your house. You can go yachting with me anytime you want. That's what's been going on.
Giving you presents. Maybe like
for nothing.
Unexpectedly.
Because you know you're a little shit. You know these kids are little shits. The people that end up on Instagram, probably not great human beings, probably not great kids either. So imagine how that is like adjusted an entire generation's ability to assume what is right, what is wrong, and what is earned. When I was a kid, dude, I was terrified that I was going to we didn't get coal in our stockings. We got a bag of switches. If you didn't behave.
You got to pick one out.
No. Santa, in his infinite ability to know what's wrong and right, picked it out for you. The squishy ones.
I've always thought of Christmas as like the original red pill, where you show the kids how the world is run on blackmail.
Basically,
The naughty list.
don't worry, we got credit to offer you if you can't afford it. Want to be a member? That's just. Yeah, I've never had a credit card in my life. And you guys do the banker games? I don't play reindeer games or banker games.
Right. Yeah.
Suck.
Yep.
When you play bankers games, the bank wins. When you play the casino games, the casino will always win in the end.
Yeah.
You might beat the casino sometimes. You can never beat the bank.
You can beat the casino once, you can beat the casino twice, but if you beat the casino for the third time with a big take, the casino's gonna beat you down, take it back.
And do not try to film or pull a camera out. They will take that shit from you.
Mm-hmm. Ban king. They've banned the king.
I've had good luck with
Yes.
blackjack at the casino because I can tell a little bit what's going on, but they don't like it. They switch up the dealer. They give you a bunch of drinks.
It sounds like real life. This is exactly like going to someone's house that you're trying to buy weed from, at least in my perspective.
It's that Prometheus story when Prometheus tries to steal fire from the gods and then rise high, flying too close to the sun, then his wings get burnt, and he crashes down to earth again. And then going back to the Game Award trophy from Weta Workshop, they claim that the statue of the trophy is meant to resemble an angel rising to the heavens, pursuing great heights out of the digital blocks of the land.
Yeah, it looks Sumerian. I've got some stuff I need to look through. In my head, I know exactly what it looks like. I just need to find it, and it'll take a little while.
So they are saying
I've seen that image.
it's out of the digital blocks. What gods or goddesses have been born of a rock? There's a big clue for the research. And then trying to rise from the earth to the heavens.
I told you
and
it was
then get
Nephilim
their
shit.
wings clipped.
I told you it's Nephilim shit right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiple layers
that's
of
pretty
meaning.
much legit. I think that statue is just a male trying to compete in women's Olympics. He's gonna get all the records because that's definitely tucked in. Just me? Am I the only person who sees a trans person like Baphomet?
Yes, and that was a big theme in the Game Awards as well. They have a specific category to recognize that category of people who are not normative as we would have imagined people to be 30 years ago.
At the end of the day, I don't care what people do with their body. I don't care what they do with their life. You're entitled to whatever you want. It's your life. Do what you want with it. I get grossed out by straight people making out in public, much less anybody else. I just don't like it. That's just me. Behind closed doors. That's who I am as a person. I respect myself and I respect other people, not to have them watch intimacy because it's not intimate if everybody's looking at it. In this day of the internet, like people just don't understand that anymore because they don't understand what intimacy is because they haven't experienced it. But yeah, I get creeped up by anybody making out in public. That being said, I think that the real problem is what's going on is everyone wants to say that it's a rights issue or it's a sex issue or it's an individualistic issue or whether it's a hate issue. Legit, I think they're just trying to, as a society, make us all like Baphomet, where we have all the parts.
It doesn't have to be an issue for everyone. It's a personal issue. If it's your issue,
I
it's
think
your
that's
issue.
I think
It
it's
doesn't have to be.
it's a plan to make us like Baphomet. It is us copying the image of Baphomet, and they're
Yeah.
putting it into society and making that what everybody does, because it's really just it is a recall and a way to. I mean, what's the ultimate way to show your devotion to a religion? Shit, a band. You get a tattoo of the band name on you, right? Like that is devotion. This is what modern day Hollywood, their devotion to Baphomet and Baal and all these other like sacrificial gods.
Mhm.
They want us to physically imitate these beings. And I think that they are disguising it, because the minute that you call something hate is the minute you can't discuss it anymore. And that's exactly what they want, because they don't want people to realize that that's what they're doing. They're turning us into Baphomet. Am I wrong?
No, you're spot on. I'm pretty sure all the damn secret societies are just one big monopoly at this point. So we got the Jesuits, you got the Templars, like all those guys, and the
Masons, moose knuckles.
Yeah, I think the Masons have been amalgamated pretty thoroughly. I'm gonna let my dog out. BRB.
You want to piss off a Mason? Tell him that Jesus was a carpenter. Yeah, he's absolutely right on that. Again, I said it like 3 times, but I'll say it again. The Occult Rejects, they do a great deep dive into the property that these companies own. They made an excellent, link between the concept of these Moose Order organizations and then having offices in cornerstone Christian churches. Also shared with paramilitary groups. Also sharing church space, like offices. It's very strange.
Yes.
And owning
I
like
can see
massive
the
amounts
similarities
of
of the
land.
word worship and worship in a church setting. WOR, WAR, worship and worship.
I was
The
hoping I could help
religious
someone get.
military order.
I was hoping I could get someone a bingo spot by quoting a Bible verse about the worships, but I can't remember what it is.
Revelation 3:20 about Jesus knocking on your door and letting him in.
I don't believe Revelation belongs in the Bible. It doesn't fit. I'm like really adamant about that too. I think it's the one book that has no business being in the Bible. You can see why I believe that though, right? Because I mean, you look at the rest of, when you look at someone's personality, right? When you're reading a book about a character, right? And you get to know that character and you understand that character's personality traits, right? And at a certain point in that book, you understand what this person would do and this person would not do. Well, the whole damn book is about God. And you, by the end of it, you understand what he would do and what he would not do. You understand maybe not all of what God thinks, but you have a basic like character synopsis of who this person is and what they like and what they don't like and what they're into, right? And Revelation doesn't make it. It's like they took the character and just fucked up the whole end of the movie. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. God, who is peaceful, who supposedly sent his only son to die for your sins, right? Why would he all of a sudden be like, oh yeah, but we're all gonna die in fire. You first. You're getting fucked up. Wait till you see my horses, right? Like that doesn't make any sense. That's not who God is. So Revelation doesn't belong with the rest of the Bible. Plus, like the origins of it are real sketch. They can't really prove where it came from. Look at that, I shut everybody up. Sorry, guys.
I think we're running out of steam.
Yeah,
the
I'm
longest
exhausted
stream
too.
ever.
We
Over
got a
6
record.
hours.
What a record.
We are at about 6 hours, 12 minutes, I think.
Anybody who's listening, don't forget, if you want to be a member, find the Telegram, find the YouTube, Instagram. Can you give us the rest of those details, Jim, before we roll?
Slide down there in the Telegram thing.
Want to be a member? Oh, God.
Thank you.
We will return on Wednesday for an Arts Flow number 4.
phone number 4. And then if you guys want to join us for the movie night on Friday nights, get in touch with us on Telegram.
Y'all are gonna make me sign up for this thing, aren't you? I'm gonna have another app to keep track of, aren't I?
Yep. Yeah, you gotta come
I'm gonna
on.
hang myself from a doorknob, and it's gonna be your fault. I'll be Kate spading it like any minute now. That's just too much.
That would
I
It's,
can't
happen.
keep it. I'm so bad about it, guys.
You'll-
I
if
apologize if
you'll
anybody
try
reaches out
to-
to me and I won't answer.
You'll try to hang yourself. It'll be a soggy marijuana noodle, and you'll slip to the floor, and then you'll take a nap, and you'll wake up wondering, was this all a fever dream? A 6-hour Weaving Spiders Welcome live stream.
Fever freaking dream.
Oh yeah.
Do we have a theme song to play us out? Do we have some graphics to say goodnight? Do we have some credits to roll?
There you
Wow.
go.
That
Say
is a
goodnight,
frantic
guys.
stitch in time. It only feels like
See,
an hour.
my high energy spreads.
12 hours of content condensed into 6 hours.
That's right. That's how we roll.
Incredible.
Missy, it was great to meet you.
I can do stuff too.
Yes.
I wouldn't want to be a member of an organization that would have me. I just want you guys to be a member.
We'll wave out. Teach Missy the wave. Look at this mudra we've got here. It's very
I'm missing
important.
it. Oh,
Are you seeing it?
yeah. I
from,
told
Jim
you.
again?
I made my own. How'd she do that? It looks gross. Well, that was lovely, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna bail.
It was great to have you, Missy.
Anytime. Find me on IG or Twitter.
All right, we'll see you on.
We'll have you back in January or February.
Yeah, we'll see you on Telegram.
Hate you. I guess I gotta sign up. I guess I'm gonna be a member.
Yes.
Gonna be a member. Bye, y'all. I'm out. Have a good night. It's
right.
2:30.
again.
You're a good boy. Boy.
I think the music's playing a little soft. Not sure if it's coming through clear or not. But we'll continue to play it out. Thank you, everybody, for listening.